the sunrise, it burns in my eyes. This is my own life, I gotta get mine. My heroes don't fly, they crawl up inside, take over your mind, just like a drive-by. You take It's such a cold war, the silent soldier. Gotta watch your back if you attack, keep it in composure. You may not hear me, but you can feel it, and it's an instinct that you can't kill it.
If a person fails to fulfill their fantasy, just how far will they go to feed it? From the age of about 13, I knew I'd never be a racing driver like my father before me.
Hello, guys.
Oh, hello.
Hey, and what did I do this time?
You're always guilty, Yuri. Doesn't matter what, how, and when.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm asking what I did this time.
I felt like you'd be possibly more pasty skinned, or I don't know. Did you tour all the kind of local circuits?
Slovenia doesn't have any circuit.
On go the gloves.
Oh, got to have gloves on. Got to have, absolutely got to have gloves on.
They're not just random people anymore. You really know them and they know you. And
But why do you think that is?
It's a mix of very different people you wouldn't place together in a normal situation.
Yeah.
And it all works quite well because we're like-minded people and passionate about racing.
She can't disturb me when I'm racing because I have to concentrate.
When I ask something and she said, no, I'm racing.
There's something keeping you racing. You have to race.
I have to, every day.
Yeah.
I need to go there.
Yeah.
I need to go behind the wheel and, I don't know, do a stint per day.
Yeah.
You know, by myself on the track, I don't care.
Fanatic about what I'm doing.
The way the car moves around over bumps, for example, here going through maggots and beckets, is actually quite similar to the ones we see on the computer inside. So it's pretty much spot on.
I think it's mentally challenging too. So it is a real test of what you have as a racing driver, if you like.
And the car just got a snap, and I crashed into the wall on the straight.
The only thing you don't necessarily have to deal with is the G-force on the neck and various other parts of you that you will struggle with in a real race car.
It was a 6-hour race or something, 10 minutes to go to win, and done.
I think you're a racing driver as well, so there you go. That's easy enough, isn't it?
Did we get that?
The fact we are doing this right here makes me happy actually that we are doing this.
How did you make friends with them?
Because you hang out with them, you just do stuff with them like you would do in real life.
When I discovered sim racing, I was able to feel, even just a little, what the real thing might be like.
joined your channel.
Hello, everybody. I think we've made a slight mistake there. I wasn't in the right room. Sorry about the silence then, but hello and welcome to Season 9 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. We are here from Istanbul Park, and it is going to be an interesting race here. 6 hours of Istanbul, and we are set for a good one. We are in qualifying now, actually. We are in qualifying. The Le Mans GT cars have gone out, and we are watching that as we stand. I'm Josh Randerson. I'll be taking you through the action here, and I'm joined by Johan Martins here in the comments booth. Hello, Johan.
Hello, guys. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure to have you here, and we are here, obviously, watching the qualifying session now. The LMGT cars taking their qualifying session as it stands now. This is round 2 of the season. A few more to go. This is a 6-hour race, of course, so I should be here for all of it. And it's going to be an interesting one. Istanbul Park. A couple of interesting overtaking opportunities when it comes to the race here. We have turn 12, which we saw a lot of overtakes last season were done there. A couple of interesting tricky corners as well. Turn 1, not the easiest of all the corners here. Turn 11, infamous in its own right. And then the 7-8 complex as well. Not the easiest second drive, but definitely one that has proved from last season at least that endurance racing can show its true brilliance here.
Yes, this is a track that's clearly marked by its architect, Herman Tilke. You see his work all over this track, the long straights into the tight hairpins, the very technical sections. It's going to be a very interesting race because I believe he didn't design this track to be a multi-class race. He designed it to be a single-class race. So it's going to be fun, mainly in the last sector where there's basically nowhere for the prototypes to go around the GTs, and it's going to be interesting.
It should be interesting indeed, and of course we have all the GT cars. We have a couple of changes actually in Room 2 for this race. If you're a GNS Endurance fan, your luck is out, unfortunately, because they are not here anymore. They've actually been promoted into Room 1 with a withdrawal of Team Spirit Racing from that room. So GNS Endurance and the Soul, Nissan, Nismo, GTRLM have now gone up to Room 1, so we won't be commentating on them, unfortunately. And as much as it's a shame to see that Jimmy Broadbent and the gang are no longer in Room 2, we wish them all the best in Room 1.
Let's not forget also about 3 Wide Motorsports, which were also promoted to Room 1.
Yep, 3 Wide have gone up as well, and a bit of a change then in the lineups then, you'd argue, but either which way, it is, still a very good bunch of racers here in Room 2. It's not to be, looked down upon in any means, This is the fantastic championship in its own right, as we saw at the last race in Indianapolis. 2 separate championships, 2 separate series, and, it's how it works, and it's shown so far that regardless of which room you're in, you've got racing going on. I think some of the GTs are either starting their flying laps now or going to get, we have cars completing flying laps as it stands, and provisional pole has been taken by Cedar Vija, and he has done a 152.855 and subsequently spun on track, so pushed it just a little bit too hard. Shane Chancellor 3/10 behind, now I say that, but Dimitri there, Fatih Dimitri has just gone ahead. Valentin Sololak has just gone pole again. It's a lot of chopping and changing going on in these initial first laps here. RC Racing Team, the current pole sitters, although Riccardo Carzari has just gone ahead. So, a lot of changing will be done as it stands. A lot of cars will be just getting these laps in and going pole, and then cars will overtake them.
Yeah, this is a very interesting circuit. It's very hard to string a perfect lap together because it's so technical. But once you do, it's also easy to be overtaken by some other guy who's has a better setup or just faster.
Yep, and I will keep a good eye on what's happening with each car, obviously on track, because I've got the live timing up, which is available on the simracing.club website. Go to the live tab and hit VEC Room 2 live timing. Except for me, it doesn't seem to be responding, so that is good.
It doesn't respond.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't, but we do have live timing if you want to access it through the simracing.club website, and that is there. Nonetheless, though, at the moment it is still Corazari, obviously, having taken that provisional pole on a 151.347 in the number 63 Chevrolet Corvette. He will be hoping to maintain that pole throughout this session, but obviously some cars may speed up and catch him. One of which could possibly be current P4 man Thomas Hinds in the feeder Ragnar Simulator Ferrari. Currently 1.1 seconds off the pace, but has some serious pace in these cars, does Hinds. And, well, on his day, could be a fantastic driver. We'll hope, of course, that he does a good job here in the car. He will be taking the race, being the qualifying driver. He will take the race start, and it'll be interesting to see how the Aussie gets away.
Yes, let's not forget. Go ahead, Josh.
No, I was too early there.
I was just about to say that although qualifying is important in an endurance race, it's not as important as consistency, because you're going to be running throughout 6 hours, and you can't just go quick and flying laps after flying laps. Your car just won't last.
Yep, indeed. Qualifying may be important, but the race is even more important, arguably, because, well, it's 6 hours. Anything can happen. We saw that last time. We saw an LMP1 rolling last time. Anything can happen, and I'm just looking in the comments, actually, and apparently, here's something that I didn't know. Apparently, there's been a change in that Odin Racing have moved into Room 2. I don't see their car, I don't see them in an LMGT, so it may have been just a straight move down. But I don't currently see an Odin car in Room 2. Well, actually, yes, I do. Joe Ciampa. They've moved into an LMGT in Room 2, Odin Racing, and, well, that is one of the moves. Of course, Odin known for their LMP2 exploits last season for certain, but Ciampa, that is the Ciampa Rosenlee Holden car, and, you know, no, listen, I didn't expect that myself, but, you know, they're here. And hopefully they'll be doing a good LGT.
Let's hope they'll head to the battles and to all the good things that happen throughout the 6-hour race, all the strategy involved. Let's hope it provides a show for our spectators.
I can certainly hope it does, yes, and it should be interesting to see how they do, because, well, I've not seen them I don't think I remember seeing them in an LMGT capacity. Thomas Hinds has gone P2 while I haven't looked, on a 151.805. Great lap from him, puts him just half a second down on Corazari. And then it's Alice Flavor for core team in P3 in the number 92 Porsche. The top 5 currently separated by just over a second, although there is still a bit to go in this qualifying session, so that may change, although the car rounding out that roughly a second gap is the Motorsport Italia car of Nicola Serini, the number 96 Porsche. And that was a car that did quite well at Indianapolis last time at parts. They were doing quite a good run. I don't know whether it went their way at the end, I can't remember, but it was a good race for the most part from that car, so we should be looking out for.
Yeah, let's not forget the balance of the cars in this track this week. The Corvettes have shown amazing pace all week in both Room 1 and Room 2. The Ferraris have also been on point. I haven't seen many Porsches, so I can comment on that. But the Astons have been a little bit off the pace. I think this track doesn't suit them at all.
Yeah, indeed. And, well, you know, some cars have different characteristics to the others. We've said before last season that the Porsches are more of a handling car compared to, say, the Aston Martins or the Corvettes, which are more straight line speed, although they are relatively balanced, each car, so no matter what you get in, you're going to have advantages and disadvantages, but roughly similar pace.
Yeah, the thing is, this is a multi-race, multi-manufacturer class, so sometimes your car is gonna have an advantage, sometimes it's gonna have a disadvantage. Hopefully, at the end of the season, those cancel out, and only driver talent defines where you end up.
It does, yes, and Josh Hoare has just actually gone within a tenth of Corazari there, driving for the number 93 Ferrari Rev Sim Racing UK team car. and they are currently 7th in the championship, the number 93. So a bit of ground to make up, and of course Karazari's car, Pulse Motorsport, currently leading the championship, having taken the win in GT at Indianapolis. Then it's the Black Hawk Racing Aston Martin and the RC Ferrari after that. LMP2 and LMP1 are their leaders, of course, and we will be getting to those as soon as their qualifying starts. But in terms of GT, Pulse do have the advantage as it stands. Oh, apparently, a notification in from Joe Chamfer. Per Rosenlee's not well, so they requested room 2, and he'll be starting at the back to staying out of everyone's way. Now, that is an interesting development. Certainly, we do wish Per Rosenlee the best of health as soon as possible, and of course, the good luck to Odin Racing as well. I think we might be coming to, I think it is a 20-minute session for GTs and a 20-minute session for prototypes this qualifying as it goes. I'm just going to double check that for you.
Yes, it is, with a 5-minute break in between them.
Yeah, 20 minutes, then 5 minutes, then 20, then, yep. Then we've got warm-up, start, and the race, because we're doing it all in one day now. It's no longer a case of qualify one day, race the next. Qualifying and race done on the same day now, of course, so that explains that, and by that logic, I think we should be within the last 10 minutes of this session now, assuming that it was a 45-minute session to begin with.
Yeah, and you touched on a very interesting point. I have to commend Jimmy and all the guys at SRC for their work, because last season they qualifying was not on race day, and they reviewed each qualifying lap as they were presented. If there were extensions to track limits or anything else that could be penalized. This season they have worked very hard to integrate that into the tracks themselves, so that the software itself will police if someone has extended track limits, has gained an unfair advantage, or anything that could sway the balance in their favor. And it's not an easy job to modify these tracks to include every single bit of what could be considered a track limit violation. Where do you define what's considered a track limit violation or not? What are the most important corners to police that? For example, here at the exit of turn 8, it's relentless. You put 4 corners out of the track, you're going to be granted a track limit violation. But in turn 9, for example, it's not as clear, because you don't gain as much as an advantage of going a little bit off track. And they've done a really good job at both modifying the tracks and testing it out so that it actually balances out. It's not too restrictive, because these do transfer throughout the race, and if you get too many off tracks, they're going to have to do a drive-through. And having it so you don't have a place where you can continuously abuse the track limits and gain an unfair advantage.
Yep, not an easy job at all, and of course we do thank Mr. Jimmy Nelson and all of the SRC administration for all the work they do. We wouldn't be here without them, and I think it probably goes to say we wouldn't have a virtual endurance championship without them as well. And it is, of course, almost a thankless job really that the administration do, but we're thanking them, and I'm sure everyone else would like to thank them as well. Because, well, at the end of the day, without an administration, you can't have series.
Yes, that's right. And how many series do you know out there that are as prestigious as the Virtual Endurance Championship?
I don't know very many, and I certainly don't know very many series like us that are official R-Factor 2 championships as well. So, we are supporting Studio 397, and they're supporting us. We have a nice little, it's a nice little thing that we have to be an official R-Factor 2 championship, and I'm sure that, it's going to be a very interesting series because of it.
Exactly, and you see in Room 1 there will be Marcel Offermans racing on the GT class.
And of course Marcel Offerman's the head of Studio 397 as well, so such a pleasure to have Marcel here.
Yes, we have to thank both ISI, Studio 397, and SRC for making this what it is today.
Yep, and we're talking about prestigious. You know, I agree. The prestige of the VEC, I think, is showing itself. I mean, last season we had none other than Robin Friends driving. Remember that?
I can't say I do. I'm sorry.
Well, you might not have been here, but Robin Friends took part in Sebring last season with Sim Racing for Holland. Formula E driver and has had multiple success in the real world. And, of course, it was a pleasure to have him racing with us. So, you know, it just goes to show that anyone can turn up in VEC.
Yeah, if you want the software, or if you're a sim racing enthusiast, you've definitely heard of the VEC, and there are some real world racing guys out there that like to sim race, and some of them eventually end up here because it's one of the most prestigious places to run.
It is, yes, but enough self-buffing. Let's get back to the task at hand and talk about qualifying. Ricardo Carazari still leading for Pulse Motorsport, but Shane Chancellor in the Blackhawk car is giving him some serious strife. He is 4/10 off it as it stands, but I would expect that gap to close down by the end of this qualifying session, of which I believe there were just 3 minutes left. So not much time for any cars that want to improve on the qualifying times to do that now, but there is still an opportunity there. And of course, as you rightly mentioned before, you are Corvettes showing a pace with the Pulse car being a Corvette. While the Aston Martins might be struggling, Shane Chancellor isn't showing any signs of struggling, being so close to Carazari. And of course we have 2 Ferraris in 3rd and 4th, a Porsche in 5th, another Ferrari in 6th, another Porsche in 7th. And then it's a lot of Porsches, Corvettes and Ferraris in this room, but of course a bit more of a mix than room 1, I feel, in terms of car variety.
Yes, there is. In room 1, it's a Corvette fest. You have only 1 Aston, and I can't recall how many Ferraris, and I don't think you have a Porsche actually. But there's tons of Corvettes. Here we have a more varied field, and it's good for racing.
Yep, watch us, because we've got variety. I guess that could be the official slogan of Room 2, but, you know, either which way we are going to have an interesting time of it, because it's going to be a case of can Shane Chancellor catch up to that 150.791 that Ricardo Carazari has set. And of course, after this, we have all the LMP2s and LP1s to go as well. We have the likes of Deltec team, we have Deltec Racing Team, we have Insped Racing Team, we have, you know, Team RGPL, we have DR Motorsports, the lot. We have Blackhawk Racing LMP1s, you know, we have all of the prototypes you can ever ask for, with the exception of the GTR Alan Nismo, because, well, thanks Janus for going up to Room 1, but hey, what can he do?
No need to be bitter about it.
There's no need to be bitter, I'm proud of them.
Yeah,
well,
I'm really looking forward to see two Nismos in the midst of Porsches and Audis out there.
It will be an interesting race, I'm sure, and of course we do have the Room 1 broadcast coming up with the Downforce radio team. If you would like to watch that, be sure to watch that, but please remember us as well. Well, you know, it's Room 1, you know, that's what it is. Some people want to watch Room 1, people keep an eye on Room 2 too. I'm not gonna make you watch us if you don't want to. I'm not that sort of person, but you know, just remember one, you know. And I'm sure that
it's a completely different story if you really think about it. They're completely different championships. You could argue Room 1 is better, but if the racing in Room 2 is better, then you should watch Room 2. If the racing in Room 1 is better, then you should watch Room 1. If you're rooting for someone, watch them. Please go ahead, just watch something.
What it is we're offering a variety. We're offering choice here at VEC. That's what it is. You can watch whichever one you like, or both. I would actually encourage you to watch both. That's the best option.
I'm currently watching both. Actually, I'm waiting for Room 1 to start. So.
Yeah, I mean, some people watch race 1 and then turn up in Room 2 to have a watch as well, because there's great racing in both. So I think the qualifying session is about 27 seconds to the end now. So once that time ticks down to effective 0, when it gets to 25 minutes total, any drivers on a lap must finish them, and that will mean that we get the warm-up, or the break rather, before the prototypes come out to play. And I think Ricardo Carazari is done. He is pulled off. So Shane Chancellor will get this lap and this lap only to finish his chance. And he has got to find 4/10 if he wants Blackhawk to take all.
Now over, you may finish your lap.
And Bernd Schmidt, our race director, confirming that the qualifying session is now over and we can finish laps if you're in cars. So thanks to Bernd for confirming that. Shane Chancellor then, make or break for him. And Black Hawk Racing and the number 81 Aston Martin is coming to the pits, so he will not improve. And now it comes down to the Revs car of Josh Hoare, 93, the Ferrari. Needs to improve as well, otherwise it'll be third for them. And he's got half a second to do. It's looking like a difficult task, but bigger comebacks have occurred. And I wouldn't put it past them because, well, you can never ever call what happens in an endurance race.
Well, either way, I have to commendate Corazari for his lap. It's a very good lap, dipping into the 50s, and congratulate the guys up until P6 for how close they were. We're looking at a probably very interesting race this afternoon.
Yep, indeed, and it should be. With the way it's set up in the GTs, at least, we should be in for an interesting one. Cedar Vijay he's gone in P8 final position, and we have these final cars just crossing the line, although they are further down the back of the order and having to gain at least a second to even as much as get close to pole. So it's looking like Corazari and Pulse on for pole then. So after this, of course, we will have the prototypes coming on to the into the play, and that will mean prototype qualifying gets underway once again, and we'll be able to see the prototypes have a go. Yep, that is happening now as all the final GTs are coming in. We will have a 5-minute break, and we can get ready for the fantasticness of the LMPs going out and qualifying. And yeah, going to be an interesting session then, you are, because if we look through the field, we have some teams that did well last time. We have the Deltec car, we have the Insped car, we have all the other cars as well, and of course we have none other than our championship leaders, Origin Front Row Racing. I'm trying to look for that car actually, and it is there. Just trying to find it in R52. Yep, Adam Maguire will be taking the start for Origin, and they will be hoping for a very good. Well, I say they are the leaders because, well, the two cars that won last time have now got up to Room 1. Because of course 3 Wide and DNS have gone back up, and that means Origin are effective leaders. And that will be getting underway in about 1 minute and 50 seconds. Of course, do keep your comments rolling in on the YouTube chat. And obviously keep engaged, because I might refer back to you if you're very lucky. Should be an interesting race, that is for sure. Of course, this season of the VEC is, as we mentioned, we're not only we're in official R52 Championship, we've got a nice variety of tracks coming up this season as well. Of course, this is round 2. We've just been to Indianapolis, and we are now at Istanbul Park. The next race in about a month's time, the 5th, well, it is the 5th of November today, Bonfire Night, and, well, should be an interesting race. Next race on the 3rd of December is the Silverstone 8 hours, and then the 14th of January 2017 will be 6 hours of Suzuka. 11th of February will be the Sepang 6 hours. Then we have the one and only 12-hour race of the season, the 11th of March, the 12 hours of Sebring. And then the 8th of April will be the Interlagos 6 hours, and Le Mans 24 hours. 3rd of June 2017, the season ender, although that is a long, long, long way off yet. Although it does take a lot of preparation to get ready for, as I think in about 30 seconds time, we'll be kicking off the prototype qualifying session, and it should be an interesting one for sure. I think we have 19 prototypes ready to go in this quali session, and it's going to be interesting for certain as to who gets it. Cars going to the end of the pit lane, getting ready. And we are about to start prototype qualifying here at Istanbul Park.
Okay, and let's not forget that.
To qualify.
And that is it.
Let's not forget we have 2 classes qualifying at the same time in the Protos.
Indeed, and well, a very well-timed commentator has joined us. We bring in for the start of the prototype qualifying, we bring in Tony Krevin.
Hey everybody.
Welcome back, Tony. Great to have you with us last race, and great to have you with us here. We have you for prototype qualifying as well, which I'm sure is going to be very useful. And well, the first prototypes taking their way to the track now. Of course, remember, this is not just LMP1 qualifying, it's P2 as well. We have an interesting little dichotomy for the P1 drivers and potentially P2, and P2 drivers. There shouldn't be that much of a gulf in performance, but it's going to be interesting to have both classes out at the same time.
If I'm not mistaken, the difference between the 2 classes is about 5 seconds, so they shouldn't get in the way. But if there's a P2 in front of a P1, it should provide some interesting how should I put it? Dilemmas, dynamics, whatever you want to call it.
Well, that is a fair enough way to put it, and indeed that we'll see how it pans out. As you say, there shouldn't be an overlap because of the gap difference, only 5 seconds a lap. There should not be an overlap between P1 and P2, but if there is, well, surely both cars have the right to go for the qualifying.
Yes, they do, and they have to negotiate who's gonna be going first or who's gonna throw away its lap, because there's no way 2 cars can go all out, and that's ending up well.
Yep, indeed, and I think we have been joined in the server. We do have one more car that has just joined us. That will be, I'm trying to look for it in terms of actual on-track position, but can't find it. Oh yeah, it was one of the GT cars just rejoining the server. And yeah, that was the 74 car, the 74 Aston Martin car there for Geo Racing team of Rafael Ventaro. But either which way, we have the prototypes out qualifying now, and a couple of cars on flying laps as it stands, and I'm sure we'll bring you, after the first few lap times have come in, we'll bring you a sort of running order, because it changes so quickly, there's no point in going through it as the cars are setting laps.
Yeah, definitely. The P2's perspective, I've seen Nicky Lenz being really fast on the server before the actual quali event, so I have high hopes for him. I'm expecting him to be on pole for the P2s. In terms of P1, well, it's anyone's guess, really.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, we've had 2 teams move up to Room 1. The game is really open now, so to speak, and that is most certainly, going to make it an interesting affair. Of course, Nicky Lenz, the number 41 Reborn Racers, LMP2, as you say, looking on good form, so maybe going for LMP2 pole there, Lenz, as David Baranek, Bernd Schmidt, Marcel Sinatich, all set times to begin with. Adam Maguire also does Sinatich on current provisional pole as it stands, although we don't know how long that will be the case. Adam Maguire, though, not far off Sinatich's pace at this present moment. A couple more times coming in, Standerson All is current P2 pole position holder. Nicky Lenz has gone behind him, so the RGPL Simtech car currently, well, I say currently, they've just been overtaken by Gianpaolo Folgati there, so now he holds provisional P2 pole, and that is, I think, 13 of 14 of the prototypes now having qualified, and it's going to be out of the 19, we have 14 that have qualified, and it's going to be a few more cars to qualify before we have a rough idea of where everyone is.
If I were to make an educated guess, I think the P2 pole time is at around, I'd say 1:41, or perhaps even under the 1:40 limit, which is like 1:39.7, which is, I think, the fastest time with a P2 on the server currently. But of course, with qualifying, you always have that pressure of getting that one lap just right, because you have a limited amount of time to do it.
Yeah, but it's not like an LMP2 you can rely on the machinery either. All the same car in that series, the Orica 05, everyone driving the same prototype, whereas in P1, we have the we do have the Audis and the Porsches, and formerly the Nissans, but no more, of course. And our race director Bernd Schmidt is actually in the qualifying session as it stands, as he's going out once more in P5. Great to see Bernd on track in the Black Hawk car, not only fulfilling his duties as race director, but also as a driver. So with about 5 minutes of this session gone now, Marcel Sinicic for Deltec Racing Team is currently leading proceedings on a 133.517. Adam Maguire in the next Audi, the Origin front row car, current championship leaders, is in P2, then David Verner. And then it is very much an Audi dominated proceedings at the moment. All of the top 8 P1s are Audis, and in fact all of the prototypes to set, all of the LMP1s to set times so far I believe are Audis. Although Piotr Marovic has just gone into P5 the instead Porsche, so that ruins that. Of course, there is a difference, isn't there, between the LMP1s and LMP2, well, the different cars in P1, sorry, the Audis and the Porsche. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. And that is what makes them so different. Of course, the Audi diesel-powered, the Porsche petrol-powered battle. It's a clash of each different car, really, you know, two different philosophies, two different ways of going about a prototype. And it's going to be interesting to see how they clash on track, as it was last season.
Yes, we have a smaller spread than we have in the GT class, but the different makes are gonna have different strengths during this race and during qualifying.
Exactly, like Istanbul is a very tough track technically. It's got a lot of, I wouldn't say weird, but very technical corners. For example, turn 8 as a whole it's something you really don't see on any other tracks. Like, you always see multi-apex corners every now and then, but I think the apex that corner has is 2 to 3. And I think there, the different setups and the different strengths of the P1 cars comes to light fully.
Exactly. Sector 1 is a kind of a mixed setup sector. Sector 2 is completely a downforce sector. There's no way around it. And Sector 3, you have to really focus on both top speed and mechanical grip on the last three corners.
I do believe most or all of the prototypes have now set laps and are really starting to hit their stride. So I can run you through. Obviously, Sinicic has still not lost that pole position. Adam Maguire still 3/10 down. David Veronic 6/10 down. Arap Kumar, I can't even pronounce his last name. I keep trying, but I will keep trying. Arap Kumar Tasioglu, I think, in P4 in the iSim RS car, and most certainly Arap looking for a good time. Piotr Marovic, of course, P5, and then a whole second down on Sinicic's time. Current leading P2 is, as it stands, I believe, Nicky Lentz, as you rightly said before, Tony. Nicky Lentz leading proceedings at P2 on a 140.708, and Standard Sanal very close behind, just 0.011 in it.
Just over 100 to the second. That is literally one gear change messed up.
And that shows really how close it can be between these cars. Sanal in the RGPL Simtemp car, and Lentz in the Reborn Racers, both going to be going at each other. Don't discount Giampaolo Foligata though. He is not far off pole either, and could make a charge for pole in the later sessions of this qualifying session. Don't forget Timu Varti either. We talked about him a lot last broadcast. He is only about a second off, so if you can find some time, he can get close as well. Of course, we have the likes of Per Rockfist as well and Conrad Barr. So, you know, all those drivers, we know them quite well. Per will be hoping for a good qualifying too.
Just improved this time a little bit. Only a few hundredths of a second less than, literally half a tenth off of the Martino. In terms of that time.
Well, speaking of Giancarlo Foligati, he has just gone pole. He's overhauled Nicky Lentz and Standard Sanal. Goes ahead by just over a tenth of a second. He's done a 140.532, and the benchmark has been reset now effectively, because now Nicky Lentz has to find even more time. I did say watch out for Giampolo, he might get pole, and he has taken provisional pole in this session.
It's hard to see how, it's hard to estimate where the actual the fastest lap time is going to go because of the real road. It's a very fantastic system that really makes every session a bit different.
Yep, it does, and it'll be interesting to see that. And even as the session goes on, we know things can change. We never know what's going to happen in an endurance race or an endurance qualifying even. And as we saw last time, it's so hard to call the end result because you can never really know after 6 hours what's going to be the case at the start of the race.
Yeah, and Istanbul Park has some very punishing corners. If you go out in turn 8, if you go out in turn 7, you can expect to either lose a lot of time or potentially spin and win your race.
And in terms of traffic, it's like traffic management here is going to be even more important than in Indianapolis because of the simple fact that I think 75% of Sector 2 is you can't do anything if you get stuck behind a GTE car when you enter Sector 2 before the straight. And the same goes with Sector 3 and Sector 1. It's very hard to find a place to go through traffic, so I think traffic management today will be what will decide the outcome.
Perhaps so, as Adam Maguire comes across the start finish line in the Origin front row car. He does not improve his time, and he's got 8 minutes to do so, though, so not really much pressure on at the moment.
But Nicky Lenz does a really fast lap and goes to provisional pole past Tolegati about 800ths of a second. Very tight. It'll be very interesting to see who's going to be pole.
Yeah, going to be a very interesting qualifying session in LMP2 indeed. Several chops and changes. Just being asked where the Nissan is. Unfortunately, you're not going to be seeing them in Room 2 today. GNS Endurance have been promoted up into Room 1, as have 3 Wide Motorsports. So they have gone to Room 1, and, well, that is a thing that has happened. We wish them the best of luck, of course, but it means it's back to the classic Audi versus Porsche battle in LMP1 here. A battle that has been raging on all season, which is haven't been able to cover it as much because there's been more variety. But either which way, if you want variety, surely you should be looking at LMGT. We've got all sorts going on there. We've got BMWs, Porsches, Ferraris, Corvettes, the lot.
We're only missing the Viper.
We're only missing the Viper, that's right. And it's a shame we don't have any Viper teams because I do miss the V10 already. But you can't have it all, can you? You can't have it all sometimes. You've got to make do with what you get. And it may be the case that Adam Maguire can't improve on this. He may have to make do with P2 start for Origin Front Row Racing. Not what they'll want, of course, but it might be what they're getting because Adam Maguire has made a bit of a mistake out of that final corner. He's not going to improve his lap time and is pulled off. Will restart, go back to the pits and come out again. And Marcel Sindicic still leading a face for Deltec, who I've seen in the comments are really only hoping to finish the race. And that is strange, considering the speed they have. And Rafael Ventau has left and rejoined the server again, and has been formally warned now not to do it again. I wondered what was up, and I thought something might happen soon. He has been formally warned not to leave the server again. I'm sure repercussions will occur if he does.
Yeah, I hear one of the guys from CMHQ Motorsports in P2, they were having some issues, technical issues earlier. One of their drivers reported having only 20 frames per second when entering the server, but I do believe that was a problem that was on his end. Because today we did experience a minor server crash and an issue with a few drivers getting booted out of the server for unknown reasons. But the servers were restarted, both Room 1 and 2, and I do believe the issue seems to be fixed.
Yeah, of course, we do hope nothing goes wrong with the server mid-race. We had a couple of problems last season, but I'm sure that we have taken all the necessary steps to ensure that the server is as stable as possible for Season 9, and we're going to have the full race distance every single time. Because it's always good to have a full race. Although it makes life a little bit difficult for me when I'm commentating on it, because in a 24-hour race, I'll probably be doing quite a bit of it. I mean, let's think, if the race starts at 3 o'clock, I'll probably go from 3 till 10:30. then go to sleep and wake up again and take up when I wake up, and hopefully about some time I'll be commentating again. So it's a hard life doing a 24-hour race, but it's one that I'm looking very forward towards. But 6 hours, sort of an introduction to endurance racing, sort of commentary really for anyone who's never done it before, and it's good that we have these shorter races.
By the way, since we are using live weather, it essentially means that real life weather reports are pretty much accurate to the ones on track. Is that about right?
Oh yes, let's not forget that. It's a very, very fair point. Thank you, Tony, for bringing that up.
I was actually watching I've been following the weather forecast at Istanbul from AccuWeather the last few days, and it's been changing, but in about 2 to 3 hours, there's over a 50% chance of rain for 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. local time. So that's going to be an interesting variable that will certainly change everything and make the race, well, I guess we're just going to have to find out.
Indeed, indeed. And I'm going to bring up the weather forecast for my own reference. Thank you very much for bringing that up, Tony, you know, and I am sure that it is going to be an interesting one indeed. And as you say, it is the 11th of the 5th today, and well, that means that currently at present it is, I'm trying to figure out, apparently I think it's 8 p.m. local time at the moment, isn't it? So, about that, and...
No, I do believe it's 6 p.m. local time.
Oh, 6 p.m. local time. 6 or 7, yes.
Yes.
One of the two. So either which way, at about 12 a.m. local time, this is a 6 hours race, there'll be 6% precipitation chance. I think the 50% you're looking at is for the 11th of the 10th, but...
Oh, yes.
Well, I can look hourly.
Yeah, check hourly.
At the moment it is 5:55 p.m. in Turkey, apparently. 2 hours ahead of us. So, by the hour, it should be 12 a.m. by the end, and that will be a 6% precipitation chance. But 6% is enough for it to rain, and you can never tell the weather anyway.
Indeed.
So you never know. I mean, there is big rain chance on the 11th of the 10th, which is about a week from now, but no real precipitation chance as it stands.
Interesting. I'm looking over AccuWeather now, and I might have missed something. I'm looking over hourly.
We're not... I don't think we use AccuWeather here. We use Weather Underground, which is different.
Ah, okay.
But I can check AccuWeather. I can certainly check AccuWeather because, you know, it's good to have multiple reports.
Of course. The weather doesn't care about the forecast. It'll just happen.
Yeah, the weather answers to no man. It doesn't even answer to Jimmy Ellison, who, as we know, is pretty much the leader of everything. Oh, and yes, as you rightly say, on AccuWeather, from 6 p.m. to 12, 8, 9, there is a good chance of rain. So keep your eyes peeled. You know, we have two conflicting forecasts. Highest chance is 7% apparently, but, you know, 50% says AccuWeather. So you never really know.
Certainly going to change the dynamic of the entire race if so. But he's going to suddenly have to pit, and... Well, I don't know about how much people have practiced for rain weather. I mean, you'd expect everybody done it even a little, but... With the rain, when it comes on, everything is exponentially... With the car, everything you do is exponentially increased, and if you go offline, you're in trouble. You can easily lose to closer to 5 seconds a lap because of a single mistake.
Yeah, you can, and just about a minute to go in this qualifying session, we've been so busy talking about the weather, we haven't had time to talk about the prototypes, and Marcel Sinicic, though, still leading proceedings for Adam Maguire in P2, then Errol Kumar Tasioglu is in P3, Piotr Maravich has gone into P4, while we've looked down at David Berenick has gone down to P5. In LMP2, it is still, I believe, Nicky Lenz leading now for the Reborn Races team. Then Gianpaolo Folgari, then German De Martino, Per Ogqvist, Anderson Nahl has gone all the way down to 5th in class. And has now gone off the tracks. That is him done. So not really, from the heights they were, a great qualifying result for the RGPL Simtech team. but they'll be hoping to do well nonetheless. Adam Maguire on a fast lap, and it will be his final lap as time is about to expire in this session. And it has done. So LMP qualifying is over. Cars on laps will finish their laps, and it's make or break for Adam Maguire as he comes on the start-finish line. Is he going to improve? He is going to improve, but not enough. Still 2.262 of a second off Sinicic. And Kumar Tzioglu is not going to improve. Here comes Piotr Marovic though. About 6/10 to gain. We've seen Maguire improve. Is Piotr going to improve any for Inspector Racing Team? Oh, he's gone wide, and I think that is his lap done. As a result of going wide, I think that might be counted as a cut, but he's going to complete the lap anyway. He hasn't improved, or it hasn't been counted, but he has made it to the end. David Baronet will try and complete as well. He will hope to improve by about 0.8 of a second. It's a big ask for especially Osvaldo Angeloni, but we'll see if he can improve in game position too as he comes across the start-finish line now. What's his time going to be? Is there going to be an improvement? There is not. Though more and more likely that Marcel Sinicic and Deltec Racing Team have indeed got this pole position sorted.
Yeah, they had this one in the bag from the get-go. Very good qualifying pace.
Yeah, they have had the pace this qualifying session for certain. Only really person who can stop them at this moment is David Baronek, who comes around the final corner. And short of a miraculous improvement, I don't think this is going to be pole. But you can never really know because I don't have access to live timing. So David Baronek comes across the start-finish line, doesn't even improve. So that confirms P1 pole goes to Deltec Racing Team. Great job from them to get pole position. And P2 pole to Nicky Lenz and Reborn Racers. That is great for them also. And of course, Riccardo Carazari for Pulse Motorsport gets LMGT pole position. And that rounds out the qualifying. Been a good little session, hasn't it?
Yeah, like I have to tip my hat to Corazari. They did an excellent job last time at Indianapolis with that last lap incident, which sadly happened to Emil. But well, that's how racing sometimes goes. But Corazari handled his stint last time excellently, and again showing that he really does have the pace to be the best in the GT cars.
He does, yes.
Certainly cashed in on his chips well enough.
He's taken his chips to the casino desk and cashed them all in for that pole position there. He has most certainly done that and gotten it. And of course, track closed during warm-up while the drivers are briefed on what they are supposed to be doing this race. And, well, unfortunately, it seems like there's someone going out on track, but realised that they are not supposed to do that, literally, because there would have been problems if they had gone.
Yeah, hope they didn't cross the white line.
Yep, they realised the track was closed and didn't go out. So we have the warm-up now just to get ourselves ready for the race. And of course, I would like to say at this point, if you would like to join me, Joao and Tony at any point in the commentary booth, please feel free to do so, especially after the first 3 hours of this race, because we won't have Joao with us after that. And I think Tony will be in sporadically as well. So if you would like to join us at any point, please hop onto the Room 2 TeamSpeak of the Virtual Endurance Championship and pop in the waiting booth. And when there is an opening available, we'll drag you in and you can have a chat. And, yeah, that will be interesting. So in this warm-up session, the driver's just going to be briefed on what they are supposed to be doing, and of course being reminded every few seconds that the track is closed and they should not talk. Because that's just how we roll. So here is the driver's briefing for the drivers. Now you all see this of course, but it's just the standard procedure. Jimmy Allison, I'm going to brief you on what's happening broadcasts. Brief briefing. Yeah, it is too bad we won't get to see Nissan here, Casper. Thanks for joining us in the chat, by the way. It is a shame we won't see a P2. If you would like to join us at any point, Casper, please feel free to, of course, because we love having your company. And, yep. And most certainly going to see what happens in the race. Just, of course, the standard briefing for the drivers going on. Of course, the green flag in this track will be dropping when the cars exit turn 9, which is the turn before the 10-11 complex and right into 12. So a nice turn 12 opportunity for cars from the start of the race. And of course, any cars that have penalties from the last race will be applied at the start of this race. I'm going to go and have a look, see who does have penalties, because I didn't check that, and it could be useful to know. But I don't know where to look for that, unfortunately, but I'm sure I'll find it. It should be some sort of steward's notes in the previous topic, hopefully, I think, or something like that. I'm just looking for that now, but I will find it and report back. Of course, the track remains closed during warm-up until we are ready to go. Standard procedure in the warm-up and preparations, final strategy talks, pep talks, the likes of that going on. And interesting little thing. But I think I have now found the steward's notes, but I haven't, not really certain. But either which way, yeah, I do know where the steward's notes are now. They're in the topic that I was looking at just further forward. So, I'm not looking at the room 1-1, I'm looking at the room 2-1. So, yeah, I do believe that there are a few cars that will get stop and holds. 60 seconds, I see quite a few. A couple of warnings and the likes of that. And a penalty summary, a team penalty summary. This is nice. So, this is most certainly interesting to see. And actually, I've just noticed a very interesting thing I've noticed a very interesting thing in the penalties regarding the last race's results. I've actually just found out by looking at it that the number 26 Fedor Ragnar Simulator car has been disqualified from the previous race for exceeding drive limit time. So one of the drivers actually exceeded the driving time and has got the whole team disqualified, unfortunately. So that has not gone well for them. And, well, the Fedor Ragnar Simulator number 26 car is the, I believe it's the GT car, isn't it? It might be something else. No, it is the LMP2 of Conrad Barr, Radek Bogus, Maciek Malek, and Thomas Blernatz. Conrad Barr having qualified, I believe, for, in 18th place, having qualified for the feeder car there. They have been disqualified from the previous race, and they have a stop and hold, 60-second there, so stop-go penalty for them. And a lot of penalties for the number 74 car, unfortunately. The number 74 is the Geo Racing Team car of Rafael Venta, Francola, Francesco Malalana, and Vincent Simone. They have 4 stop and hold penalties. Unfortunately, the number 18 car has a stop and hold. That will be the ICMRS car with Arab Kumatusoglu in. And there is, well, another penalty for the number 25 car. And that is the Origin front row car. Interestingly, Adam Maguire's car. They have a stop and hold for 60 seconds, as does the number 97 car of the Cooper Racing Aston Martin Vantage. And the number 18 ICMRS car has another. They have a stop and hold, as I said, and a drive-through and a stop and hold for number 17 car of Insped Racing Team car with Piotr Marovic in. And apparently, did people just crash? I did. Tony Creven may just have lost contact to the server there. And I think we've lost Johan Martins as well, unless he voluntarily disconnected. I'm still here, though.
Yeah, we had a little problem last night. The server crashed and threw out a few people, but I don't think that's the case right now.
While I'm sitting here, I was just running through some of the penalties that were active at the moment. So quite a few penalties. And yeah, 4 hours, 12 minutes maximum. And they just went slightly over with the time, did the Peter Ragnar car, unfortunately. But we know we've run through the penalties now. A couple of cars will be doing stop and holds, as we've mentioned. So we'll have to filter those in and see what happens after the first few laps. So that is your penalty rundown, of course, and we'll be looking to see how those affect things in the race. All penalties from last race, of course, that are being applied to this race, the start of this race. A lot of penalties for that Geo Racing team car, remember, so they will have a difficult race, this race, you'd think. Rafael Vental will have to do some seriously good driving to get them back up. And I think they're all on-track infractions, those penalties as well. So, well, yeah. Well, not except for the DQ of the Fidel Ragnar car, all the penalties applied have been for on-track incidents. Nonetheless, though, we have about 1 minute and 25 until we get this race underway, and it's going to be interesting to see how things progress.
Yeah, that first turn it's very challenging, especially at the start, so I'm fully expecting to see a little bit of contact here and there. Of course, I don't hope it happens so, but who knows?
Well, we can hope for an absolutely perfect race with no incidents whatsoever, but the likelihood of it happening is, well, given the 6 hours of it, I would hope it does happen, but given how many there was in the last race, you know,
anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and unfortunately there might be 1 or 2, but I'm hoping there won't be too many.
Exactly.
As we always do. As we just have a couple of seconds to go now until this race starts. I think it may be time for me to start cracking open the various drinks I've got with me and the stuff and likes of that. Because you need to keep yourself awake when you're commentating, otherwise sleep commentators don't work as well as awake ones.
Exactly, and you gotta stay hydrated. Commentating is hard work.
Especially on me vocal cords.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I've got a nice orange ginger lime and milk thistle drink with us to keep us going.
I think I'll stick with Pepsi, but
well. Each to their own, each to their own. Pepsi's fair enough. As I think we are going to get underway now with this race. Time has elapsed in warm-up, and the second race of the 9th season of the Virtual Endurance Championship should be getting underway very, very soon. Of course, keep your comments rolling in on the broadcast. We have a good 130 viewers now, which is a fantastic figure. Tell your friends, tell your grandkids, kids, children, friends, relatives, arch enemies, it doesn't matter. Tell everyone that the Virtual Endurance Championship is on, because we have 6 fantastic hours of racing ready to go here. Please do get people involved, because we want to have as many people watching this hopefully fantastic race as we can get. You know, and if you've got nothing to do on this Saturday, then come and watch VEC. You won't regret it. And I'm sure that is going to be interesting indeed.
yeah, tell your moms, dads, and dogs.
Yep, even your dog. Tell your dog too, as the lights go out here in Istanbul Park. Marcel Sinicic will lead us away in the LMP1 team for Deltec Racing, the number 8 car. Then Anna Maguire for Front Row Racing, P2 in the 025 Audi, and the number 18 Audi of ICMRS Racing in 3rd. Piotr Marovic in the number 17 Insmed car is P4. Then it's the number 20 Team RDPL Audi in P5. The number 11 car, I think the Atlantic Motorsport car in P6. Then number 16's Dutch Connection Racing car in 7th. And then the number 13 Nissan NIL team in 8th. Then 9th is the Black Hawk Racing car of Ben Schmidt. Then it's DR Motorsports in 10th place. Piotr Smigelski with the International Racing Group car 11th. P2 starts with the Reborn Racers car in 12th. Then Gianpaolo Foligardi 13th. German de Bottino 14th. Perroquist 15th for CMHQ Motorsports. The Team RTPL Simtech car in 16th. Team Ravati 17th in the Velocity Grand Prix car. Conrad Barr for Ragnar Simulator Feeder 18th. Full Sport start 19th. Shane Charlton at 20th. I think we're about to start the race. No, we're not. We're away from it. Jane Chancellor 20th for Black Hawk Racing. Then Revston Racing UK in 21st. Core Team 22nd. Feeder Ragnar Simulators GT car of Thomas Hinton 23rd. And RC Racing in 24th. Nicola Serini in the Motorsport Italia team 25th. The Atlantic car of the Porsche number 54 26th. Then Troy Ewan 27th. Jared Randersuit the Simtech Porsche 28th. RF2R Golf Factory 2 race car 55 and 29. Faith Dimitri 30th. And I think we are closing in on a race start now. Marcel Sinicic is rounding the turn before the turn before the turn. And I think we should be green soon. And just ready for the final few cars, we have Faith Dimitri, Raquel Vasquez 31st, Max Helmut 32nd, Lucas Dittrich 33rd, Rafael Ventel 34th, Johan Van Doren 35th, Peter Noel 36th, Javier Ogard 37th, Eduardo Beninca 30th, Garrett Tabar 39th, Yo Chiampa rounding out the field, of course. But Marcel Sinicic and Adam Maguire, the two cars at the front, the two LMP1s at the front. Hopefully going to start this race soon as we round turn 8, round turn 9. We should get the green flag very, very soon. The cars all bunched up. As Sinicic rounds off, sprints it, away I go here in Istanbul. And into turn 11 they go, turn 10. And Sinicic has got a great start out of that. Bunched the field up nicely. Look for overtaking opportunities, though, as we start the race here. Erop, Kumata Tuglu as well, going forward as well. We have all the P1s banding each other already. The P2s. P2 is goal 2. Nicky Lenz has got a good start, but it's under threat from Gianpaolo Foligardi.
Say no, fantastic start.
Oh, well.
Contact.
Yep, contact between Demartino and Sinal there. Slight contact, nothing too major. Luckily, GT's a goal also. Good start from Thomas Hint, who's up in the P4 in proceedings. Alex Pleva as well. Josh Hall's got a good start. Jane Chancellor, Corazari still leading it though. Good start from everybody here. And, well, looks like the GT's got to a fine enough start indeed. No major incidents off the first few turns. Marcel Sinicic's got a good start too in P1, as are the P2s, and a nice solid start from all cars on grid.
Conrad Barr with a beautiful.
Yeah, and he'll need it because remember, that car got disqualified, I think, from the last race, and that's a stop and hold penalty. We have penalties to come in, and several cars will have them. So let's not forget that. This is only provisional running order because we have the penalties to be applied. And Sinicic, though, making a very, very strong start. Adam Maguire struggling to keep up. And the P1's already starting to pull away from each other. We have a battle on for 7th between Rudy Cuppen and Manu Ferreira going on. And that is going to be an interesting one to watch. I do believe that we're on auto cams at the moment. But if we can get a camera person in,
we got Baronek going on Moraviak on the straight. A little bit of snaking. Baronek's on the inside. Is he going to outbreak him? It's going to be close, and he's passed. David Baronek passed Piotr Moraviak.
Yeah, Moravec, P5, overtaken by Baronek in P4. And it's going to be an interesting one to see for certain how this pans out. Sinicic, though, leading affairs in the very, very early stages of this race, although it's gone wide at turn 2 there, as has Adam Maguire. And, well, maybe pushing it a little bit too hard, but of course we have the penalties to come in still. Remember, do not forget that.
Vakian, the outbreak Conrad Barr moves up to P17.
Yeah, a move up from Varty on Bar. That is a move up, and P17 for Timo Varty. And that will be interesting to see indeed. Although Barr is giving it a nice little go here, I might actually try and take manual control of the cameras because this looks like an interesting fight.
Might have a bit of a biased opinion here, but I certainly hope there's no contact between two of those guys because, well, let's remember, Conrad does have a stop and go. But of course you're going to be fighting as long as you can.
I am going to try and grab this broadcast control then, since I do have two other people with me. I'm going to try and keep cameras on something interesting. But obviously I'm doing most of the commentary as well, so it might be a little bit difficult, but I'm trying. I'm going to move to this Conrad Bar fight then. In P18, as we watch Varty and Bar duke it out. In fact, just ahead we have an even more interesting battle. Standerson and Per Rockfist. And I do
He's going to get
believe
into the drag.
this is for P5 in class, so slightly higher up, and Bar versus Sanal is going on as it stands. So here we go.
It's going to be tight, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
He's going to try though with Stander, and he doesn't quite get it, but he does try indeed.
Aquit covers the inside magnificently.
Gives it a go nonetheless, and he is very much trying here, Stander. And I think we have a couple of cars in the pits now, do we? I'm not sure, but I thought I saw someone there. Yep, Conrad Bar in. Conrad Bar is in. But the penalties haven't been applied yet, which is the interesting thing.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, was it Conrad who had the... I think it was DeMartino and Conrad who had the little bit of contact at the first turn, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, Bar is in the pits and has turned the engine off, but the penalties don't seem to have been applied to me, so I haven't seen them applied. So unless it's just been applied without our prior knowledge or seeing them, then that is the case. But Bar has come in nonetheless and is doing something in the pits, so we'll have to keep an eye on Raphael Ventar in as well, so we must not have seen them.
Here we got Seinal right behind Oakvist. So close on turn 8.
Yeah, Stander and Per giving it all that they've got against each other here. And this is an interesting battle we have in LMP2 at the moment. It's unfortunately not many other close battles with the exception of a battle that we got going on for P7 and LMP1 at the moment. Between Rudy Couple and Manu Ferrero. Just made contact actually, that's how close it is.
Oh dear.
So Ferrero and Cuppen going against each other here. Rudy Cuppen in the Just Connection Racing car and the ASINL team car, Manu Ferrero, both battling it out for P7 and LMP1.
Here we go. We got Seinal going past Oakvist. Nice overtake off the straight. Oakvist slowing down a little bit, leaving a bit of a gap.
Yeah, Per is past Stander here to go back to the Ferrero battle though in P7 and 8. That shows no signs of letting up because Manu is right there chasing Rudy for all he's worth. I mean, look how defensive Rudy's going as well. Trying to get off the racing line to defend his position, rightfully so as well. That's what he should be doing. Obviously not too aggressively defending, of course. But Rudy Cuppen in that Porsche versus the SINL team Audi. It is the classic inter-manufacturer battle, Audi versus Porsche. The only two LMP1 manufacturers, I believe, in Room 2.
Manu got a bit of a better runoff. He's really close to Cuppen. If he can get into the drag of a Cuppen, well, we're going to see in a minute, won't we?
Yeah, something interesting should happen indeed. And we should be seeing a fight on between Ferrero. Here come the penalties. We have stop goals to Conrad Bar, Rafael Venzel, Erol Kumatogslu, Adam Maguire, Gabriel Rugold, Piotr Marovich, and a drive-through to play versus Ferrero. Almost clips the back of Cuppen. That is how desperate he was to get through. And it didn't work out, unfortunately.
Very aggressive rules by Ferrero. Let's hope it doesn't end in contact.
The stop goal to Wallace Flavor as well. Sorry, drive-through to Flavor. These cars will have to come in and save their penalty spin in a few laps. Most certainly. And we will have to see just how that progresses.
Wow, Nicky Vance little by little pulling away from Folagatti.
Yep, little by little, but of course I think this Cup and Ferrero battle is now petered off, unfortunately. So now we're going to look for something interesting else that's happening.
Cuppins and
hello! Look what we have, a battle for third in LMP1. David Baronek versus Arop Kumatogslu. Although Arop does have to serve a stop goal.
Oh! McGuire goes past Sonic.
Oh yes!
Beautiful move under traffic. Beautiful move.
Yes, for the lead. Adam Maguire has gone through. I have no idea what happened there. I'm going to have to get that on a replay. And, well, let's just go for that, if I may. Adam Maguire. I haven't seen that. That is the most recent event.
From what I saw, I think Marcel got stuck behind the yellow Corvette. And I think Maguire just smelled the gap opening and just went for it. And, oh, it's going to be close again to Mick and Maguire. Fighting for the P1 lead again. Side by side.
Oh, Maguire lost it, and then I think there was a bit of contact between the two, either which way, but nonetheless.
Oh, Shittick got a better run off. He's got to be a oh, he's forcing it into the wall. Oh, please, boys, race clean. And oh, Marcel goes past again. Has a bit of a long up.
Oh, well, this is a enthralling battle that started for the LP1 lead and all this traffic. Maguire versus Sinicic. Hold on to your everything, ladies and gentlemen, because this one just got interesting. Both, I think, Maguire, though, has a stop go to serve, so he'll want to get through, even though it means not much in the long term.
Nelson goes past Cuppen.
He'll want to go through as well. Cuppen. Nelson has gone past Cuppen, although we are fixated on this battle for the... Well, are we, though? Because neither of those two have stop goals, and we know that Adam Maguire will have to serve one, regardless of what happens, although Rudy Cuppen, John Nelson... You know what? I'm going to go to this battle for P5, because I don't think any of these have stop goals.
Yeah.
Manny Ferrero, John Nelson, Rudy Cuppen all battling out for P5.
I hope he can get past the Porsche. Nelson, yeah, he can use it. Ferrero is going to get stuck behind a GT, but so is Nelson. So they're going to be about equal. Both are very desperate in their maneuvers. Nelson's trying to look for a way through, but he just can't. Oh, is there contact? There's no contact. Both make the turn.
Yeah,
Good
Rudy
job by the
Cuppen.
Corvette.
Rudy Cuppen, of course, doing a good job of this attack offensive at the moment. Trying to negotiate the GTs as well as catch the LMPs in that Porsche. And, well, some interesting little battles. Rafael Vento has a stop-go penalty as well. And, of course, this Sinicic-Maguire battle still going on, but let's not forget Adam Maguire has a stop-go penalty.
Oh, we got 3 wide.
3 wide between them. Where's this? I can't see it.
We got Nelson on the back straight. So much is happening on track.
Well, even Tony Crevin's having trouble keeping up. You know, that's when there's a lot of action on track. John Nelson got so much traffic to deal with and so much traffic to catch, trying to catch Manny Ferrero as we have cars in the pits. That is Errol Kumatoglu. Errol there. Mighty Morris serving his penalty. Rafael Vento serving his penalty. Adam Maguire will have to come in to serve a penalty to you at some point, but is not doing so yet. And, well,
I think they're going to wait it out, the stop and go.
As much as they can, they're going to try and wait it out as long as they can. Meanwhile, I think we have a battle on in LP2, although it's not the closest battle in the world. 12th and 13th between Poligoni and Dimatino. Unfortunately, there are only few battles on track, but one can spring out of nowhere, so we have to keep our eyes very much peeled here at Istanbul Park.
Yeah, the traffic is definitely changing everything. I think when the Martino...
Oh, I've just seen something. There's a battle on for P8. Bernd Smith, Piotr Marovic. Marovic having a slight problem with traffic, but Piotr, he's not letting that stop him. He's all over the back of Bernd.
Here we go again to turn 8. While on traffic. Is he going to strike?
Let's
He's right.
see.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Wheel by wheel.
Not much room in it. Marovic versus Smith. Here we go. Piotr breaks and contact between the two. Bernd Smith goes on and goes off again. And now Piotr Smigelski's gone through in the midst of that. Well, that was interesting. I've lost my.
That was interesting. I mean, normally I don't think it's a very good idea to force the race director off the track, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Well, it was an interesting move for certain.
Here we got Ferrero right behind Nelson in the drag, going to outbreak to turn 1. There's Corazari right in front of him. Manny Ferrero chasing John Nelson, though he's trying to go down the inside here. Has to back out. There is not enough room for him at the end today, and John Nelson holding P5 at the moment, but Manny Ferrero not giving any quarter whatsoever. Just seen a comment actually racing that is 5 minutes left, not 5 hours. That's right. They don't even have any time to worry about. They've all got penalties to serve. They can't afford to waste time. Exactly. The question stands in the long run, is this going to destroy the tires? Because, of course, there's a lot of room to maneuver with the tires.
Yeah, but Manny Ferrero, he's giving no quarter whatsoever here. On board to go with him and giving everything he can give here to, try and catch John Nelson as he goes now into this turn here. No room at the end again, but he's going to try probably.
Nelson makes a little bit of mistake.
Trying
Ferrero gets a better run off.
This is going to be through the complex here, and maybe at 12 going to die for it. Next round of penalties have come through. Another one for Kumotogzu, for Ventau, for Marovic. Another one for Ventau, for Javier Ugald. Adam Maguire is in the pit serving his penalty. David Beranek has gone up into P2. Ferrero does not get the leverage needed for a move though. Oh no, Ferrero round, round goes Manu Ferrero, and that has put paid to any hopes of him doing things at the moment. Rudy Cuppen goes into P6 then, and will chase down John Nelson. It will be P5 once he overtakes Adam Maguire. Piotr Marovic in as well. Piotr Smigelski is doing some weaving on track, and well, it's stopped now, and it goes straight to P7, and we've got cars overtaking other cars. Now, just looking for a battle on track as it stands. We have a few, but not many.
Okay, we finally got the P2s in traffic.
Could lead to some interesting battles indeed. P2s in traffic, and well, as it stands, all of the GTs now been lapped. So, well, at least once. And well, some of the P1s that are further down, well, that have had to serve penalties, they're going to have to fight through. I'm going to see if I can look for a GT battle, if there is any going on. I don't think there is at the moment. Well, there is one, but it's not very close. So,
we've got we got the Mercy and I think Sherwin fighting for P24. There's a lap car, Ugalde, in between.
Yeah, we have several fights in GT and the likes. It's mostly prototypes where all the fun racing's come from so far this race. Conrad Barr in the pits, Rafael Ventau in the pits. These will all be serving their various and many penalties. In some cases and not all. Piotr Marovic leaves the pits in P16.
Okay, Nicky in traffic in turn 8. This is going to be interesting because Foegati is catching him up real fast. But Sena isn't that far off either.
Yeah, and I'll tell you another close battle that's just emerged. For P6, John Nelson now has to fight Piotr Smigelski. So now it's the IRG team versus DL Motorsport International, and this could prove to be an interesting one. Nelson losing a bit of time to Smigelski as it stands, so keep an eye on Piotr. And in these couple of minutes that we've had in the race, it's been a very interesting start to proceedings, and a couple of interesting battles that have made us really keep an eye on things.
I'd like it. Foegati, right, there's going to be a fight here. Foegati's in traffic, and Sena is just looking for the right moment to strike.
Danda looking for the right moment indeed. Thanks for keeping us updated on that, Tony. I was about to say, looks like there's a battle going on in P2 as well, but Piotr is now dropping off John Nelson, I think, or he's not catching up anymore. Not able to make any ends meet at this point in the race, so we'll keep an eye on Stanis Snarl and Gianpaolo Foligati. There is only about, well, there was only half a second at the last split. I think that's increased to a full second now. Nicky Lenz about 1.7 seconds ahead of Foligati. But the P2's having their own little fight indeed.
Foegati and Sena have to clear this one Aston Martin here. And Nicky's right behind traffic going to turn 8.
Well,
he's gonna have to slow down.
Look how much of a gap Senal has pulled back. It's half a second again from the full second. Stander has got a set half back. And traffic for Gianpaolo. This could be it for Stander now. He goes down the inside. Foligati moves over. Stander's got nobody off the track. He goes.
Off track.
Stander Senal. He tried to go for it. Gianpaolo tried to defend. Off track goes Senal. No major damage caused, but that's not going to help.
I have to say that wasn't a very clean move. I saw Foegati had plenty of room to give to Sena, but I think he just defended a little bit too aggressively. While in the meanwhile, Oquist goes past Martino for position 12.
He does, yes. That won't please Stander very much, that incident, but Jaman Di Martino will try and catch Per Oquist.
Where's contact with the GTs?
Contact with the GTs. Where is this?
I do not know who it is. It's the Mercy, and the sloot hits Maguire. Maguire's climbing up, but he's having a tough time with traffic.
Yeah, Adam Maguire got to get past all this traffic now, and it's not going to be very easy for him. Duran De Martino is still chasing Per Ockvist as it stands. And I'm looking for any more battles that are going on, but this looks to be the closest at the present moment. Although I have to say, we have been short on things to commentate on, haven't we, Tony?
No. Everybody is racing. Someone said very smartly in the comments that everybody is racing like there's only 5 minutes left, giving everything they've got.
Yeah, and that's how we like it. We like on-track battles here at VEC. It makes endurance racing more like sprint racing, and well, that's where you get all the action. As 6 hours is almost a sprint in endurance terms, isn't it? Really, as David Baronet now has about 17,000 cars to lap at once. That's a bit of an exaggeration, actually. It's about 4.
Maguire's eating away with the GTs and the P2s. I think he's now cleared.
Yeah, he's just cleared De Martino and Ockvist, who we're looking at. So Adam Maguire making short work of this traffic and trying to get back up the order, and actually going to come up to Standerson Hall. And remember, even though he's in a P1, Standerson Hall has absolutely no obligation to move over, because that would be for position. But then again, he's in a higher class, he probably still move over anyway.
Well, it's of course like the rules state that, as far as I've understood, that you don't, if you're not a lap behind, despite the fact that you're in a different class, if you are fighting for a position, you do not have to move over. The blue flag's a bit of a more of a gentleman's rule, but definitely Ferrero and Coppen. Turn 8, Ferrero gets a bit of a better runoff. There's a GT right in front of them going into turn 9.
Oh, that is a good fight to look at, P5 actually, because there was a GT there. That is Joe Ciampa, who said he wanted to start in the back to stay out of everyone's way, and it might just help Manu Ferrero, because look how close this is. This is going to be a fight on for P4, coming to the outside. Manu Ferrero is going to have one shot into turn 12. To the outside he goes. He's going to make it, breaks on the outside, and well, he doesn't have the leverage. We saw that so much last season when we raced here. If you're on the outside of turn 12, it is a miracle if you get the overtake done.
Just like the problem with that turn is because the line goes to the inside, you're going to have less grip when you're, well, forced to the outside. So unless you can cover it in a way that the guy on the inside has to slow down in order not to hit you, well, it's really hard to make an overtake there from the outside, coupled with a great maneuver on the fence.
Yeah, Adam Maguire now into the top 10 after overtaking Gianpaolo Faligati there. But we have obviously this battle for P5 ongoing between Manny Ferrero and Rudy Cutman at the moment. Although, I think Piotr Smigelski's gone past Bernd Schmidt somewhere. I saw a position change round about that. I think Piotr is in P7 now. Somehow or other, maybe Bernd has made a mistake or done something or moved over. But regardless of the circumstances, he's in P7.
Yeah, meanwhile, definitely Maguire has cleared all of the P2.
Oh, here we go.
Clear track.
Here we go. Manny Ferrero, he's had to deal with traffic, but he's got Rudy coming in his sights again. And he slows down to give himself a bit of room coming through this turn here. He knows Rudy has got 6 cars ahead of him. Or several cars indeed. Here comes Manu.
Oh, he's on the inside.
Here we go. Turn 10. This is a recipe for disaster if it goes wrong, but it doesn't go wrong. Just holds it, does Manu. Probably not going to get the move done into 12 now, but that was so close to going wrong that it was unbelievable. And now he does get a little bit of a tag from a GT there. So maybe just trying to tell him, hurry up a bit, get out of our way, please. We want to be out of the way of you.
Meanwhile, Cito...
Oh, and here he goes. Here he goes, Manu now through the traffic. He tries to get past Cutman. Doesn't work out for him, though. And this is an enthralling battle. It's through traffic. Manu Ferrero tried to get it done in the last turn. Didn't quite have the speed, though. And Rudy Cutman holds it. And this, now they're out of traffic, just going to get even more interesting.
Neck to neck.
And I'll tell you another neck-to-neck battle you might want to keep an eye on, Tony. Piotr Smigelski versus Bernd Schmidt. 4-10 in it at the previous split, although I think that has increased a bit.
While Smigelski is coming into traffic, sector 1 and... Ooh, that's an interesting place to overtake. Okay.
Rudy
there's contact! The GT hits Smigelski.
Oh dear, well, starting to go a bit wrong for them. Rudy Cutman, Manny Ferrero, though, still raging on, and they're coming up with even more traffic. Can he use it to his advantage, Manu? And here we go, double lapping going on. Piotr and Bernd in a bit of a fight, increasing the distance, decreasing the distance, but Manu and Rudy where it's really at the moment.
Rudy has to clear this Corvette really fast, and he does.
Wow. Who said the first few minutes of a VEC race were boring? They never are. Manny Ferrero causes a nice little opportunity for him from the outside. Has he got it done? He has, you know. What a lovely move from Manny Ferrero, but it's not over yet. Because here comes Rudy coming on the cutback and to try and get it into 12. And if he's pulled this off Manny Ferrero, what a use of traffic it will be. But here comes Cuppen down the outside. He's got the hard way. Gonna have to brake late or get the cutback. And Ferrero gets this wide. And no, he hasn't. Manny Ferrero gets the position done. And I think I want to see a replay of that, because that was a phenomenal move.
Coppin just misunderestimated his. I think he understood a little bit into the GT. He got stuck behind him. Saw Ferrero in his mirrors. There's really nothing he can do. Ferrero left plenty of room for Rudy, but it's just he played it safe, and Ferrero got past. Excellent move by Manny.
Yeah, Manny Ferrero, he did what he had to do. He just took the traffic, used it to his advantage, said, "Thank you very much, sir, I'm going through." Rudy Cuppen was on the outside, German ran to sleep there, and Ferreira just storms through. Thank you very much. That reminds me of that fantastic move that our now LMP1 champion, champions Petersburg Poland made back in the spring race last year. That is very reminiscent of that.
Yep.
And we all...
Sinek enjoying a comfortable lead. No immediate traffic in front of him. About a 5-second gap between David Beranek.
That's what we talk about now when we think about spring. We talk about that one move that got the commentators almost out of their seats. But of course the Ferrero Cuppen battle appears to have simmered down a little bit thanks to that move. And looking for battles on track now, I don't really see many. I think we have calmed down a little bit, although I'm sure there's something going on in GT somewhere. And there is Nicolas Arini versus Troy Ewan for 25th overall. So that is an interesting little battle there. It's not for too high in class. I mean, I think it's for about 6th, 7th, 8th, that sort of place, but it's important places nonetheless.
Every point counts.
Every point counts, and Nicolas Arini absolutely.
Making a run off, going to the inside of Yuan.
Now this is where the advantage has. He's got the advantage here on the inside of turn 12. That's where you want to be. Nicolas Arini showing how it's done and goes past Troy Ewan.
Troy trying to look for somewhere to counter him, but Serini covers his inside pretty well. So
that's how you make an overtake at turn 12, ladies and gents. Masterclass by Nicolas Arini there.
Textbook example.
That's how you do it, not necessarily around the outside as such. And, well, John Nelson, Pulis Migelski could... Oh, hang on, I think... Well, John Nelson went off track there. And, well, it was going to be a battle, but now it isn't. So that explains why that's just happened.
Oh, there's contact with the GT car again. Just a little left tap.
Yeah, and, well, could be an interesting battle if it heats up, but it hasn't heated up at the moment. But a brilliant half hour of this race to start with.
Meanwhile, Adam McGuire raging through traffic, catching Nelson within almost a second left.
That's how determined Adam McGuire is. Expect a battle between these two when it occurs. But Rafael Benton's another stop-go penalty. I think he's serving all the penalties he's got to serve at the moment. But nonetheless, I think that pretty much is the first half hour of the race, ladies and gents. And what a first half hour it's been.
Exactly. How can my heart take 6 hours of this?
I don't know, mate. I think we might have to... I don't know what's going to happen.
Get those defibrillators out.
Get the defibrillators out. I think we might need them. Although we have an interesting battle going on now. We have Gianpaolo Folligati versus Stanis Senala in LMP2. We love these prototype battles. We've just seen with Cuppen and... Cuppen and Ferrero, which has had a good battle. Senal and Folligati should be an interesting one as well. I think we're going to try to go on board with Standa as he chases down Gianpaolo.
Right behind him.
Yep, he's going to try his hardest is Standa to get this place done.
Oh, and there's a GT car in the way.
Here comes the GTs, ladies and gents. We saw them.
Senal gets a good exit from turn 9.
Yeah, Standa. There's a GT there. This could help. This could help. Standa versus Gianpaolo. Who's going to be on the inside? No, I think Standard's just dropped off a little bit too much, unfortunately. That did not help him. Didn't help him out, and Standard drops off from Giampolo. But don't think this fight's over. It's only just getting started.
So if by now you haven't told everyone you know that VEC is on, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, if you're not watching this race, what are you doing with your life? Get watching. It's some of the best racing I've seen here, and like, this is probably the best half hour of any VEC race I've ever commentated on. And this is including all the stuff I did last season. So get people involved. Come on, what are you doing if you're not watching this? You have to be mad not to. As we still have this fight going on between Foligati and Sinal. It's like everywhere you look, there's a battle. You don't usually get this with endurance racing.
Meanwhile, Baranek fighting for P1 lead, 3.5 seconds from myself. So.
Yeah, keep a very close eye on that, because that'll be one to watch for certain. Cilic versus Baranek, battle for the lead overall of the race, and that is what we love to focus on when we can. But Standard and Giampolo here, both very capable drivers. Standard has shown that this season, as is Giampolo, and in the LMP2s, it's equal machinery, so it all comes down to setup and driver skill. Of course, each driver has their own individual setup, probably. Both prefer different values compared to what the team's running. And here we go. Is this a potential move? Is this deja vu all over again? Have we just been in this place before? That is the question that we can ask, as Giampolo Foligati is looking to hold this with Standard and all, and probably will.
This time clearing it up nicely. Cormac giving plenty of space, breaking early for saying good shot.
Indeed, and he's
meanwhile, Nicky Lentz in traffic. Foligati and Sainal catching him really quickly.
And this could be a battle for not just the second place, but the lead in LMP2 as well. Standard's got a good run now. Johan van Dor in the GT in traffic, and Standard has not had the chance that he wanted to get through. This is now holding him up, but clears him.
Sure. Still, Foligati cleared him. There was just a question of that teeny tiny margin that Foligati was ahead. Killed the corner, but right now he's behind no, so Sainal's back at it again.
Yeah, Standard at it once again, ladies and gents. You don't want to be missing this fight. This is one for the ages. Traffic, Peter No, and through goes Standard. Nice move. Tony Craven makes it. No, then it's a good move, but here comes Giampolo on the defensive contact between the two, and it looks like Standard's going to hold it through the traffic. Use the traffic to his advantage again. It's not quite a FIA Sport Poland, and it's not quite a Manny Ferreira, but it's a very good move from Standard and all. But here comes Giampolo once again to try and have another go here. Going to give it another crack of the whip, and round the outside, inside, choose your line. Giampolo down the inside, not going to go for it yet. Knows better, but he's going to have a time getting the inside. He's not going to Ferreira him. Locks up a bit, does Giampolo, and that is going to put fate to his overtaking opportunity.
Sainal.
And here comes Aaron Kumatic Circlu as well to put a lap back himself on everybody else. And well, as interesting a fight that was, all fights must come to an end. So it's Rudy Kuppen in P5 is going to lap Conrad Barr here, but Bernd Schmidt is right behind him. This could be an interesting battle too, you know. Bernd Schmidt, here we go. On Rudy Kuppen, he's going to get the draft, but does he have the leverage? I don't think he does from here.
Not yet.
He breaks later, but he doesn't have it, no. This is most certainly going to be an interesting battle as well. We've just seen the whole Sinal battle there, and now we're going to get one in P1.
Meanwhile, GT, Nicola Serini and Sherwin fighting for P23.
Yeah, there is a battle going on down there in P23 between Van der Sloot and Serini and the two Porsches. That could be an interesting one. Coming just starting to pull away from Schmidt as we see on the cameras, but those two GT drivers, Van der Sloot and Serini, Sherwin very good in those GTs, and Nicola we've already seen very good this season as well. Both in the same car, with not as many setup options. It really is even more of driver skill when you've got this sort of scenario. Because GTs are the great equalisers when you have the same model.
Especially on this track.
Especially on a track like this, or on any track where you've got the same car and roughly the same setup options. Bernd Schmidt, I think, is not pulling back to Rudy Cupman as quick as he like, although Cupman's got traffic to deal with in the form of a couple of GTs.
So does Ferrero, though. He's got a P2 in front of him.
Yeah, here.
Oh, there's contact! Oh, no, damn hits. Oh, dear. That's bad.
Yeah, team is hitting someone. Here comes Bernd Schmidt on Rudy Cupman, though. Doesn't quite get it done. Joe Ciampa in the way, though. And Bernd Schmidt, Rudy Cupman. Take two, perhaps, for these two. Are we going to see a move here? Bernd is right up goes to the middle of the traffic. Now on the outside, where he wants to be, because if he comes the inside, Cupman has to move over to try and defend, and does. Bernd Schmidt's going to go to the outside. Has the not preferential line here. Contact between the two, and off goes Bernd Schmidt there. And that's unfortunate that that battle ended like that. But Bernd has not felt the force of good there. He goes off the track, and Rudy Cupman somehow retains P5, although I suppose that might be looked at after the race.
We're going to take a quick 5-minute break.
I think you might need it, mate, with the amount of stuff we've been had going on. I think it might be wise to do that. We'll see you when you do come back, of course, Tony. And, well, unfortunately for me now, it is just me on my own. We seem to have lost UR Martins in the proceeds of all this. But nonetheless, I'll try and do my very best to keep an eye on the action going on. Bernd Schmidt and Piotr Smigelski, despite Bernd Schmidt having just had an incident, is now being chased again by Piotr. So let's go to Piotr now and see if he can catch him. Timo Varty is in the pit. He has no front bumper. That might have been the contact that Tony mentioned. And, well, he has a drinking game. Take a shot every time Tony gets excited. Proceed to die from alcohol poisoning in an hour. Well, I don't think I'll be partaking in that game. But, you know, since I need to live to do commentary. But, nonetheless, we have this battle going. Piotr Smigelski's just been overtaken by John Nelson, whose engine is blown! John Nelson has blown it for the DL Motorsports car. And what on earth happened there? I am going to get a replay of that. I don't know how that happened. But John Nelson has had a do. He is out of the race. And 20 seconds before that, I'm going to see what happened. He is out of the race here, John Nelson. And I think he just downshifted too quickly, blew the engine, and John Nelson is out with DR Motorsport International. And that is a shame for him, and a big, big problem. Tony Greven, you witnessed that as well. What a dramatic early end.
Oh dear, what happened? Did he shift too fast? Like
I think he did just downshift a little bit too early, and he has ended the race, unfortunately, for DR Motorsports. Not to put any blame on John Nelson, these things do happen, but it's unfortunate it's happened just 38 minutes in.
What a shame. I just had a bit of a briefing with my teammate, Demo, who sadly had a little bit of contact with the GPs. As far as he saw it, there was a 911 on the outside, and I think he made a bit of panic when he went on the curb, and sadly hit Demo and took his front splitter off. But these things do happen, and we still got 5 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Well, we've already had a retirement after 30 minutes in John Nelson, of course. Actually, Eduardo Beninca has gone as well in one of the Corvettes. He is out of the race in number 98 Corvette, so I didn't even notice that. But John Nelson blowing his engine, maybe just downshifting a little bit too quickly. That can happen sometimes.
He did rejoin the race, it says here.
Yeah, well, if the engine is blown, that will not be able to be a rejoin.
No.
And yeah, engine problems do mean, I think, pretty terminal race ends.
Yeah, I think, like, to those who don't know, there's this little trick in race racing that in the case of a race-ending accident that is not mechanically, let's say you, for example, spin and hit the wall, take out your wheels or something like that, you have this trick where you pull out your Ethernet cable, plug it back in, and it basically resets the lap, but I'm not sure how it works. They might have updated it out. Well, that's what we did in Nords 24 last year. Or some people did.
I'm sure the legality of that might come into question in some circumstances.
Exactly.
But if it's there, then I suppose, unless it's been ruled illegal, people can do it.
Yeah, like, in Nords, I want to reiterate, in Nords it was, since the Norse life is over 8 minutes, so it was actually emphasized that in the case of such an incident, you are allowed to do what I just explained. Because it does take over 8 minutes for you to, like, it does add over 8 minutes to your race time, because of the simple fact that you do reset your lap that you were on. But yeah, definitely,
well,
definitely unique to sim racing. Probably won't be seeing that much in the VEC.
that certainly can't happen. And you know, that's the thing actually, as a potential talking point here as we have a battle on between Rudy Cup and Ben Schmidt again. One of the talking points that I like to bring up is the differences like between sim racing and reality.
Schmidt on the
Of course,
inside.
here comes Ben Schmidt down the inside of Cuppen, and well, locks it up, just burns. Well, I was about to say no love lost between these two after the incident they had before, but Ben Schmidt loses it of his own accord this time. He will drop back down the order, but then, as I was going to say, you know, there are things that sim racers have to deal with that actual real racers don't. Yeah, we have mechanical problems. Yeah, we have wheel loss, but we also have the infamous disconnects. You can't disconnect in real life now, can you?
Program crashes too. Like, it's just the nature of sim racing, really. It's very rare, of course. But
yeah,
sometimes you do get them.
It's
Meanwhile, I've been keeping an eye on McGuire all this time. He's barely 10 seconds off of Kyoto. As Miguel's, he's really climbing. Burning up those tires.
Yeah, I don't think we're really giving Adam Maguire as much credit as he deserves here. He is storming back off the field after that penalty. And it's not like he's had a race damaging incident, but he's just had a penalty to deal with, and he is charging back up the field here to try and catch Pulis Miguelson. He's got a little bit of traffic to do within Johan van Doren here, but gets through nice and easily. And yeah, he's making a nice charge. He'll be hoping he doesn't have a disconnect for certain. But nonetheless, he is just slicing and dicing through this traffic. He has to brake a little bit for Josh Hall there, but does so, and we'll be looking at Multi Miguelson thinking, I'm gonna get ya.
Looking over the comments, a nice comment from Ozzy11200, and he says, "Take a shot every time Tony screams. Proceed to die from alcohol poisoning in 1 hour."
Yeah, I know.
I don't recommend it.
No, we here at VEC do not encourage drinking while commentating. But that doesn't mean that I can't have non-alcoholic things.
Exactly. You gotta stay hydrated.
Yeah, gotta be done. As we have Manu Ferrero in the pits for what I believe is the first of the regularly scheduled pit stops. And does that mean the pit window is now open? Well, Adam Maguire's in, so it must have.
Okay, so Manu Ferrero and Adam Maguire. Interesting to see Maguire isn't that far off of Ferrero while entering the pits.
Yeah, and Maguire has gone, well, he's coming in the pits, goes on to the medium tyres. That is a switch from the softs to the mediums. Manu Ferrero, I don't think it's changed, but do you want to know what's happening again? Ben Schmidt, Rudy Cuppen, take 3, turn 3, the third, the sequel, whatever you want to call it. It's happening again, and this time there really will be no love lost. And these two will both want to win against each other. And, well, Ben Schmidt has got that Dutch Connection car firmly in his sights. I would goes wide a little bit, this burnt.
Osvaldo entering the pits. Could be a graphical error, but is he missing his rear wing? Please check that for me. I might be having a graphical error.
Osvaldo Angeloni in the pits. Oh, he is missing his rear wing and front wing, big time.
Oh dear, what
must
happened?
have crashed somewhere, but of course with our race director Ben Schmidt on track, we can't call code 80s. And that is from P3 as well, so the Atlantic Motorsport car has suffered a bit of a catastrophe there.
Meanwhile, Manu Ferrero coming off pits, joining right behind.
Cars in the pits, Gianpaolo Ferragati in.
Senal in.
Senal in. Maguire is still he's leaving the pits now. But Rudy Cup and Ben Schmidt, a battle going on as well, let's not forget.
Perroquist, entering the pits too.
Yeah, Per Rockfist in. We have a lot of cars coming in the pits now. Must be the 45-minute window is pit window time. Unless people can make the tyres or fuel last longer. And, well, I'm still focused on this Cup and Schmidt battle because it's just heated right back up. There's a GT there Alvarez and
Ooh,
Cuppen
Cuppen
has had a
goes
bit of a time with it, although Alvarez not really giving any quarter here to Schmidt either. He wants to get out of the way and does, but Burton has got to make the distance back up now. And, well, he'll be trying his hardest, Will Burton, to do stuff, but it's not working out for him at present. Piotr Marovic isn't too far behind, although he is a bit behind. A lap behind Marcel Sinicic, who's just ran away with it this race. But here's the big battle for P3 at the moment. Cuppen Schmidt could be getting a little bit interesting. And, well, here we go. Going to be going for a goal here. And Rudy Cuppen versus Bernd Schmidt. Could be interesting, couldn't it, Tony?
Definitely. So interesting action later on. I mean, already we've seen plenty of contact, plenty of action, overtakes everywhere. Oof. Meanwhile, Angeloni's still in the pits with that broken rear wing. What a shame. In P3 to dead last. Almost.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for them, yes, and yeah, that is not good for them. As for the Angeloni, then in the pits, that would be a big repair time for them. But Schmidt, Cup in the battle, we're still looking at.
Meanwhile, the Martino and Lenz in the pits.
Yeah, and they are in the pits also. A lot of cars choosing to pit now, but this could be an interesting fight between Schmidt and Cuppen, because they're there and we're just waiting for the move now, aren't we?
Yep. Bit of the got a little bit quieter after the first pit stops, but I'm sure that the battle will heat up in a minute again. Definitely Schmidt and Cuppen still going on for the fourth time. Oh, neck and neck. Less than a tenth between them. I'm sorry, less than half a second between them.
Yeah, really not much in it now between these two, and they are going to be going forward, left, right, and centre for certain. And, well, after the little incident there, do you think Byrne will want to make it a point of honour to get past Rudy?
We'll see. Like, I think Burns is going to be a little bit more careful with his overtake attempts. I think he's going to wait for Cuppen to make a mistake. And I think Cuppen knows that. There's a bit of a battle of the giants going on here. Mr. Schmidt just has to get behind Cuppen and wait for traffic or Cuppen to make a mistake, because they are both equally as fast.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, David Perenek from P2 pits.
And Baronek in. Oh, Grant Sinicic a bit of a reprieve. Although no reprieve for Rudy Cuppen. He's got Osvaldo Angeloni out of the pit and racing, as well as Stuart Ciampa. So a lot of traffic to do with, and Angeloni has come out all the way in 14, 2 laps down on Sinicic.
Okay, so I wonder if Cuppen's going to get stuck behind this. Yes, he is.
He is going to get stuck.
Schmidt
Here comes
is going to have
Burns.
to. Here it comes.
He's going to go for it. Look how much he's getting stuck. Peter Noe here really holding up Rudy Cuppen. And now, oh, contact almost. Bernd Schmidt's going to have to try and do something here. And, well, you could argue that Peter Noe just held up Rudy Cuppen a bit too much there. Should have got out of the way sooner, perhaps. But it's not helped Bernd Schmidt in the end, because he hasn't gotten through.
It's not like Peter can do much. It's just like the GT cars don't have any understeer, so you're going to be looking into your mirrors, and then you're going to be dealing with one of the most technical parts of the circuit at the same time, so there isn't really much you can do. I mean, in the end, oh, De Martino hits Noe as we are speaking and hits him off track. Oh dear, that was not very sportsmanship like Mr. Martino.
Oh, yes, he just taps him a bit, and then off he goes. That was not a very good...
That was not even necessary. I don't understand. No, he gave him all the space in the world.
Pit in the pits, Schmidt in the pits. I'm going to try and get a replay of that incident there, then between German Di Martino and Peter Noe. I think that, let's go here. And you see, just goes a little bit off track there. just a bit of a tap, and off he goes, and that is unfortunate.
In these
But-
schools, that little tap is enough. What a shame.
Yeah, just enough in the end. And Bernd Schmidt in the pits though. Rudy Kuppen has been given a bit of fresh air. Marcel Sinitic, race leader in. That means David Beranek will have a bit of a time to overtake potentially.
We'll see. There was a 54-second gap, and I think that's going to be just enough for Bernek. Definitely they're going to come out neck and neck.
How they look, Sinitic is revving. Sinitic is leaving the pits. Out he comes, and Berenek's not going to get it. Marcel Sinitic holds the lead.
I was dead wrong.
Well, we aren't all right all the time. Well, he did. Oh, well, I thought he might have had a chance, but there isn't much of a gap now, really, to be honest. There's only about a few, like, not that much in it. Certain. If Berenek picks it up, then...
Not that far from Ferrero. Has done a majestic job. That goes past Smigelski. Oh, no, wait,
yes.
not yet. He was,
and Maguire's there as well. And Maguire in the 7th.
Yeah. Excellent job so far from Maguire. Despite the stop and go, he's really climbing.
Indeed he is. He's having a great race, as we said. And now chasing down Manu Ferrero, who's chasing down Bernd Schmidt, who's chasing down Puro Maravich, who's chasing down Rudy Kuppen, etc., etc. And all of them are chasing David Beranek. I don't think there's much going on in the world of P1 anymore, so let's see if there's any P2 battles engaging themselves. And I don't think there is, unfortunately, at this present point.
Not quite yet.
Not yet, at least, so... Yeah, it's starting to die down, the action, but it's just when it starts to die down that anything happens.
You say that. Gerard de Bar is just going past Alvarez and just breaks a little bit too early. Doesn't want to make the Gerard de Bar not making the move on Jose Alvarez. On the inside, taking it safe conservatively. Can't blame him. Seen how much contact
that is
we've
30th and 31st going on. Cedar Vija way behind, so not really in any position to attack those two at this present moment. And, well, we are 52 minutes into this race, and it looks like things have started to calm down just a little bit.
Piotr getting out of the pits, but Ferrero entering turn 1. It's going to be close, but, Ferrero gets stuck behind.
He does, yes, unfortunately, Manu does get, but there's not much in it. Piotr only about a second, maybe 2 seconds ahead.
And Piotr has a P2 coming up right in front of him. So...
It's easier for the P1s to overtake the P2s than it is the GTs, I think, to be honest with you.
That's
so Manu might find a little bit less time on his hands through this lapping manoeuvre, as P1 and P2 cars very similar, just different engines in.
Exactly. I think the P1s have a little bit more downforce.
But he has got hold of a bit, Piotr, because there's a GT in front of the P2, and he's got no way of getting through. Yeah, here comes Manu then, making advantage of the traffic. Ricardo should get out of the way here. Kawasari. Then Folagati there too, Maravich there too. He goes through, Maravich knows maybe perhaps that Manu can't do anything yet, but Gianpaolo Folagati should just hit the brakes slightly and let Manu go through here. Manu goes wide. Cleared the traffic, but it has not helped Ferrero as much as he would have wanted it to. Well, there's more GTs ahead as Rudy Kuppen pits.
Is he really going to go from the middle? No.
Well, coming out of the pits, actually, sorry. Yeah, and look at this now, 2 GTs for Ferrero.
And, dear, for sector 3. And that means Piotr is going to make a clean run away.
He's got no traffic, well, apart from Alvarez, and Manu Ferrero gets a little bit offline there, actually. So now it's all going a little bit wrong for Manu. And, well, now he's in the clutches of Adam Maguire.
Here we go. Indeed, traffic works both ways. It's the great equalizer.
It is. Traffic is the great equalizer. Perhaps something we'll have to incorporate into our broadcast in the future. And Adam Maguire then really starting to catch up. Oh, contact! Contact! Maguire gets punted now. That is major damage. And he rejoins. What on earth happened? I'm going to have to get that on a replay because...
They went 3 wide in turn 2, and I think Gianpaolo clipped Maguire and did a police takedown type of maneuver, and that was enough to send Maguire flying into the barriers. Oh, what a shame. I wonder if Folagati's going to damage.
Well, I'm going to have a another look at that. We've got it on the replay here. And, well, let's just see. Maguire was coming round, passed round the bar, round here, and then I think he had the outside anyway. And, I think the bar and Folagati had to come in together, and that's how Folagati got shoved into Maguire, and Maguire had nowhere to go. But just as he was getting back into it, and Maguire, he suffered a setback.
What a terrible fate. That's for sure.
And that is big damage as well. He's got half a lap to do with no front bumper. I'm sure this would be a code 80 if Ben Smith weren't racing, but he is, so I don't think anything could be done. Yet, at least. But you know, that is the thing. When you have your race director as a race driver, you never know what's going on. But nothing can be done. Unfortunately, Maguire just has to limp back to the pits as safely as he can, and that is unfortunate. Has Folagati taken damage of any sort as a result of that? Smigelski, speaking of Folagati, bit of contact between the two, but that is not what we want to see. Unfortunately, that's all accidents.
But I don't think, at least I didn't notice just yet. I don't think. Verroquist and Giampaolo, they pitted. Did they pit? Because Nicky Lance is falling behind. He's fourth in class.
Well,
third in class.
They may have, they may not have. We do not know, but we'll have to check, perhaps. But yeah, that is the unfortunate sort of incident we don't like to see here at VEC, and a shame that happened.
It's just the reality.
I think it was just a miscommunication between the P2 and the GT, and Adam Maguire helpless to avoid it. But he is now going to suffer damage because of that, and that is going to hurt his race big time.
Yeah, it really, like, from a driver's standpoint, it really goes far for you to be decisive and communicate to the slower guy in front of you that I'm going to take this line well ahead before the turn. Because if you make erratic maneuvers mid-corner, like what just happened there, it's going to end up in chaos. But it's just, it's hard to... While going really fast into a corner, you have to keep an eye on your rearview mirrors for the guy behind you, then you gotta keep an eye on for the guy in front of you. Oh, multi-class racing.
What are you gonna do, eh?
Exactly, what are you gonna do?
Well, it is unfortunate to see that sort of thing, but I'll tell you what we do have going on at the moment. A nice little spotlight for the GT cars. Shane Chancellor versus Thomas Hinds for second in class. And what an overtake it would be if Hinds could pull this off. He's way back yet, but he's got to hope that Chancellor runs into some sort of trouble. Possibly. Great racing from that Peter Ragnar car though, so far this race, as we just begin to round out the first hour. Ferrari versus Aston Martin here. Hinds versus Chancellor, and it would be a great overtake if Hinds could make it work. Well, it's going to be an interesting fight for certain. It's for a high, I think it is, as I say, second in GT, so it is of significance to this race. Really wants to get this move done as Hinds, but he doesn't seem to be getting the ground as of yet. Though he does clearly look at him. If I'm going to go on board with Hinds here, he looks to be closing in bit by bit. Most certainly starting to close in at least, if not massively. He's making the grounds on Chancellor.
Maguire, did he not pit?
He is in the pit. He has pitted, yes.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he's in 15. But here comes Hinds now, trying to go on Chancellor here, through down the inside. Is this going to work out for the Australian? Brakes, turns in, and yes, it does. Great move from Thomas Hinds to move into P2 in GT, and he'll be very happy with that. Of course, quite new, I think, to the VEC as a whole, but he's showing his credentials here. Has a lot of experience elsewhere, a very, very talented driver. Shane Chancellor will want to try and take the position that he's just lost. I'm holding go with Shane as Timo Varney goes ahead. And Timo trying to negotiate Hinds as they go through. Thomas just moves off the track very nicely, and Timo goes through. Shane Chancellor not going to get any chances from. And now goes De Martino through as well. And that is an interesting little fight in itself. Sanal versus De Martino could brew up if things allow. Varty, of course, going to be lapped by De Martino. Although Shane Chancellor has caught back up to Thomas Hinds again. And this could be an interesting one for Shane because can he make the move that, can he make the position back? This could be interesting if it could be a battle. And I'm hoping it will be a battle. Adam Maguire in the pits again. And this will be to repair that damage. Maguire in. And it just goes from bad to worse for Origin front row. I thought they'd already been in.
Yeah, me too. Like, it seems like they went on another lap. Again.
Unless they've had another incident.
From
Which I hope they haven't, but no, I don't say anything. Maybe he was just that slow, genuinely. But Maguire has already dropped the positions, and no, I think this is off the same incident, to be honest with you. Yeah, it is. This is off the same incident that they had before. No, actually, no, I think they came out of the pit, and the damage wasn't fixed for some reason.
Interesting.
So they're about to come back in the pit, and that is just going to cost them even more time. That is unfortunate for them, most certainly, but Shane Chancellor versus Thomas Hint still raging on in this battle, although Shane has dropped time now. Kind of gets a little bit more difficult for me as a commentator at this point because I can never really tell what battles are going on because it just says one lap is the gap. Although I've just noticed Burnt Schmidt versus Rudy Cupburn. It's going to happen.
There we go.
Burnt to the outside this time. Brakes for the corner. No leverage available for Burnt.
Late apex. Is it going to work?
Well, he's going to have the run into 12. Not maybe as much of a run as he wants, but he's going to have a run into 12. Rudy Cupburn is going to have to do something. He's going to go to the...
Ooh, it's going to be close.
Right on the outside. We've seen this happen before. He won't have the leverage that he wants. Rudy Cupburn should theoretically have this.
Wide.
Yeah, Rudy does have it because, remember, turn 12, you have to be on the inside if you want any chance of an overtake. And Rudy had it, so it was pretty much no goal for Smith.
Actually, there is a fight coming up. Nicky Lance and Gianpaolo Foligatti for, I think, second in the P2s.
Yeah, that could be a battle indeed. Lentz, we're going to have Foligatti Lentz here. Let's go to Nicky Lentz in P12. Oh, actually, yeah, let's do that because there was traffic in the battle there. So let's go to Lentz in P12.
Oh, Foligatti giving a little bit of a up tap to the GT car in front of him.
Yep, Joe Ciampa there in the Odin racing car, and Foligatti and Lentz battling it out.
Clearing the turn nicely though.
And the run from Lentz is going to be reduced somewhat, but he's going to try anyway. Probably not going to get it done this turn, actually, to be honest. Nope. Isn't going to get it, but he closes in. Closes in.
Foligatti had a bit of a lock-up, I think.
Absolutely, and let's, Nicky Lentz versus Foligatti. This is looking even closer.
Exit.
More about the driver skill here. Lentz is going to have to make something where he's not going to try it to turn one, is he? He can't do it. But he's gonna break, but no move! What is he? Is there a move at the end? There is no move at the end. Almost makes one work, but does not. And well, maybe it's for the best that he didn't.
Yeah, that would have been catastrophic if Nicky would have gone for that gap, which did not exist.
Yeah, it's one thing going for a gap that exists and one thing going for a gap that doesn't. As well, some people will argue, but oh, Gianpaolo there locks up a little bit. Back goes out. Here comes Nicky to try and capitalise. Wants to go for it. Might not be able to go for it, but he's going to try anyway as he breaks down into this turn. It doesn't appear to be happening for Lentz, but he can most certainly keep trying.
Foligatti under massive pressure from Lentz.
Thomas Hinz in as we speak. Shane Chancellor retakes the position, but Hinz in, as is Josh Hall. So cars starting to pit in the GTs now after about an hour's worth of racing. Hinz going onto the hard tyre. Interesting. As is Josh Hall behind.
Oh, didn't make a move quite yet. Made a bit of a mistake there. Meanwhile, Foligatti and Lentz are catching up with quite the pace.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, I just want to put a reminder out. If you would like to join us in the commentary booth, feel free to do so. Head on over to the VEC room to TeamSpeak and hop in the waiting booth. And when there is an opportunity, I'll get to you, and as will Tony. But right now, we are watching this battle. Osvaldo Angeloni in the pits, Conrad Barr in the pits, But Nicky Lenz and Gianpaolo Foligatti giving each other room. This time it's looking a little bit easier for Nicky to go into turn one. Is he going to try it this time? Yes, he is! This time the gap did exist, and this time he gets it. Nicky Lenz through it at P10 overall, and second in LMP2. That time the gap did exist, and he did take it. Well, what do you think of that, Tony? That wasn't exactly taking a gap. That does exist.
Yeah, exactly. I think Foligatti, he saw Lenz coming in and just decided that, I don't know, maybe he has some worn out tires or something. Just to let him through instead of wasting both of their time. Letting Senal catch up to who's quite close to Foligatti already.
Yeah, and well, Senal is closing in and he's pulling away his Nicky from Gianpaolo. Got a little bit of traffic in the form of Josh Hall to deal with. Can't really do anything on the line here. And this is Gianpaolo's time to close in. We're still looking at Nicky Lenz as Gianpaolo starts to close up. And now he's got the revs car to deal with as well. Though it has equalised indeed. And Standerson now has a chance to go for it too. He is in P12. He is trailing Gianpaolo. He will try and go for that position. Third in class. Be a great move if he gets it. But it doesn't necessarily seem like the most probable move at the moment. He's trying though, he's trying his hardest to get it. As we have Ventio offers in front of them. And here comes Stander! Well, that was controversial. Went for it, contact didn't work, but he hasn't won from it. Gianpaolo stays ahead. Not necessarily the best move to make, but he tried it, and luckily nothing major happened.
Thank goodness.
We could have had a very bad incident there if something did happen, but
Meanwhile,
it
it's Walter Angeloni in the pits again.
It didn't. Yeah, Angeloni in again. I don't know what's going on here. No front bumper. Maybe they're just getting involved in incidents. Or losing the front bumper. Maybe there's damage that isn't being repaired. I don't know. Well, we saw that with Adam Maguire's car, with damage not being repaired, and this could get pretty catastrophic for the Atlantic car if their front bumper is not being repaired.
Meanwhile, German De Martino having a little bit of liberties with the driving line, racing line. Going a little bit.
Yeah, well,
off the track.
Foligati's got a bit of a time in. Marcel Sinicic here, race leader, wants to let him through, but he's got to try and defend from Standerson all. Not going to be easy for Gianpaolo, but he does so. Here comes Stander. He's closed the gap from 100 to 0 in the space of seconds. And a move looks likely on it. The 12 now. Stander. He's got to do something here. He's going to get the inside or the outside. He's going to try and choose his line. He's going to have to go to the outside here in turn. Or is he though? He's got to pick. He's waiting. He's waiting. To the inside. He goes Stander. Kept Gianpaolo guessing down the inside. Hits the brakes and well. Gets it this time in slightly more clean means. Standerson all into third in class.
Yeah, Stander, he right up to the last second. Analyzing Foligatti's maneuver and analyzed it well, because it worked.
As well, apologies to Johan Martins, we have him back with us, I didn't realise. Hello,
Hello,
Johan.
again,
Hello,
guys.
welcome back. Sorry, no, I don't even know my words anymore. Hi, Johan. Great to have you back.
Thank you. I was just pep talking my team in the other room.
Well, no problems. It's great to have you back, and fantastic for you to be back on with commentating 70 minutes into the race. It's been a lot of racing.
Yeah, I'm noticing the cars are really grouped together. They're even different fast cars are all just going around the same bit of track, and that makes racing interesting because you have to yield to someone and you don't want to yield to the wrong person and lose a position.
Meanwhile, Senal catching up to Lenz. Is he going to have to deal with the GT on turn 9? I think he does. Yes, he does.
Yeah, Stander has to deal with some GTs. Luckily though, it's Joe Ciampa, and Joe Ciampa gets out of the way. Now we can resume his pursuit of Nicky Lenz, class second placer. Per Rockfist in P1, leading affairs at the moment in that class. Don't think there's many LMP1 battles going on at the moment, that much is for certain. We'll go P2 as a couple. And, well, Maravich Schmidt is a battle actually. I didn't notice, but Piotr has either just gone through or is defended his place. I'm going to check with the events thingy that I've got here. He's gone through on Schmidt. So, or at least defended the position. Despert went through first. Bernd Schmidt, though, going to try and be catching Piotr Maravich. And Bernd is going to have an interesting little battle to go on here.
And the two GTs right in front of them might play a role in this.
Potentially, yes. Piotr versus Bernd. A battle on. Maravich versus Schmidt. Blackhawk versus Inspect. Ferrari, sorry, not Ferrari. Porsche versus Audi. What do you want to call it? I don't know, but it's a battle. 4P4 going to go on. Although Bernd is actually looking to lose time here. Does not seem to be gaining on Maravich.
Yeah, I think he got the short end of the stick in that traffic situation.
Yeah, and Rudy Kuppen is actually not that far ahead of Piotr Maravich, so second, third, fourth and fifth in P1, all within battling positions of each other. Keep an eye on them for sure. In fact, we will keep an eye on Benjamin for now at least.
Meanwhile in P2, Nicky Lenz is trying to track down Pat Hoxfist. Or whatever you call him. Sorry for murdering his name.
Lenz and Ockfist Lenz is trying to catch Ockfist, Sinal trying to catch Lenz, Fronagotti trying to catch Sinal. It's all sorts of battles going on. As Sinal and Lenz are not far away at this moment, and Ockfist and Lenz not very far either. I'm going to go to Stander, because this could be an interesting couple of battles. Stander Maguire trying to get past on Stander, unlapping himself, does not really offer much resistance. On Maguire here, Maguire, this could help Stander trying to get past. I think Maguire's damage must have been fixed by now. As he goes through, as does Sinal. Helmuth there in the BMW, playing a nice back mark and roll, not getting in the way. And Adam Maguire is, well, through. And Stander Sinal chasing down Nicky Lenz. And he said at the start of this broadcast, Tony, that he's had good pace this race. Do you see him catching Per Rockfist and potentially winning this, or helping his Reborn Racers team win this?
We aren't 1/3 into the race. You can't ask me questions like that. I have no idea.
It was a bit of a trick question, because I've always said you can't predict endurance racing.
Exactly.
And I'm asking you to predict endurance racing. It's a bit of a trick question, really, isn't it?
Like, let's assume that the race would go on as it is now for the rest. No contact anywhere. Everybody suddenly magically on the same strategy. I think Sinal and Nicky are going to have a battle in a minute. So honestly, I can't tell.
It is just too early, isn't it? As we're 70 minutes into this race, and Stander Sinal most certainly going to be giving it the full beans to try and catch Nicky Lenz here.
And they all have to wait if it's worth battling each other or just trying to track down Marcus.
Yeah, and it's a case of, are they going to work together or are they going to battle each other as well?
Gets a good run
Yeah,
off.
Stander's got a good run on Lenz, who was had to deal with traffic. This could be could it be a move into turn one?
Not yet.
Stander, I wouldn't count it out, but he's not gone for it, knows better, and decides against making a move. And, well, he's going to line up a better one. Lenz defensive on the outside, tries to squeeze, and it's not working, unfortunately, because Stander's still there.
Well, I guess that answers my questions, and I was just eager to get past Lenz.
How eager is he, though, is the question. He's got traffic coming up in the form of Lucas Dietrich as well, and this could be interesting for Stander Sinal, because if he can get past Nicky Lenz, he's one car away from Per Rockfist, who is leader, and he's not that far ahead. This is an enthralling battle in LMP2 we've got going on, and the one I think we're going to be looking at for some time as, traffic for Stander, traffic for Nicky. Per doesn't have any traffic apart from Serini, who he's just dispatched, though it's all come down to the traffic again. Traffic stopped play, it seems. That has been the case this race, or at least in this part of the race. And unfortunately.
And meanwhile, Josh Hoare and Ricardo Corazari are battling for the prime position in the GT class.
Yes, Josh has gotten past Ricardo, and I'm going to divert away from this LMP2 battle, even though we have Nicky Lentz and Per Rockfist not far away from each other, because this is for the battle, for the lead of the GT class, which is just as important, because they're racing too. Ricardo Corazari versus Josh Hoare. It's Revs versus Pulse, Corvette versus Ferrari, the two most popular cars in Room 1 at least. Going to be battling it out here in Room 2. And, well, here comes Ricardo, trying to find the line. He looks to have the line. Doesn't have all the speed, but he's got as much determination as he needs to try. And Ricardo, through this chicane, isn't going to get it, but he'll have the draft. And that is key for him. Chef's up into 5th, and through into 6th through this turn. It's a very fast right, as we all know. But where's he going to go? Is he going to do a Sinal? Is he no? He's going to go to the inside. Advantage, Corazari. Here comes Ari. As we go into the turn, looks like it's his position. Brakes nicely, holds it round, and Josh is helpless to do anything, unfortunately. Ricardo has the line, and he assumes GT Pro, well, GT lead, Amsterdam in Season 8.
Probably Josh was also looking at the gap to Thomas Hintz and decided that it wasn't worth it trying to battle Corazari and slowing both down and invited another car to the battle.
Yep, and Hidden's not really far away from the Revs car and the Pulse car at all. And
Schmidt.
Oh, Schmidt, where is Schmidt? P5. Yes, we have a battle on. We have Ferrero looking to get past Bernd Schmidt. Traffic is helping him. And this is the battle from the crust in this race, isn't it, Manny Ferrero, Bernd Schmidt? We've had this before. We've just been in this place before. Are we indeed having an episode of Deja Vu? Is Manu Ferrero going to get... No, he's not going to be close enough for a move, but he's going to close in on Schmidt, who tries to get past Serini and has not worked. That's just put Manu closer.
It was a little bit wide.
And, well...
right on the back of Schmidt. Oh, Schmidt!
Oh, Schmidt wide, and is this going to help Ferrero? Pulls into the draft, realising what's happened. He tries to get as much advantage as he can. Turn one, he's not going to go for it. Thinks sensibly. Tries to hold position. Maybe this will help Bernd Schmidt, actually. But there's traffic ahead. Maybe you'll have seen that and thought, not worth it yet.
We are barely 15 minutes past the first hour marker.
Yeah, 77 minutes into this race, and all of a sudden, it's all kicking off again. No rest for the commentators, as to say, in nowhere, but let's have just quite it. Yeah, Lentz past Ockfist. Lentz is now. Oh yes, I'm stuck in two battles here. Standerson all per Ockfist, but Smith Ferreira happening. I'm going to go back to Ockfist, who's now lost.
I'm gonna guess he made a mistake because his lead was just too big.
He's lost GT. He's lost LMP2 lead. Here comes Standerson all. Doesn't go for the move, but tries to put the pressure on. And well, Ferreira's dropped right back on Schmidt now. So that battle is not as important as Sinal versus Ockfist. We're going to go on board with Stander. And here we go through here. Stander Sinal versus... what's it going to be for Stander? Inside or outside? Inside, but not enough leverage. Per has it covered.
Oh, Per goes a little bit wide.
No problem, he goes well, a little bit wide. Here comes Stander. Round the outside. He can't make it work around the outside shield. He doesn't have the leverage. Per Rockfist,
he
though.
does have the runoff from Per.
Yep, Nicky Lentz, though, leading proceedings in P2 as well. Sorry to interrupt things, but this whole Schmidt-Ferreira battle's taking interesting turn. Ferreira. Sinal on Ockfist. What a move from Sinal into turn one, indeed. Ferrero has got past Schmidt as well. So Manu Ferrero in the 5th past Bernd Schmidt. That has made a move happen. And then Foligazzi behind now. Ockfist down into 3rd from leading LMP2.
Beautiful move from Sinal. He just had the leverage and held it with everything he had.
Let's watch Bernd Schmidt though, because he's closing in on Manu Ferrero. And Rudy Cuppen isn't that far ahead. Per Rockfist is actually about to be lapped by this LMP1 trio. And Bernd will be hoping to make position back and go for the overtake again. Indeed, the racing is real here at the SRC Virtual Endurance Championship. Bit of a play on words potentially. Bernd Schmidt goes wide. That's not going to help him. That's not going to help him at all. He's going to lose time to Ferreira, and it's not going to let Spigelski in. He's too far behind, but it's going to give Ferrero a breather as he attacks Rudy Kupman, who is having a great race to be in P4 at the moment.
Meanwhile, the GT3,
Oh, we got a car off! Car off! There's a car off somewhere! Just after the thingy. And is that Ricardo? No, it's not.
Oh dear.
Maravich is Piotr Maravich has gone off, and as he, yeah, that is what happened. He, it was contact with Johan Van Doren in the GT, who just comes too far outside, I think, and contact there, and the Insped car just, gets damaged, and that was another incident with the GT. That will put Maravich down in the order, but Rudy Kupman will go up into P3, as Manny Ferreira, Bernd Schmidt, the likes of those, all dropping back now. And Rudy Kupman has got third, but it is not taking a good turn for Insped. And oh, more damage and contact! And that's Kumar Choglu as well! Down in turn 2, and let's see what happened there. It was,
80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, Cody in 10 seconds, it was Van Doren again! Johan Van Doren getting involved in another incident, but I think...
5, 4, 3,
I think,
2, 1...
Kumar Choglu just went over the side of Van Doren this time, so maybe not Johan's fault. But we have a code 80 and Andrew Foligati I don't think is realised. Gianpaolo Foligati is still speeding away, and he does not know it's a code 80.
So they're way too late.
And he's hit the limiter now, but he might get a penalty for that. And that will be unfortunate. We got another car around. Bernd Schmidt reversing onto the track. And that was a dangerous thing maybe there from Bent, but he did have to call the code 80, remember? He did have to do that, but what actually happened? Why did he have to reverse onto the track?
Good question. I don't see any visible damage on him. Did he spin?
I don't know, I mean, he went off anyway, but let's see, it was a bizarre thing, he actually lost it under braking, and that's why he had to do that, but maybe could have picked a slightly better way to join the track, I don't know. But he has actually called the code 80 in from that car, interestingly, so must have known about something. Or seen Maravich, or done something, but as it stands, this is a massive equaliser for anyone in a fighting position. I'm looking for any battles that are close on track at the moment, and I don't see any, unfortunately. So it hasn't, well, it's going to help Josh Hall versus Thomas Hinz, who are both going around at the moment. I'm going to go to Thomas Hinz in that Vida Ragnar car. He's got about a second between him and there now, so first code 80 of the race, and it could help out the Australian here. Although there isn't that much of a gap between them.
Oh, and
German Martino
has lost the front splitter, yeah?
Martino has it. Martino has David Baranek taking the time to come into the pits. This is effectively a free pit stop for the RGPL team, and that is good timing from them. Rudy Kupman and the likes.
What if the code 80 ends in the next 30 seconds or so?
Well,
how long are code 80s on average?
Usually until the car in question that has caused it gets back to the pit safely. So they vary by length, but
pitting.
They vary by length, but Standard Sinal in the pits, Piotr Maravich obviously in, Nicky Lentz in the pits, cars taking the time to get this free pit stop out of the way, and, well, where is Di Martino in all this, because I think he might be in the pit until he comes back in.
Okay, we're coming back to green in 10 seconds.
Well, maybe not. Back to green in 10 seconds, says our race director Bernd Schmidt from that Black Hawk Racing car.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
And green flag. Bernd Schmidt calls it back in. We are racing again. Thomas Hinz we're looking at as he tries to catch Josh Orr. It's not going to happen just yet. A lot of cars in the pits.
Question stands. Was this a mistake from St. Allen, Oakvist and Lentz? Because we have to remember this was, I think, 6 minutes before the initial second pit stop window.
Well, it's put Foligati in the lead of LMP2, but how long will he stay there? Because while Stander and that are still in the pits, Manny Ferrero is in the pits, Bernd Schmidt obviously not. Well, Thomas Hinz we're looking at does not seem to be catching Josh here, so we're going to go to Foligati, LMP2 leader. And he seems to have come off the best out of everyone.
Okay, Nicky Lenz is leaving the pits as we speak.
And he's jumped Sanderson all. And Sanderson all is obviously had a pair of Rockfish. Martino might be in for a bit longer, but Rockfish should come out soon. But Lenz has jumped it all in the pits, and that is a good move from him. Although Fonagati, as we see, leading affairs in P2.
But he's going to have to pit soon too. So maybe it worked out. We will see, because Nicky isn't that far off of Gianpaolo. It's only, let's say, maybe half a lap.
Yeah,
Yes,
going to be enough
and
for Nicky
with
to
an
catch up.
extra pit stop in the way, he has more fuel. He can go longer. Let's see
Yeah.
what this amounts to.
Well, yes, but I mean, he's going to have to come to the pits earlier, because the limit in the P2 cars in terms of petrol is 75 liters. So, like he's going, like Nicky, Stenda, and Per, they're all going to have to come in the next 46, 47 minutes or so. So they might have to do some fuel conserving by the end of the race. We will see. No driver swaps yet in the P2s, at least. German De Martino still in the pits. Demovati coming to sector 3. To the last turn, is he going to go past De Martino? Oh, Demo is pitting as well. Interesting move.
Well, yeah, Varty in the pits then from P14 in all this, and interesting to see him pit now, and well, we'll see how that goes for him, of course, but you know, at the moment in the pit, obviously.
And meanwhile, Hinz is making a move on Har.
Yes, Thomas Hinz has caught up to Josh there, and he has gone
and he
through.
makes it stick into the last sector.
May have missed that, but Thomas Hinz does go through into what is second in GT again. After that, a couple of prototypes through it. It's all up to Josh to get the position back now. Ferrari versus Ferrari. Here at Istanbul Park, it's going to be on the outside for the Revs car. As we come round into the turn, it's going to be advantage Hinz, and he shows it. Holds the inside, says, thank you very much, I'm holding this position. You are not going to get that from me, and keeps second place. And it has really been the story of this race, turn 12. If you're on the outside, you're not getting the overtake done. One of those corners where you need the ideal line 24/7, otherwise it's going to be no overtake city, and that is not what you want to be in, because no overtake city is no fun city, because overtakes are fun and we like commentating on them.
Exactly.
As well, speaking of overtakes, we might have one in the works here. Standards Alves and Nicky Lenz.
Yeah, so we certainly haven't had a second to take a breather here. It's been action.
Yeah,
Constant
24/7
action.
Racing City here at VEC, and it's not just in Room 2, it's in Room 1 as well. But, you know, keep an eye on both broadcasts if you can, because it's always good to get the best of both worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that it's going to be an interesting race all the way through. What's been your thoughts of the race so far then, Tony? Because we haven't had much time to chat to you in depth. We've just been going for opinions on moves, really.
I don't know really what to say. It's like my mind is constantly looking for battles right now, and but there isn't one going on as of now yet. But
Well, yeah, I mean, as a race in total, it's been quite good. We're only 1.5 hours in. Wow.
And as a quick note, it seems like the GNS curse has struck again, because Jimmy is a lap down on every P1.
Oh no! Well, that's not very good for them. Hopefully something bad hasn't happened.
I wonder if he flipped the car again like last time.
I don't know, I just logged into the stream and he was a lap down.
What a shame.
Well, yeah, unfortunate for them, and that is not what we really wanted. But either which way, things are going alright in that sense for some cars in here. I've lost my train of thought, unfortunately.
Yeah, but he is a big guy.
Yeah, unfortunately here that Jimmy hasn't quite had such a good race in the GNST, but hopefully he can claw it back though. Former Room 2 competitors, so we do have an interest in them.
That's why I mentioned them.
Exactly. Meanwhile, the Martino has been changed to Juan Lascage. I'm not sure if that's how you spell it.
Let's where's De Martino then? I didn't know he just mentioned
The
Juan
one with the
Lascage.
Argentina car, P15.
Oh, the Argentino car, P15. One last cat, yes, a driver change. First of the race, I think. One last cat in then. So we'll have a couple of drivers, James Duku, Ronnie van den Hoff, waiting for cars, and I'm sure they will be making driver changes sooner rather than later. And well, let's have a little bit of a look at where people stand then, give a bit of a race rundown. Marcel Sinicic, I know we're still looking at Standard Sonal here, but Marcel Sinicic is leading affairs for Deltec Racing Team. It's David Beranek second for Team RGPL, a minute down
lead.
the road. Rudy Cup in third for Dutch Connection Racing, being chased by Bernd Schmidt in fourth for Blackhawk, and Piotr Smirgelski rounds out your top five in LMP1. LMP2 is led by Giampolo Folagati, who's just come into the pits, actually.
Exactly.
Who's just come into the pits for the LMP2 team, so that will be taken.
We will see the teams who pitted during the Code 8, and we will see if they got an advantage. I got a feeling they might have gone like a free 20 seconds off of their pit stops, thanks to the Code 80. But we will see.
Yeah, Nicky Land's hoping to take up P2 lead here once he gets past Folagati, and then Standard Sonal will be third in LMP2, probably going into second. Compare Rockfist and TSMHQ Motorsports Company fourth, maybe going in third, and fifth place in LMP2 is Juan Lascage and the Argentina team. And then going into the GT category, we have the current class leader Ricardo Cavazzari in PAT for Post Motorsports. Thomas Hinds second for FIDA Ragnar Simulator. Josh Hall third for RevSim Racing UK. Alex Brautigam has gotten into the car for Black Hawk Racing. And Valentin Solerac for RC Racing Team rounds out the top five in LMGT. And oh, we have Timo Vati off the track almost. He's trying to rejoin and does successfully. Does not lose any track positions, but I'm intrigued as to why he lost that. So I'm going to look on the replay. Oh, he looked to just drop it out of the turn by himself. No damage done though when he's on his merry way once again.
Well, good to know there wasn't any damage.
Always good when there isn't.
I think this is the point where the fatigue starts setting in. Like okay, let's admit, it's not physically as demanding as real WEC, but you do have to concentrate quite hard on the longer stints. And towards the end, you might just like those little moments of not focusing on track. It's just to lead up to a mistake that could cost you the race.
Indeed, it can, and well, unfortunately, when that sort of thing happens, it's not good. But it can stem from the smallest mistake. Can't it? As well, Bernd Schmidt, Piotr Smirgelski were close. They're now not as close anymore. And well, Kumatopia was actually just unlapped himself on Bernd Schmidt. So showing a bit of fortitude here and definitely determination. We appreciate that. Trying to unlap himself, and he's on a bit of a rampage getting through all this traffic at the moment. He wants his lap back, and he wants it now. He's decided he's had enough of being 2 laps down. He wants to unlap himself on Bernd Schmidt to start. Going on a bit of a charge here is Errol. Looking further down the order, I don't think there's too many other battles at this present moment, but as is endurance racing, that can change on a dime. And I'm hoping it will change on a dime because we love commentating on things that are going on track. But of course, not happening just yet.
And according to AccuWeather, just Lascage hits a GT car.
Oh,
straight into
Juan Lascage has hopefully no damage has been caused, but
I have a feeling that might have. Oh, he's having a little bit of issue on the straights.
That was.
Yeah, that Corvette is bent.
I think he might have a little bit of an issue with the left side of the front.
Yeah, that was Miguel Vasquez that he hit there, and he's crabbing a little bit, Vasquez. I think he might have had a bit of damage caused, actually. and not enough to cause a going in. He's got it under control. But I just want to give a shout out here to Errol Karatoglu here, who's now, I think, unlapped himself on Rudy Kuppman as well. He's on a charge here, trying to get past all the cars he can get past. David Baronet well up the road, but Errol has found pace somewhere, and he's got to get past Miguel Vasquez now. And Vasquez having a bit of difficulty getting out of the way with that damage on his car, and unsurprisingly, does get what he does get out of the way eventually, has to resort to going off the track to do so though. Rudy Kuppman though will try to get a lap done, and you know what it's meant? It's meant Bernd Schmidt has called right back up. We're on a battle for P3. It's Rudy Kuppman versus Bernd Schmidt, take 1072. Schmidt down the outside is not going to have the advantage, and Kuppman still has it, but they're closer this time. Maybe Bernd Schmidt can pull it off. And oh, well, Bernd Schmidt. It's like these two are just destined to come together at every opportunity. Schmidt this time, I think, too far on the inside. Taps and Kuppman, and round he goes. He will not be a happy German.
And Schmidt just demonstrated how little room there is in the last sector. There is no way to go too wide through there.
Yep, not an easy time at the moment for Bernd Schmidt. He's had a couple of incidents this race, and he has found it quite difficult to proceed. He's had a couple of incidents, but he's trying his hardest, Bernd. Full praise to him, but it has not gone his way, this particular overtaking opportunity.
This just reminds me of one of the greatest artists of our generation, Dave Rogers, who once wrote that, and I quote, "Deja vu, I've just been in this time before, higher on the streets, and I know it's my place to go.
Wow.
Following you and the search is a mystery. Standing on my feet, it's so hard when I try to be me. Yeah."
well, I'm sure Jimmy Broadbent would approve of that for certain, Tony. As well, Alex Browningham might not approve of the fact he's had a bit of a slide on there, trying to chase down the other cars. I've just noticed that. But, yeah, gotta have a bit of Eurobeat in as well. It's a mandatory thing when we're talking about GNS these days. Almost their own reinvention of the genre in its own right as well. Well. I think it's been a great 97 minutes of this race so far, and a good further 260 to come in this race. An hour and 40, we are almost into this 6 hours of Istanbul, and Marcel Synergies, of course, still leading affairs. Nicky Lentz in LMP2 leading affairs there, and Riccardo Cavazzari leading it in GTs. And of course, watching the comments, it is of course brilliant to have everyone who's watching with us, and you know, it's fantastic, you know, that we have such a great audience watching the race and such engaging comments as well.
It's a fantastic. We have such a great host. You're doing a magnificent job, Joshua.
Ah, yeah, you give us too much praise, you really do. I mean, I'm no professional commentator, but I do my best.
Yet.
I do my best, I do all I can do, and I'm, you know, I am all of me ultimately. As I think there was a song that goes, don't know which one, but I'm sure there was a song with that song titled Somewhere in the World. Answers on the postcard, please. But one last cat chasing down, or at least trying to not be chased by Team Ivani. We've got all sorts of things going on, but not many major on-track battles at the moment. Bernd Schmidt is obviously going to be trying to catch Rudy Kuppman again, but not having too much luck with that at the moment. Although I say that, the gap has closed down again. He's going to close in the gap we've seen this race, Bernd Schmidt. It's just whenever it comes to overtaking, problems occur. And I'm hoping that that won't happen again, because we do want to actually see an overtake happen. But Bernd is trying his absolute hardest to get past Rudy, and it just does not seem to be occurring for him. That Black Hawk car, of course, the LMP1, the Bernd Schmidt, Patrick Barden, Sasha Glatter car, and all three of those Germans, very talented, I'm sure, but none of the opportunities have arisen that Bernd Schmidt has been able to take, unfortunately, and that is why the Rudy Kuppman car, the Just Connection car still there, Nicky Lentz we're talking about.
Traffic.
And that might give Standerson all a slight chance to catch up. We're going to Stander now. We'll see if it does.
He's going to be stuck behind traffic for turn 8, so I don't think.
It's three wide traffic as well. It's like the almighty block, and oh my word! What on earth was? Who was that? I didn't see. Was it?
That was, I think. That was Conrad Barr who had a hit with
Conrad, yeah, I'm going to have a look at that before we get it on the replay. I'm going to have to go way back here on the replay function because I don't know what happened. Let's see if I can find that. Conrad Barr. Well, yeah, I think he saw it. And then, oh, yeah, he did. Because Sam Corazzari came over. Ricardo Corazzari came over. And Conrad Barr had an off-the-track excursion. And that is unfortunate for him because, well, that's not what we like seeing, unfortunately.
Nope.
Corazzari, the GT leader, of course, so had his own race to run. But, you know, you have to be careful to avoid other cars, even in a GT. Yes, it's the faster cars. It is their obligation to make the move happen safely, but you can help it as a GT. Certain.
This is true, but of course you have to think about number one. You know, you have to think about your own position, what you're doing.
Yep, you have to think about yourself. You have to think about the cars ahead, and that's why I think the LMPs usually get given the the responsibility to make moves happen safely because they are the faster cars by a mile. But when you're in a GT, you should try and make it as easy as you can if you're making laps.
Yeah, definitely. But
I think Corazzari didn't expect Conrad to make that move. I think he expected him to stay behind during turn 8. It was a late move. It was probably not going to work. So he moved over and took the racing line, which is what he should be doing.
Race leader Marcel Sinicic is into the pit lane, and that might give David Baronet an opportunity to catch up, but we discussed this before. It's going to be close, but I think Marcel might edge it from here.
You can see there's a minute's gap from Sector 2.
Yeah, and David Baronet barreling down into turn 12 as it stands. He will try his hardest to catch up to with Marcel, and he wants this lead, doesn't he? He wants this lead, David Baronet.
Baronet coming to the last turn on the main straight now. It's going to be close. Marcel drops.
I think he's got it. I think he's got it, I think we have a lead change on, and we do. David Baronet assumes race lead for Team RGPL. And now all of a sudden Marcel Sinicic, for the first time this race, is not in the lead. And I think that might be because... I think it is actually. I think there might be a driver change in store for that Deltec car.
Could be.
I can't see any driver names on it, but it's a longer stop than you'd expect.
Yep.
So, Xavakis in. Xavakis comes in for Deltec. There is a driver change, and the Team RGPL car leading the race for the first time this race.
Meanwhile, Bernd Schmidt coming in, as well as Adam McGuire leaving the pits.
I'll tell you exactly why Bernd Schmidt's coming in. I mean, it's because Patrick Barden will be taking over that Black Hawk Racing car, and hopefully Bernd can join us to help me with the camera work on this broadcast, and it'll be a pleasure to have Bernd with us if he can do that. In fact, I've just been poked by Marius van Vink. Yeah, driver swap to Xavakis. That is what has happened there. Bernd Schmidt in the pits, Piotr Smigelski in the pits. Everyone's starting now, taking the opportunity to do driver changes. I think they've decided now is the time, and driver changes are on for time to driver change. Don't know what sort of garbled English that was supposed to be, but hope it made some sort of sense, as what's making absolute sense is the fact that at the moment there was a 27-second gap between Xavakis and David Baronek, and that is a gap he's going to have to make up if he wants to get that Delta car in the lead.
Now it's 29 seconds.
Yeah, so maybe those cold tires not helping Saber in the early runnings, but may help him in the later runnings. Although, I'll tell you, I'll bring him back to Standerson now. We've given him a lot of exposure this broadcast, and he's chasing down Nicky Lenz once again for P1 in P2. That's a bit of a tongue twister if you don't know what you're on about, but I do, luckily. As yet, Patrick Barden in the Black Hawk car. That means hopefully we can get Bernd Schmidt in with us, and he'll be able to look over for co-80s more often. We might get more co-80s now the race director isn't racing. Great to have Bernd with us though, and hopefully at least Wojciech Kaszka has come in for the IRD team. So that is indeed a certain other driver who was racing before, who I can't remember the name of, out of the car. Sorry about that. My memory is not perfect, but Adam McGuire has got a perfect little double overtake done there. He's making serious inroads on everybody.
Again.
Again, wants to get through, but hopefully there's no incident this time that stops him.
Yep.
And 20-minute repair for car 58, apparently. What is car 58? Can you check for me, please, Tony? Or I can check who's in the pits.
I can check.
58 is the... Oh, it's Gerard DeBar in the exclusive racing series car. 20 minutes is a big, big, big repair. Marcel...
Wait, did you say 20 minutes? I thought
Yep, the full 20-minute maximum repair time.
Oh, my.
And Marcelo Silveira has come in the number 86 car. And they've been in the pits for a while, but Silveira has swapped over. And yeah, that is that. So, here we go then. I'm looking for any more battles on track now. The driver spot's getting out of the way, and I don't see any, which is a problem.
Well, oh wait, never mind. I was going to say Angeloni and Piotr.
Yeah, Angeloni's unlapped himself for Marovic. Well, there will be blue flags waving at Angeloni, but nonetheless, I'm hoping that...
Whoa, there's going to be contact. Oh, that's close.
Whoa, that's not very good. Now,
not good.
Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at that.
Way too late. Sorry, Piotr. That was way too late. Almost hit last guy, and then hit. Oh my God, you hit Angeloni. Oh dear.
Well, let's have a look at what happened there then. We're going 15 seconds before the event, and we will see that Marovic comes in, and as they go into the braking zone, I'm watching a different thing. Oh, Angeloni got stuck behind Laskak. Laskak comes in, and then just misses Marovic, and then maybe doesn't have enough time to react to the fact that Angeloni has gone round, and then he's tightening as hard left as he can, and well, on second looks, maybe Piotr might not have been as fault as we thought he would have been.
Well, technically yes, but Piotr was on the inside and he was going to make a very rash move. And of course, like, he was trying his best, but there's just a certain speed the car will just understeer into the guy next to you. So, I don't know. Gonna have to see the replay of that myself.
Yeah, you might want to go back on your local copy and have a look. I'm just going to on the replay, obviously being in charge of the cameras. And I think we might actually be able to get Patrick Bergschmidt in with us. So it would be lovely to have him with us if he wants to come up. I'm just notifying that if he wants to, he's more than welcome, and hopefully will come into the room with us. But yeah, we have a couple of sort of on-track battles going on. Patrick Bardin actually trying to unlap himself on Xarpa Kiss at the moment. And that, I think, is worthy of attention.
And Senal is still sniffing Nicky Lance's fear.
Yeah, and Lance, and yeah, he's not gone away this race, has he, Stan? He stayed there and he's thought, I'm going to stay right on the back of you because I can, and I'm going to go for the win because I'm capable, as is our team. That's what his mindset must be.
Sometimes that's all you need. If you pressure the guy in front enough, mainly over the course of 6 hours, they will make a mistake. You just have to make sure you don't make a mistake first.
Oh, and here it comes, just as you said it. Stand out right on the bumper of Nicky, and Nicky tries to cover. Oh, he's not giving Senal any room on the inside.
Oh, yeah, it is a close battle.
There.
Down there, and Nicky. It's going to be.
Nicky goes wide.
Oh, is this going to be through now? Yes, it is. Through it is temporarily, at least for Sanderson. It's not done and dusted yet because it's still very close. Though Stander has the advantage in the turn 12. If he's pulled this off, it'll be a phenomenal move, but I don't know whether he's going to. Nicky Lenz in the outside. It's not the best line, but he's got a good speed advantage. Is it going to be a break from tradition, or is it going to be a very much to Sanderson? No, so yeah.
Nicky spins.
Oh, well. That I'm gonna have to look at that again. That was a bit of an interesting one. But that, I think, Sanderson...
Senal breaking and letting Nicky pass again. Very gentlemanly of him.
Well, yes, a very gentlemanly move there from Sanderson. How did he get through again? We'll see. He got through, and, well, yeah, through he goes, and then, just a bit of contact, and then he tries to straighten up after a bit of oversteer, but then Stander waits up, lets Nicky straight back through. What a gentlemanly move that was. I think
here we go.
And now the masterful use of traffic to get by.
Yeah, so now...
maybe not.
Oh, side by side, wheel to wheel.
Stander! Through again, this time without the incident. Nicky Lenz, nowhere to stop him. And Standards now takes the lead of LMP2.
Beautiful use of traffic.
Yeah, but for how long? That's the question. For how long? Because Nicky Lenz is there, and while I'm very, if I was Standards now, I'd be very worried because Nicky Lenz is a very capable driver, and he doesn't want him behind him, that's for sure, because he can come out of nowhere if traffic gets in Standards' way. And it might not end very well for Standard, because look at this, well, Timo Vardy's in a P2, so it won't be as hard for him as it would have been a GT as he closes in and breaks. Oh, locks him a bit. Is this Lenz's chance to gain even more time? He'll be thinking, I want to crack in this like, and he'll be going for Sonal with everything he's got. Standard will be thinking, keep off me, don't overtake me, please, I'm leading. Don't shoot us, etc. But maybe not that dramatic as well. Nicky Lenz isn't going to get anything done at the turn 12, that's for certain.
If they ever convert this race into a Shakespearean play, he's definitely be part of the writing team.
Oh, well, you couldn't script this if you wanted to, mate. This is far from being scriptable. This is Reg Winner Series Championship. It's a step beyond as well. Could be a step beyond my voice going if this actually keeps on going. As Nicky Lenz is still chasing him down here. Phenomenal battle for the P2 lead. P1 to P2, whichever thing you want to call it. It is the battle that you don't want to be missing, and we're not missing it because it's on camera.
Exactly. We aren't even 2 hours in yet. So much has happened.
Like, yeah, 2 hours. If this is the first 2 hours, I don't know what the next 4 are going to be like. I have no idea what the next 4 are going to be like. I don't think Bert Smith knows what the next 4 are going to be like either. Hello, Bent.
Hi, Chacha.
We're witnessing an enthralling battle in LMP2 here between Standards and all and Nicky Lenz. Oh, P1 traffic for Lenz there in Wojciech Kaszka. But as a P1 driver yourself, Ben, you've just had an interesting stint there.
It was very interesting, very intense. Seriously, it was a really hard fight with Woody Capper. Was off track 3 or 4 times, received a 10-second stop and go penalty because of that. So yeah, it was all included.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a difficult thing sometimes in LMP1. Of course, you are fulfilling dual roles here in this race as race director and driver for Black Hawk Racing. And, you know, we actually saw you call in a code 80 from the car, which is an interesting thing, which I don't think I've ever seen happen before. So, a first for everything.
Yes.
Oh, Lenz has gone off. Lenz has had an undue moment. He's gone all sorts of offline and unstuck there. Nicky Lenz, and that is not good for him. What actually happened? Nicky Lenz, well, oh, I think he just went too far inside, went round and round, and, well, not good for Nicky Lenz.
This is where the fatigue starts setting in. Oh, Nicky driving really slowly. I think he might have a little bit of damage.
Oh, he's gone over front bumper, but he's in the pits. Luckily, no need for Code 80 to do anything there. He has managed to get himself back into the pits, and that is lucky for him. But it's going to give Standerson all a huge break.
I bet he's sighing right now.
He'll be sighing a sigh of relief, that much is for certain. And a lot of S sounds going on there for Standerson all. But he's just slicing his way through the traffic now, and I think that calms that battle down just a little bit. I'm looking for anything else going on track, but for you as an LMP1 driver, Bent, it must be an interesting experience to have to call in the code 80 from the car, as we were saying before.
Yeah, it was. So in front of me, LMP1 and then GT crashed. I've seen those, and both going into the wall, so more safety first. And I was having a look on my track map. Look at this. Tell me.
I mean, there is a lot of action going on track at once in this. For you racing, it's impossible for you to pick it all up at once. So as a race director, you're more likely to pick it up, especially when you have commentators to help you out with that. But you know, it's great to see you racing as well, because you know you have seemed to have had a good chance of it. Patrick Barden driving that Black Hawk car now at the moment, of course, in P5, not really on any battles, but just running his own race.
Yeah, he has a good stint now. Maybe a bit smoother than mine. But we are quite fighting for the podium against Rudy Kaplan and Manu Ferrero, so let's see what he can do. He feels good.
Oh, we got a GT off. We have Van der Hoff off there, but he's gone way off the track, luckily. Ronnie Van der Hoff does not get in anyone's way, no damage. And, well, luckily nothing has come from it.
To flat spots.
Yeah, Nicky Lenz, though, after that unfortunate incident that he's had, is in the pits, and is there going to be a driver change involved in this? I don't think there is, because no one's there.
I got a feeling there might be, but I don't know.
There isn't. I don't think there's anyone there to driver change too, so it couldn't happen even if they wanted it to now, as one last cat now takes up P3 in LMP2. And at the moment, it is very much a sort of runaway train with Per Rockfist in P1, a lap ahead of Volagati, and then Volagati quite ahead of Laskat. Hiragati P4, he will probably go in LMP2, and the likes of Conrad Barr behind. Kamazari and Hinz are a fair bit behind, but Hinz is a fair bit ahead of Josh Orr in the Revs car there, and Alex Broutigan, of course, not too far behind in the running as well.
Yeah,
Zarma Kiss has held that 30-second gap to David Baranek in P1 as well.
Nicky falling way behind the other P2s. He's behind Laskat by now. No, I don't know. Did he have to change his entire front bumper? Because I think that's around 2 minutes of sitting in the pits.
Yeah, I've actually just checked the view standings. At the moment, we have more views than Room 1. But only just 103 to 101, so that's an achievement. Obviously, we're doing something right. But nonetheless, I'll tell you something else we're doing right. We're going to down a P1 battle, Manny Ferrero versus Rudy Cuppen.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. I'm sure Tony Crevin is happy to hear that we got this battle going on again for LMP1 leads. Two leaders in the LMP1 class, not overall lead, of course, but it's a blooming good battle we've had. Just managed to avoid swearing on broadcast there, which would have not have been good. But, well, it's about as good as a big basket of bread for Manny Ferrero, straight down the inside of Rudy Cuppen. That's how advantageous the inside can be. And
that was John Paul.
That was lap P2.
Well, there was a lap P2 actually. Well, Josh, you're going to sleep. Stop it. Now we've got a battle on Manny Ferrero versus Rudy Cuppen. I thought that was Rudy Cuppen getting overtaken, but the cars look too similar. It's not. It's a V2. And now Manny Ferrero all over the back of Rudy Cuppen as we come through these corners.
You might have, instead of your screen, you might have been looking to a crystal ball, because I think that's the moment to strike for Ferrero.
Yes, indeed.
You're proving Tony's point that this is when the fatigue starts setting in.
Even the commentators.
Yeah, even for commentators, fatigue starts to set in sometimes. You can't avoid it forever. Oh, here we go, Manu. Rightfully doesn't. I'm coming wide. Thank you very much, Manu. Gets the
This
point.
is going to be an interesting turn 8.
It's going to be very interesting turn 8. Cuppen's got the inside, but he doesn't have the speed. And Manny Ferrero thinks, thank you very much. You've made a mistake. I'm going to take advantage. There he goes into LMP1 third, but now traffic. And he's got to slow it down. Is this capitalisation time for Cuppen? He's got 3 cars to deal with as well. And Vasquez and Lafargo getting a Rudy contact ahead, but Rudy gets through 1, gets through 2. He's going to get through Laskat and start the charge again.
Meanwhile, a bit of sad news for Nicky and his team. They are still in the pits.
Yep, still in the pits. Lenz and Co.
Their class from first to last. And, this is the magnificence of endurance racing. Anything can happen at any point. Oh, we aren't even 2 hours in yet.
We're not even 2 hours in. Well, we're almost 2 hours in, but we're not quite 2 hours in. And anything can happen, you're rightly saying, as Ferrero leads Cuppen by quite a while now over this time. So this could be interesting. But Ben Schmidt, as a race director, it must be a pretty hectic race for you as well.
Yeah, of course. It's many traffic, it's many action on the track. You have to look after a lot of things. Not only crashes, also overtake or overlap maneuvers. It's pretty hard to find all the stuff that's going on track.
I'm sorry, Bern, we have action for P6.
Well, I'd say that, but it's Bjorn Marovich actually trying to unlap himself. Well, it's worth looking at because Bjorn Marovich is trying to unlap himself on Kashka here. This is for the Insped car to go through. It doesn't happen, unfortunately, but it would have been interesting to see Piotr get through. It's not a direct on-track battle, but it's as close as one can get without having a direct on-track battle. And Piotr Marovich wants to get this unlapping thing done.
I'm sorry, the live timing played the trick on me there.
Oh, well, we just had a close one there. Stan Sinal and Conrad Barr. Barr 3 laps down on Sinal, but Stander gets away with it as current P2. He will need that, but he's about to take the lead. Well, he's not about to take the lead, actually. He's about to take the lead. I think he is, actually. He's actually in the lead. Yep, P1 and P2, sorry, to the RGPL Simtech combo team. And, well, he's leading and almost had a bit of a disaster, but survives.
Meanwhile, David Bernick doing excellent stint. He's managing the gap to Saba Kiss to about around 30 seconds consistently as we go past the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, we have just passed into the 2-hour mark, a third of the way through the race, and it is not to be confused with anything else. David Bernick leading in LMP1, Zabak is second, Manu Ferreira third, then Per Okvist not leading in LMP1, Constantis and Arlis. Okvist though is second from Giampolo Fonagati. Then in GTs, it's Corazari from Hinz from Josh Hoare making up the top three in that class. I think I'm going to go for a quick break now, leaving things to you, Tony Crevan, and I'm just going to ask for the cameras to be put on auto cams while this happens, and I'll be back in a short while.
What's up? Well, it seems things have quieted down a little bit. Of course, with the good old traffic management the P2s are having to do. But I don't think there's an immediate fight anywhere to be seen quite just yet. And do correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm also trying to look for a fight, but I don't see anything. Nicky Lenz is finally out of the pits.
Alright, he's... Oh dear, he is 5 laps down his rival Standerson now. He's still in the car. He's going past the third, this 2-hour mark in the car.
Yeah, he's probably gonna triple stint it.
Yeah. And who can question the choice? Nicky's a great driver.
Yeah, but about this time he's probably starting to suffer from severe fatigue.
I know,
the mistakes will start piling up. It's just the way it goes.
Yep.
I'm gonna do a 3-hour stint today.
Oh dear. How are you going to do that?
I don't know. I'm in one of the cars that's worst position in class, so I can't really screw anything up.
So you're driving what car now?
I'm driving the Room 1 Aston for Duffingdor Racing.
Oh, alright. Well, I hope you have it. Oh, good luck with that.
Thank you. I'm gonna try to be consistent and try to capitalize on something like Nicky just did now.
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
As we all know, anything can happen.
It's an endurance race. It's all about keeping your pace constant. It's all about consistency, keeping it out of the wall. If you can do that, someone is gonna put it in the wall. You're gonna gain position just by sheer luck. You can get a pretty decent result just by being consistent and staying on track.
And to paraphrase the great Chris Harris, the first rule of endurance racing is to stay out of trouble. And the second rule of endurance racing is to stay out of trouble. Can you guess what the third rule of endurance racing is?
Stay out of trouble?
I'm not sure. Maybe. Well, we'll just have to assume.
Either that or don't forget to refuel.
Exactly. Both the driver and the car.
Sure. It's for the GTs. It's a 1-minute stop, so you can take a minute to get a refresher. If you're really quick, you can go to the bathroom.
Yeah, but you really do have to be quick. You don't want to be losing closer to 30, 40 seconds on the track
just
because you went for a wee. But at least we don't have to do the same thing as real race car drivers, which is, well, you know,
handle the G-forces and heat and...
Yeah.
Yesterday I was looking the stats of races, and can you guess what was the longest recorded time for a driver in the car during the 24 hours? How long did he stay in the car?
6 hours?
23 hours, 15 minutes.
That man is insane.
I know it was around 1950, if I'm not mistaken.
Even more insane. That was when there was no safety whatsoever. One little accident, boom, you're gone, literally.
But he managed to finish the race, so kudos for him.
Yeah, exactly. But Per Rockquist catching Standerson now, little by little. Really interesting fight. Per coming up to Teemu Vahti, who is a lap down. Actually, two. So the order so far is P1, the leader is still David Beranek, with around a 30-second gap to the second guy, Sado Kiss. After that comes Nana Ferrero on third, Patrick Baden on fourth, Wojciech Kaska. Yeah, sixth is Rudy Koppen, Piotr Morawiec, seventh, Eral Kormar, I'm not even going to try. Ninth is Stander Senal, who is leading the P2s. After that comes Perokvis, 10th at Sim HQ Motorsports. Then we go back into the P1s again. 11th, Osvaldo Angeloni. 12th, Adam McGuire. 13th, Gianpaolo Folegatti. 14th, Joan Laska. Maybe. 15th, Dan Vahti. 16th, Conrad Barr. 17th, Nicky Lenz. And still in GT lead, Ricardo Corzai by a hefty gap to Thomasins. And after that comes Joshua, Alex Radagam from Blackhawk Racing, Valentin Solilhak, and it seems Roy Yuant has just pitted. Alice Pleva, Nicolas Sorini, Max Helmuth, Joey Siampa, Sido Vajer, James Duku, Sherwin von der Sloot, and Vicente Lafarga, Peter Noer, Marcel Silvera, Sola, and you can check the live timing for the rest.
Come on, there's only 3 left. It's
fine,
Ronnie
fine,
van der
fine,
Hof,
okay.
Miguel Vasquez, and Jacob Issa.
Yes. See, I just wanted to give you the rest.
Oh, thank you. We already have 3 retirees from the race.
Exactly as we saw at the start of the race. We saw John Nelson, I think he downshifted just a little too hard and had an engine failure. Seems our favorite host has returned. Welcome back, Joshua.
I am back indeed, and well, as ever before, Tony, you have to stay hydrated. You also have to stay not hungry, so I have crisps.
Exactly.
Potato chips, as some people know them. It depends on where you live in the world. But yeah, I've got foodstuffs.
Congratulations. I've got some sour cream and onion Pringles with me.
Oh, that's one of my favourite flavours right there. Can't beat some sour cream and onion Pringles as well. Patrick Barton can't beat spinning. He's just had a round there and is stuck in the middle of the track while he tries to get out of the way. Luckily, he has though. He just gets out of the way there, drops it. Oh, well, I think he dropped it on his own, or maybe he got involved with the GT. Something happened. It's a bit too laggy for me.
Meanwhile, the P2 leader Standers say now pitting once again.
Denal pits once again, but Patrick Barden.
Manu Ferrero from P3, from P1.
Yes, Ferreira in. This might give Barden an advantage in some sort of way, but either which way, Patrick Barden looking to try and take third if he's got the time on the track.
I have a feeling Barden is going to catch Ferrero. Because he's just now stopped and it's going to be at least 50 seconds.
Yeah, and well, he's just stopped now, and Patrick Barden may find way through.
He's gonna inherit P3.
Here goes Patrick Barden then, hopefully.
And Gianpaolo Folegatti takes the lead once again.
Yeah, he has pit in Sanderson all, which means Gianpaolo Folegatti goes through. Adam Maguire back into P10 overall, and charging up once again, but 5 laps down on Beranek.
Apparently there is a battle going for the 20th, 21st, and 22nd in GT. Oh, Joshua just pitted, which means there's only going to Alex Rodriguez from Blackhawk Racing inherits the 20th place with Valentin Solilhak,
which is the 3rd place in the GT class.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a battle as a potential battle, this, because they're a bit
exactly.
away from each other. But it's brewing nonetheless, these two. One to keep a very, very beady eye on if you are into the GT battles. And well, Scarpicus, I'm just watching in P2, is having some beady eye time with traffic. But he's having a go nonetheless to try and splice through it all, and does. Although, speaking of having a go, full props to the ISIMRS team and Errol Kumar Tasioglu at the moment in P8. After the problems they had at the start of this race, they've sliced their way back on the P8, 4 laps down, but it's a great achievement.
Indeed.
Full credit to them. They are having a great little recovery race here, and that will help them throughout if they can keep this up. And, well, had an incident at the start and they've recovered from it. And, well, David Beranek, ever since taking that lead, has not dropped it to Kasabakis, who is now in traffic. And unfortunately, since I've come back, there hasn't really been a lot else to commentate on. I mean, I'm sure that Tony and Joao have been keeping you occupied, but
Yeah.
I've come back and there isn't as much.
Yeah, you went for your snacks at the best possible time. There wasn't really much
Everybody
going on.
calm down.
Everything calmed down, so I go get something to eat. That's just how I run.
Let's not forget, it's really mentally challenging to keep battling someone for position, and we're in an endurance race. You can't. Oh, and David is going into the pits.
Oh.
Oh, is that? Yep, Beranek in. So this will be Kasabakis, probably assuming LMP1 lead here. David Beranek is into the pits here. And oh my wordy word, there was a lot of drivers waiting to do driver swaps here. So I would wager one of those is an RGPL driver.
One last car, just exiting the pits as we speak on P2.
I don't see any of the names that I recognise from that entry. I see a couple of cars, none of which I remember as P1 drivers for them though, but quite a few cars in the pits. Thomas Hin's in the pits. This might be a driver change for FIDA Ragnar Simulator, but I don't see any of the other drivers there who would be in that car waiting. So this might just be a regularly scheduled pit stop for this training, but he has been doing 2 hours of racing now, which is a bit of a mammoth task. Alex Quivel has changed into the SINL team car. That is a driver change for certain. But we have quite a few drivers waiting now. We have Manu Ferrero, who's just got out. We have Shane Chancellor, who's just got out. Might be hoping to get back in. Who got out before, sorry. Eric Schmidt might be getting in. Steph Armio might be getting in. Brendan Klopp getting in. Russell getting in. Lee Russell and Biagio Milano as well. So quite a few driver changes potential on the cars. Thomas Hin's not one of them. But Kasabakis has retaken the lead and is not that far ahead of David Beranek in the large scheme of things. 11 seconds in the last split. This could be a battle for the lead if Beranek can get through soon enough.
Meanwhile, GT leader Ricardo Corazzari pits.
Corazzari in.
Not that far off. I think he's going to area.
Alex Browningham should take this. And Valentine Sololak won't be that far behind. Thomas Hinds won't be that far behind and will inherit third, maybe not, but has pitted nonetheless.
Alex will probably need to pit in the next few laps also.
Valentine just pit as well.
Sololak in, as is Corazzari, so maybe not as disastrous for Hinds then. Browningham, though, is currently GT leader, and things going on in that class, etc.
Well, and I was gonna take your little segue about snacks to thank you your availability for me being here, and I'm gonna get ready for my stints.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Yeah, good
All the
luck
best.
to you, Tony Kremen. It has been an honour to have you with us in the comments box here, and I'm sure, hopefully, if you're not taking the card at the end, we might be able to have you back later in the race.
See you all.
Okay, goodbye.
And with that, we do bid goodbye to Tony Kremen, who has done such a fantastic job in the commentary box with us. Thank you once
It's not
again.
Tony. Tony's gonna stay.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Unless you want me to.
I don't want you to leave. Don't, no, stay with us, please. It was that Joao saying that.
Yes,
No,
it
Joao.
was.
Oh,
Yes,
well,
it
I'm sorry about that, Joao. Thank you for joining us, Joao, then, and we'll see you later.
was. Okay, goodbye.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Mafagati and Tem in the pits with Piotr Morawiecz.
This is what
Stefan
happens.
Neal gets into the car.
This is what happens when you deprive Josh Anderson of his snacks and drinks. He gets tired.
Exactly.
You can't do that. You got to keep us going. Yes, Folligati does pit, and Standard will be able to make track position up here.
Well, Per Åqvist inherits the lead. Nicky Lentz still a long way, and Eric Schmidt gets into the Velocity GP car.
Yep, Eric
Starts
Schmidt's
system.
in. Eric Schmidt's in, and that will be a changeover. And Folligati obviously
We'll have to leave for a couple of seconds. Give me 2 minutes, and I will be back.
All right. Well, we are going to lose Tony Crevin temporarily then, but hopefully not for long.
Temporarily.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
User left your channel.
We'll stand the Sanal then in the LMP2. Still chasing down Åkvist for the lead of that. Doing a job of it as well. Eric Schmidt, obviously, we've just seen getting into the car. Going to try and gain time on one last guy. We have a driver change in the number 49 P2. We have Folligati out and Biagio Milano in. He is in the car now, and we'll be hoping to make the most of this. We do still have Ben Schmidt with us, and of course, it's a pleasure to have you with us, Bernd, of course, on this broadcast. And it's going to be interesting to see now, with all the driver changes happening, who gets in which car, because some of these drivers we know better than others.
It's every time interesting when you see the driver switches and you see the different mechanics from the drivers. So it's interesting for us, for the viewing point, also for the drivers on the track, because they have to switch on and say, oh, okay, I don't know this driver, let's see how he is driving. And that's not so easy.
Well, Cito Vitus is coming into trouble down there in the GTs. I saw him spin before, and now he's being challenged by James Dooku here. It's not for a very high position in GTs, but he had to wait a long, long time to Viger to get back onto the track, and there is a battle with traffic going on here. Wojciech Koska trying to get through on all this, and Marco Cesana as well involved in this fight. So Dooku, Viger, Tom Kubik ahead as well. This is an interesting little battle in the GTs because there's several cars involved. And it's not just 2 cars, it's 4 cars potentially. James Dooku versus Cedro Vigil on the main battle here for 25th. Now, of course, it is for a higher position in GTs. Here comes Dooku now, barrels down the corner. Vigil gets the car back, says, thank you very much, you're going to go for that move. You've overshot it though, I'm going to go straight back through. It's so easy to do that in that 10, isn't it, Ben? Just overshoot it and then you lose the position you just gained.
And sometimes it's really frustrating. So you fight one down and you're braking too late and he can get away from you.
Yeah,
But
Dooku though,
racing.
in that Black Hawk car is catching Viger at a rate of knots every other corner, but he just overshot his marker and Cino got right past again. And Tom Kubik and that core team Porsche has got some serious things to worry about now because he's got this big train. I mean, look at this. We've got Helmut, Cesana, Dooku, Viger, Kubik all going through. As out of the car comes, we've just seen Lee Russell get in the Simtech number 67 Porsche. So out comes driver BMC, and that will be Sherwood van der Sloot. But Dooku Viger, a really interesting battle in this GT field here then. And not one we should be forgetting by any means. As well, yeah, I was checking somewhere, but it's actually cars trying to unlap themselves, so not necessarily fight on track. And I think this is probably the closest thing we have to a fight, one of the fights on track at the moment. These GT cars going at it, Viger and Dooku.
Also a battle between P5 and P6. It's Koppen and Moravec.
Yeah, Moravec is actually the car I alluded to. He's just gone and unlapped himself. Trying to unlap himself, Koppen! But contact between the two we don't see. Luckily, he holds it. Rudy Koppen, though, off the track. Bit of a controversial one there. Unfortunately, we are looking at Viger and Dooku, and I can't do everything at once. But unfortunately, we couldn't quite see that. But James Dooku here still going for Cedro Viger on the 2 here. And Dooku in that Black Hawk car, he's in an Aston Martin, not the best car in the world at this track, and he's chasing the Porsche where you have this top line speed advantage, but that Atlantic car definitely got in the corners. The classic battle of cornering versus straight line speed, and I'm sure it's won that it's going to be interesting to witness. The fireworks are just going offside my house on bonfire night here, and I'm sure the fireworks in this GT battle are going to be getting fired off very soon indeed. Duku and Vijay both giving it everything they've got in this battle against each other here, and neither wants to cede position. Tom Kubik though being caught by Cedo Vijay, so it's become a three-way battle in a sense, because now Tom Kubik has got Cedo to worry about too, but James Duku though behind both of these guys, still trying to catch up with Cedo here around the corner. He's got Piotr ahead. Tom Kubik's going to have to move over. Is this a chance for Cedo Vijay? Look at the gap he has closed up in this time. And it could be a position move here for Cedo Vijay. Tom Kubik, not much room to defend here. He's on the inside. Does have the preferential line, but can Cedo make it work on the outside of this corner? I don't think he's going to make it work. Cedo Vijay not quite going to make it work here, but nonetheless he tried. And it's going to open it up for James Duku. He's got Rudy Cuppen going through. And Cuppen himself is quite a bit ahead of Maravich now. So James Duku trying to catch up to the likes of Cedo Vijay, who's right on the back of Kubik again. Giving it the beans. This could be an interesting one. And we'll see what happens with Cedo then. On board, we're about to go with Cedo Vijay indeed, and it is probably imperative that he gets at least a chance at this move here. Goes down, Kubik, he's got the outside line, it's not preferential. I doubt this is going for Cedo Vijay, but he's inside as he... Well, that's a certain way to pull it off. Had it done before the corner even did. Tom Kubik braked a bit early. Cedo Vijay makes a rare move around the outside of someone at turn 12. That was most certainly a good move from Cedo there, gets it done. And Tom Kubik is going to come under threat from James Duku, although Xabakes trying to get around the lot of them, current LMP1 race leader. We're wanting to get out of the way here of Xabakes because he is leading a Phase 4 Deltec, and Cedo does do just that. Tom Kubik though coming under increasing pressure from James Duku in the GTs here. And they've got the likes of Susanna and Helmuth behind them as well. So this GT battle for 24th to 28th is by absolutely no means over. And we welcome back to the booth Tony Creven. We're just looking at this great GT battle going on from 24th to 26th. Cedo Vijay, Tom Kubik and James Duku all giving it everything and have got against each other. All two of them in Porsches and one in Aston Martin. Duku doesn't actually be looking to be gaining as much time anymore, and it's more Vijay Kubik than anything else, which is the move we just saw go. Tom Kubik and that core team Porsche wants that position back, and he's going to fight as hard as he can to get it.
Yeah, Cedo had a bit of a lock-up going into turn 7.
Yep, and this is your daily dose of GT racing action, although look at the traffic behind these six. There's like 7 cars all going for each other. We've got Asfaldo Angeloni, Stanis and all, Arab Kumatoxi, we've got the lot, all of the cars on track, all want to get past these 2 GTs, and they've got to fight each other. Now it's Cedo's turn to Tom Kubik. Might be able to make advantage of this somehow. If he can, it would be great, but I don't think he's going to. Unfortunately, because Cedo, well, he's a bit up the road, but he's not. I think he's too far up the road for it now. Oh, but he's already let most of the traffic through anyway. Stanis now getting held up a little bit. Moves to the outside. Tom Kubik, not going to get as much of a gap as he wants, but he's starting to catch up. Zarna, remember, behind all of them. Jon Nguyen, a whole lap ahead. That will be some probably relation to Troy Ewan, but Jon Ewan, well, yeah, John, I don't know how you pronounce that. Is it John or Jan? I don't know. Answers on the postcard, please. But Ewan, yeah, is most certainly there. And Tom Kubik trying to chase down, and then James Duku behind in the Black Hawk car, still going as well. But I think this is not really going too far quickly now. But it was a good fight for what it was worth.
Quite so.
And I don't see anything else on track, so I might stick with it a little bit longer. Actually, just behind, Marco Susanna and Max Helmuth giving it a go at each other as well. We're going to stick with the GTs. Max Helmut in, I think, a sole BMW for Virtual Racing Entertainment. In that number 28 BMW, chasing down one of the Porsches. This is Marco Zazana in the Motorsport Italia car. Another one of the cars that did very well last time out in the BMW of Helmut. Trying to chase down, not the easiest car in the world to drive, that BMW, but it has its advantages somewhere, of course. Quite a solid car indeed, and as much as he wants to catch up, it's not happening too quickly for Helmut, although slight mistake from Cesana gives him a chance. Is this the chance that he wants, Helmut? On board we go with him as he comes around the long right-hand turn 11 into turn 12. Helmut's probably going to get one chance at this. He's not going to get many chances, but he's even going to get the chance at the first place. To the inside he goes, unless some serious braking shenanigans occur. Cesana holds it. Wasn't quite close enough, Max Helmut, but this is not a fight that's going to go away soon.
Oh, right. Yeah, Cesana.
Well, I put a crisp in the mouth on the wrong side there. That is for certain. I didn't quite get the speed as soon as I wanted, but Max Helmut will be wanting to get this moved as soon as he can. Helmut still chasing, still trying to have a go. And now around this corner he's going to look. Is he going to get it though? Yes, he's going to have one shot at it. You think he's even going to go for it? No, Cesana shuts the door. And well, if he wants to get through Max Helmut, he is going to have to go. Oh, and well, there wasn't enough room there. I think he realised that. He's going to have to do this the hard way if he wants to go through. But Lee Russell is pitting in for Syntec, as is Ronnie van der Hoff. I think they actually still, no, they're in the pits. That is a new pit stop for the SRVN car. I think that was a different car than the one I was thinking of. Cesana Helmut, though, absolutely going for each other. And, both trying each other to their limits. Yeah, one Lascak has gone through. This might cause Cesana some problems. It's causing Lascak some problems for certain. Sherman van der Sloot switches into the Syntec Porsche. He is back in the car after not a very long stint for Lee Russell. As one Lascak has gone through. Eric Schmidt is nowhere near, so it's not a problem for him. But Max Helmut got a bit of time on Marco Cesana because of that. This is enthralling stuff, isn't it, Tom? Even in 147 minutes in.
Yeah, we're not even at the half point yet. So much has happened and there's still so much to go.
Yeah, so much left in this race, and we have still got loads of it left to go. And, that's the great thing about endurance racing. It goes on and on and on, but you never know what's going to happen. You know what? I told you I never know what's going to happen. I had no idea James Dooku would be being followed by Marco Zazana for P26. He's caught up Marco, and he's chasing Dooku now.
Yep, really close too.
He's really quite close as Dooku and that.
Let's not forget Max Helmut. He's right behind him. Cesana and Dooku make contact or both make a mistake. Helmut is surely right there to sow the fruits of his labor.
Yeah, let's hope it's all very fruitful for Cesana in the end as he tries to catch James Dooku. I'm just going to go on board and show you the gap to him. And there really isn't that much of a gap, in all honesty. Cesana versus Dooku here. The gap that we are watching. Trying to keep an eye on how close one is to another. He's driving, and you can just, if we just take a moment to listen to the notes of that flat six engine in the Porsche. It is something else altogether, a very nice sounding car, that Porsche 997 or 991 even. I'm getting my Porsche models wrong now. It's all starting to fall apart for me as a commentator, I think. But he is trying, regardless of what.
I think it's called Porsche 911997.
Well,
so Cesana and the 911997 catching Dooku was not in a 911997.
And right into the car number's 96. So that's even more confusing if you don't like your Porsches, because there was a 996, there's been a 997, a 991, a 911, a 999 probably is in the cards one day. But Helmut though! Helmut will probably calling 919 after this, because well, almost really calling 999 after that, because look how close he's getting. to Marco Cesana, who in turn has almost had a collision with Wojciech Kaszka, and Kubik and Vicino. Vija somehow got 124th in all this. I don't even know how that's happened, but Cesana's dropped big time off Dooku, and Helmuth behind is having all sorts of goals at him.
Yeah. Oh, here we go again.
Yep, here we go again. Maybe not on a roll this time, but we're going again, once again, for the VEC race. I want to make so many lyrical references, but I can't because I'm too busy concentrating on what's happening with Max Helmuth and Marco Cesana. This is a brilliant battle, and it's in GTs. Who says GT can't have good battles? Somebody tries again. It's not working out for Helmuth at all.
Weaving this way and that way, but Cesana giving no quarter to Helmuth.
Yeah, it's like he doesn't want him to get through. Which he probably doesn't, in all honesty, but this is racing, and this sort of thing happens in racing, and you get brilliant battles like this. And if you can't get any battles in the LMPs, just go to the GTs. There's always one. That's the thing. That's my philosophy. Always look to the GTs when you can't find anything. Prototypes, and you are guaranteed to find a battle.
Mm-hmm.
That's the brilliance about it. It's a closer field. It's more battling. I just love it. I don't know why we don't look at GTs more often.
Exactly. No, it's just with the GTs, like, when it is close racing, it's going to be tougher for the GTs to break things and turn. Unlike with the prototypes, you have room to maneuver, but it's just like with the GTs, the gap stays, it's going to stay close all the time.
To look back to the GTs, James Dooku's starting to make moves on top of Kubik here. I know this isn't even very high up in the GT field.
Yeah.
I think it's like, but like 15th or something, but it's such a thorny race, we can't not look at it.
Well, Adam McQuire going past Nikolai Kubik, saying goodbye, and in Turkish, something else. I don't speak Turkish.
Well, neither do I, but it's not hard to say. I'm going very through quickly here in Turkish, probably, but either which way, going through, and yeah. Tom Kubik has got a big fight on his hands against James Dooku here. Black Hawk versus Corti, Porsche versus Aston Martin. As we mentioned, the classic battle between handling and speed. And Kubik has got the upper hand here. And we've lost Miguel Vasquez from this race because of an engine blow. And that is unfortunate. But it's a shame. We've lost another car from this race. And, well, that is unfortunate. I guess just downshifting too much or be pushing the engine too hard through this stint.
I'm guessing it wasn't part of the plan.
Back to 28th now because Helmuth is closer to Cesana, and Cesana goes off. Here comes Helmuth, and that is probably just a straight move. Yep, through goes Max Helmuth, and now it's all gone a little bit wrong for Cesana, who's had the faster car of Thomas Hinz through.
We wonder was this part of Cesana's plan.
Yep, James Dooku now, Max Helmuth as well. Helmuth has got to let Hinz through at some point, but he'll be chasing down James Dooku like there is no tomorrow, even though he has got to let Hinz through. When is he going to choose to do that though? Because he might let Cesana in, but the chance of it isn't soon enough. He'll wait until the last moment, won't he?
Indeed.
As here comes Hinz now. Helmuth down the inside. Fair enough, fair play. Rudy Cuppen as well. Rudy Cuppen trying to go through, and Cuppen is P5 overall. Hinz has managed to avoid any incidents, which is good, because he is very, very good in that car at the moment. Been driving for 2.5 hours. How is he not exhausted? That's my question, and fair play to Thomas Hinz. I mean, he's second in class by a lap, and he's been driving for 2.5 hours. We will have to get him in here to talk with him after this.
Quite the stint.
Quite the stint indeed. If he does more than 4 hours and 12 minutes, we know he's going to get disqualified, but we hope it doesn't come to that.
Oh, we're not even near the 3 hour mark yet, so I don't think that will be the case.
Yeah, we are nowhere near the limit yet, and well, Marco Cesana we're still looking at, I think, unless we're still looking at Max Helmuth. Where it's, well, Kubik has got a bit of pressure on in this form of up here, trying to get through in the stall work. This is going to help James Dooku.
One, last car, yeah, it goes off a little bit. I don't know what happened. I think he might have just understeered in turn 8, because I don't think there was any damage to his car. It certainly doesn't look that way.
Kubik, Dooku still a battle on, but Helmuth now going to try and challenge Dooku as well. It's BMW versus Aston Martin now, and that VRE car.
Lots of traffic.
A lot of traffic to deal with. Let's see if Max can do it. He's trying his hardest to catch up to James Dooku. Not much in it between these two. I'd say half a second. And that might be enough if Dooku does not get the exit here. Oh wow, Max gets a little bit gets a little bit offline, does Max. I don't think this is going to be shot yet, but he's going to have a little look.
Meanwhile,
maybe time to plan an opportunity.
Hints going past Cubic, maybe? No,
Yeah.
not quite yet.
This is Hins lapping Cubic, indeed. You're right,
yeah,
actually.
yeah.
So
And
there he
Dooku
goes,
catching
nice and cleanly.
Cubic. Ooh.
No problems there whatsoever.
Dooku right on the tail of Cubic immediately after that, after Hints goes past Cubic.
Yeah,
So we got another
Dooku,
battle
Cubic,
here.
Helmut.
Three-way battle between Tom Cubic, Hints, Dooku, and Max Helmut.
We've got triple trouble here at Istanbul. 3 GT cars fighting it out at once. This is going to be great.
Oh yes.
And, well, Helmut, Dooku, Cubic, all giving it as good a go as they can give. Absolutely. I do believe all German drivers in that VRE car. James Dooku, a German as well. Tom Cubic, I don't know, but he might be Czech. I'll have to check. But oh well, no pun intended. I should have made that an intentional pun. But Cubic, Helmut and Dooku all fighting it out here. And with the Australian Hins.
Yeah, Dooku's definitely a bit of a sandwich here. Constantly has to look to his rear mirrors for Helmut. But
Oh! Tom Cubic! Well, you've made a mistake there, Sonny, haven't you? What's happened there is he's dropped it under his own power.
I think he might have gone onto the curbs at turn 7. And
No, he wasn't. It was nowhere near the curbs.
Oh, really?
It was what he could be. No, he was nowhere near curbs. Just dropped it under power, and Tom Cubic goes off, and he's just rejoined the track now, all the way down in 27th, which is quite a few positions down. That's going to put James Dooku in a good position. Well, here comes Susanna! Marco Susanna, I didn't even realise it just gone through!
And Helmut went past Dooku as well.
Max Helmut is just getting miles of positions there, but James Dooku is not going to, well, give up that easily, is he? It's Germany versus Germany now. You could call it the final of whatever it is, whatever it is. It's like a German football match with cars. Dooku versus, well, Marco Susanna's not German, I think he's Italian, but that would have been Helmut. It's, well, after that, it's Marco Susanna, a very German sandwich at the moment between Helmut and Dooku, who's actually just come into the pit, which is going to give Cubic the position back.
Indeed.
And well, I've just seen it. 22nd place. John Ewan has just been tagged by some car who had his pin into him. No damage, I think. But
Dooku just entered the pits and he looked up, and I think he might have accidentally gotten a speeding ticket for entering the pits too fast. Like he looked up his. I could be wrong.
Well, speeding ticket is not good, and that is not a very good thing. Of course, if we're in Finland, you'd pay through the day fine system, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we should implement the day fine system here at SRC. How good are you a driver? You save more for penalty. Evens the races up. Well, I'm sure that Jimmy Allison will at least consider that for season 10, although it's probably likely not going to be implemented.
You never know.
If we persuade them enough, then who knows? Well, I'll tell you this, Tom Cubic would welcome that after his little incident. He'd be quite happy for other people to get weighted penalties ahead of him to give him a chance of getting back into a good position. But Marco Susanna, Max Helmut, Neil Pardo now is being chased by Max Helmut, and ever since he's broke free of this train, that VRE BMW driver has been on a bit of a German charge.
Yeah, Helmut is definitely going for a blitzkrieg on this stint.
Well, giving it everything he can go to try to push that German car to its German limits.
Catching up Pardo under braking.
Yeah.
I think Pardo might be pitting soon. I think he might have a little issues with his tire. Oh, right on the inside of Pardo.
Oh, here we go, Max Helmut.
Here we go.
Right down the inside, and Max Helmut, if he can make this stick in a turn 1, it would be something quite special indeed. Helmut versus Pardo in a turn 1. Who's going to yield first? It's Neil Pardo. He lets Max Helmut go, but the Marco Susanna. Susanna takes full advantage, goes straight past, and Marco Susanna gets past Pardo too. And I'll tell you this, Max Helmut, bit of irony here, VRE are saying that car's 6 kilometres slower than the streets. They're making it all up in the corners. Well,
meanwhile, in in the P2s, Perov is still in the lead, and in the P1s, David Beranek with a solid 40-second gap to Zabakis.
yeah, David Beranek, ever since he's taken the lead of that race, has just run away with it. Zabakis has not really been in with a look, to be honest, to be brutally honest, in all honesty, etc., whatever the phrase you want to use is. And, well, he's tried, but he hasn't really succeeded in that sense.
Exactly.
But at least he's tried. You have to try to even try to succeed.
Exactly.
And Marco Cesaro is trying to catch Helmuth here, but it isn't quite working out for him.
Meanwhile, Conrad Barr having a go at the pits. Nicky is entering turn 8, so we will have to follow that. If maybe Nicky gets past Conrad. Nicky hasn't had his pit stop yet, and they haven't done a driver swap either, so...
I'm just going to have a quick scroll through and see if there's any prototype battles on. My focus on GTs for quite a while now. Even though there is some fantastic racing going in GTs, there are prototypes to worry about as well. Unfortunately, I really don't think there is any, so we might be looking at GTs for a bit longer. Of course, that's not to knock the GTs. Of course,
Actually,
they've been giving us some great racing.
Actually, now that you mention it, Rudy Koppen isn't that far of a Patrick Baden. Oh no, wait.
It is to unlap himself, but
yeah.
that is a fair spot. But I tell you what, I think no, there isn't. Actually, I'm getting myself confused. I think we'll stick with the GTs. You know, why not?
Whoa! There's contact almost with Savakis and the GT. White and red Corvette. That was close.
That would be Ewan there, John Ewan, back in 22nd, and he needs to watch himself because he doesn't want to be causing any incidents. For certain, he's quite far ahead of Max Helmuth actually, but Cesaro, Pardo, the likes of those, now starting to drop off. Joe Ciampa, James Duke all dropping off as well. Don't even spread out a bit in GTs. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. It's racing.
Yep.
Oof, I'm starting to get a bit tired. We're only about halfway through the race, not even halfway.
And I still got my stint to do.
And you've still got your stint to do. That is not untrue.
I'll just go make some coffee in a minute and I'll be right as rain.
Yes, you will be, and we'll hope that you will do well on track, Tony, when you go out. Been a pleasure having you with the comments box, but you do leave. It will be a shame because you'll be sorely missed. And of course, if you do come back before the end, we'd love to have you with us again.
Oh, of course. I probably won't, but we'll see.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see, you know, depending on...
About before the race, we were discussing chance of rain, and sadly, I don't think there's going to be rain towards the end of the race. Like, for example, Wonderground, Weather Underground, is showing no signs of possible rain at all.
Yeah, well, the whole Cesaro Helmuth battle has kicked right back up, as you've probably seen on screen, because I haven't changed the cameras. Cesaro and Helmuth closing up a little bit again. Neil Pardo and Tommy Cupid still far behind, but these two are where it's at the moment in terms of GT battles. Although I have found a viable reason to break from the GTs. Rudy Koppen and Patrick Bardon are quite close together, a second in it.
Oh, what the hell? Oh, excuse my French. What the heck? Rudy Koppen has caught up with Patrick Bardon. I thought he was left down.
Yeah, somehow, unless Bardon has had a bit of an incident, Koppen has got back on that case.
This is going to be interesting.
Koppen's gone on the case and is gaining like a madman. He wants to charge for this. It's going to be a case of Dutch connection instead of French connection, but it's going to be very much a chance for Koppen to Dutchify his way into P3. I'm not even sure that's a word, but I've just coined it. And it's going to be Germany versus Holland. That's a battle that we want to see. And it's going to be Koppen versus Bardon here. Porsche versus Audi. Rudy Koppen and Patrick Bardon, they have not had a battle on track yet. Bernd Schmidt and Rudy Koppen have had battles, but not Koppen and Bardon. I'm going to open the next straight because this could get interesting.
Oh, yes.
Rudy Koppen, of course, we saw has been in a couple of incidents, but generally quite a clean race at this race, and Rudy will want to get past Patrick Bardon and get into third in class. Whether he's actually allowed to is yet to be seen, but still, We will find out.
Indeed. Standard Senal still in the car with Per Oquist. They are almost going 3 hour stints. It's impressive. Per Oquist still holding on to the lead, but Standa catching Oquist at a reasonable pace.
Yeah, Per Rockfist starting to become the victor before to Standa Senal here. But here we go, Patrick Ward and Rudy Kuppman is close. Actually, it's gone away a bit. Max Helmuth of all people is stuck in the middle of that. And Varden Kuppman starting to, well, I said it, but thought it was starting to close up. It's actually lengthened a bit again. 1.5 seconds the gap now. So, unfortunately, I don't think we are going to get a fight there.
Not yet, perhaps. It's close. I think Bowden realized after seeing Kuppman in his rearview mirrors that he's going to have to put the pedal to the metal.
Well, Nicky Lentz is in the pits in all this, and he's actually dropped quite a few positions down in prototypes. And he is now, well, obviously, within the lap before, that's why they dropped down. But he's now pitted in again as Lentz. This might finally be a driver change. I don't think it is, actually. So we're going to stay in the car past the 3 hour mark, probably.
Interesting. Just going to do at least one more stint.
At least one more stint, indeed. And, well...
After that, it was like, what was the threshold? 4 hours and 10 minutes?
4 hours and 12, I think, is the threshold in GTs.
So if he doesn't swap drivers on the next, he's going to have to pit a bit earlier than normal, because otherwise they'll get disqualified.
And nobody wants that.
No.
We've got an interesting little duel on in the GTs, even though this whole Kuppman and Varden thing has not materialised as such. We have Reds Klopp, who is actually Marius Nicolai now, all the way back in 29th, but in the Atlantic car, trying to lap Renz Klopp, current GT leader. And he is 11 places ahead overall. Now, wouldn't it be interesting if Marius could do that? Here comes Patrick Barden past Renz here, not making life too difficult for either driver. And Rudy Kuppman will hope he can get ahead so easily. But he's not going to be so easily. He has to dive to the inside. He's locked up. Going to lose time here. But Renz Klopp and Marius Nicolai battling it out. Although Renz is starting to pull ahead now that Marius has to let Rudy through. And Renz is not positioned well enough to allow Rudy to go straight through. But he does now. But fair play to Marius for trying to unlap himself. You know, it's not really, unless you can go for it, it's not recommended, but he's trying. I think he thinks he's got it in him, and that's the first bit.
Yep.
Oh, well, Kuppman's run very wide in that corner, actually, so now he's just going to drop even more time to Barden. I think this battle is finished before it's even started, unfortunately, for us. And that is a shame, because he was doing quite well in that fight. All just went a little bit wrong. In terms of on-track battles, not even the GTs are throwing much up now, apart from this whole Nicolai Klopp battle. Although, is Marius going to go? He's going to go to the inside here.
Oh.
Brakes for the turn, but he doesn't have the brake. And does he have the braking power? There he goes, Marius Nicolai.
Oh,
and, well, fair play to Marius. I thought he'd have to bring it a bit too late, but he managed it. Nicolai unlaps himself. That's a statement, well and truly made.
Overtake the race leader. Good shot.
And you know what the funny thing is as well? Marius Nicolai is only 2 laps down with 3 hours to go. He could still be in with this.
Yeah.
Arguably, if he
that was
makes
a
some
nice
serious
move.
moves happen.
I didn't catch the name. It was Jaco Visser giving room to the P1, and Klopp and Marius right behind the P1 and taking advantage of it, clearing him too.
Yeah, Renz Klopp is going to get through this P1. A very Schmidt contacts between Klopp and Schmidt now. Flashes his light. He is not a happy Renz Klopp. And, well, I am sure Renz Klopp, the Dutchman, is just I think he had a bit of an incident with Eric Schmidt there.
Oh, dear.
So, he's not happy. Marius Nicolai, though, we're still looking at Nicolai. Luckily, no incident between them and him. I think we should probably move elsewhere now because... I'm looking for a battle on track, and I can't find one. Per Rockfist in the pits, though.
Oh, Per Rockfist in the pits. I think there might be a driver swap now.
Yeah, Per Rockfist, Zenith, well, I don't apart from maybe Jose Casanovas, I don't know any of the any of the same HQ drivers.
Yeah.
No,
I think
actually, no.
Connie
It's an all
announced
German. It's an all Swedish team, and none of the drivers on the side of that car are in the waiting area. So I don't
Really?
think it is
Connie-
going to be.
is it
Oxfish
Connie
should
not
stay in.
Oh,
Oxfish
never
should
mind.
stay in here. And,
Interesting.
yeah. Osvaldo Angeloni's come into the pits as well for Atlantic Motorsports in that LMP1. Adam Maguire staying in the car this whole race as well, going to break 3 hours, I think, in his stint. Dan Snarl will probably do similarly. A lot of cars then going over the 3 hour mark with the same driver. Joe Champ has been in there for 3 hours as well. Let's not forget. And Marco Cesaro has actually come off the track big time there. What has happened with Marco Cesaro? Has he gone off? What's happened? Cesaro has dropped in under brake and it just had a bit of an excursion. That was in a third one, but he has not lost a place because of it. But it's put Neil Pardo just a little bit closer. And I think, unfortunately, we are getting to that point that everything peters out. Although, if I may go to Thomas Hinds in P19 and commend him again for his fantastic racing, gets a little bit close to Vissa there. And that is not good. You'll have to let it through. And Artur Secula as well in the LMP1 is waiting his turn to go through on Thomas Hinds. Hinds goes through, Artur will go through on Hinds. But he's done a phenomenal job, especially he's been driving almost 3 hours. I could never do that. I couldn't even practically talk for 3 hours.
Speaking of not being able to talk, I'm going to go make some coffee, so I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
That is fine enough, Tony, and we'll see you when you do come back, of course. Just going to keep an eye on Thomas Hinds for a couple of moments. As he just gets lapped by Xavakis here. Nice out-the-way manoeuvre. He's really found a rhythm here, Hinds. When he gets into a rhythm, he is very hard to stop. In fact, he's not that far from Ren's Club in the grand scheme of things. He really isn't. I never noticed, but I'd argue there's only about 10 seconds between these two, so if Renz makes a mistake, Hinds could be there to capitalise. I think there's actually only 7 seconds between them. This could be a very good, interesting battle. And it looks to be fun. As I said, interesting battle if they can catch each other, but maybe not. There's Nicky Lenz. Oh, I've just seen a car go off ahead. That is a car, that is a prototype that's gone off, and I'm not sure who. I think it's Bierno. It's actually Thomas Bierno in the Ragnar 26 car, the Ragnar FSP car there, who's signing off. And, he actually went off while trying to get past Van den Hoff, and didn't end well for him, but that has happened. Rudy Cutman's had a bit off there as well in the Just Connection car as well. It's all starting, maybe the fatigue, as Tony says, starting to set in for some drivers here. Bierno's gone off again. I think his tyres are starting to come to the end of their life. Renz Klopp and Thomas Hinds, though, still added in the GTs. And I'm just looking for anything else that's going on track at the moment. Trying to find a battle that I can commentate on, but again, I don't think there is many, unfortunately. But obviously, if you would like to join me in the broadcast booth at any time, as I've said before, please do hop into the Virtual Endurance Championship Room 2 TeamSpeak, and I'll be ready to drag you up from the waiting room when there is an opening. And of course, keep your comments rolling in as well. We love having your comments, all of you who are watching this race, as we're about to pass the halfway mark of the race, and it looks set to get even better from here on in. Could be an interesting race indeed. Still a lot of it to go. I'm not even going to attempt to call a winner because there are 3 hours left to go and anything can happen. Anderson, our P2 leader, has pitted, and Connie Naslund now in the Sim HQ car has come in and should be taking P2 lead if Stander is in the pits long enough. I do also believe this will be a driver change to Shane Burke, and it is. So Shane Burke in the car and automatically loses P1 lead to Connie Naslund, although I expect a fight there because Burke might even catch up. There's only about a second between them as it stands, which might become 2 seconds. But there's not much between that Simtech car and the Sim HQ now. Connie Naslund, of course, still leading in P11. All of the P1s are past the P2s by some time now. And, well, while that may have had a bit of an obvious outcome, it's still interesting to see that all the cars have passed each other. And one last cat in as well for the Argentina team. I'm looking for any potential drivers that may be in the car. I think Pablo Laurenti will be getting in that car. That one last cat is in currently. Alex Quibble in, Rudy Kuppen in. So the Patrick Barden battle ends. Alwyn Taruna is set to overtake Quibble here. Rudy Kuppen might be changing out as well. I think it is that time where some drivers will get out the car. Looking at... I'm going to put the cameras on... I think I am going to go to Alwyn Taruna at the moment in P5. And the ICMRS got the 4 laps down, but P5 overall. And the recovery they've made is nothing short of spectacular. Eddie Castillo does get in the Dutch Connection car from Rudy Kuppen. And that marks the end of a long stint for the Dutchman. And Castillo gets in, and hopefully we'll see Eddie do some good racing as well. Alex Quibble for SINL team is just being put down on jacks. Maybe a driver change occurring, maybe not. I'm checking to see if I see anyone, but we'll have to check afterwards because I'm not totally sure. Alright, Taruna though, still doing a great job in that P5 as I said. The ICMRS car is not a very good race this race. Been plagued by problems at the start, but they've come back and P5 is a great result for them. And well, you know how I said that Shane Burke might catch up to Connie Naslund? He has. P12 for the Irishman, and he will be hoping to overtake and get the lead back here. We're watching Burke now as he comes around this long turn 8. Burke wants this, and he's going to the inside forward at turn 9. Is this going to be the lead change here? Briggs gets the turn in, and yes, thank you very much. There's Shane Burke and goes through into the lead of LMP2, but it might not be over if Connie Naslund can get running at 12. Naslund wants this too. He wants to hold the position that he just gained. I don't think Burke's going to make it easy for him. He's going to make him go to the outside, and that is a disadvantageous line. I think this is probably going to be Burke's position here, unless he makes a mistake, which he hasn't done. So Shane Burke through into the lead of LMP1. P1 in P2. I keep getting that mixed up. Shane Burke, though, really proving his credentials already, having taken the position from the pits. And, well, he came out of the pits, he took the position, now he's hoping to pull away. And in all this, I'm trying to look for any further battles on track, and I think I don't have any in the Prototype 1 category. But we obviously still have the P2 battle between Naslund and Burke. But Burke has really pulled the taps out now. I don't think Naslund is in any position to defend or attack here. Brent Scott and Thomas Hinds still about the same gap to each other. And then the GTs are all still spread out. Nothing interesting really happening in that department, unfortunately, and well, in order to go into the very back there, I don't think really is anyone would look at the moment, so I'm just going to stay with this Burke-Naslund battle. Although Connie Naslund is now trying to lap Thomas Hinds and has done so successfully. No problems there. Burke though coming around the lap. GT leader Ren's clock. 11th versus 18th overall. This should be an easy move for Burke. Through he goes, and well, no problems there. David Beranek will into the pits. Now, I'm going to pop the cassava kiss here, because depending on whether the RGPL team are going to change drivers, this might be a lead change. Beranek in, and cassava kiss obviously still driving that Deltec car. Jose Casanova's though slightly in the way. Cassava kiss gets out of the way. Zenedic Smarta is there. He will probably be getting in the car, and that is why he is there. Maybe a driver change and maybe lead change to the Deltec car. We saw a lead change when they changed drivers. We might see a lead change when RGPL changed drivers too. Patrick Barden also in the pits as well, but this is where it's all about now. Slava Kiss around the final turn. David Beranek has not left the pits, and it's not going to be Smarter who leads either. We have a lead change, and it's Cassava Kiss resuming the lead for Deltec Racing Team. Great job by Cassava to get there, and let's see how long he holds it. Is he going to extend effectively the lead, because it was about 10 seconds when the driver change occurred for the first time. It's looking to be even more this time. Barden has come out of the pits, and it's wanting to gain as much time on the RGPL car as possible. But there won't be too much in it. Eddie Castillo though is way behind in P4 on Barden. That whole Dutch connection Blackhawk battle has come to a long end. P1's also been running their own races now. And anything Smarter in the car, out the pits, but quite a bit down on Cassava Kiss at the moment. All the P1's running their own races at the moment, but there might be a battle somewhere else on track if I'm lucky, but I don't think we're going to have that. Although John Ewan's just got pretty close to Thomas Inns there. Luckily no contact occurred. Well, I've just checked and there are no battles for position going on at all on track right now, so I think I might ask for auto... No, I'm not going to ask for auto cams. Well, actually I might ask for auto cams to be put on, so you're at least looking at something different all the time. Well, it's been an interesting race so far, then Cassava Kiss obviously leading it, and well, I find this a lot in endurance racing, so there comes a point where literally nothing is occurring and you have to find something to fill the gap with. If you'd like to come and talk to me, of course, please do hop on the Room 2 TeamSpeak of the Virtual Endurance Championship and have a chat, you know, because at this rate we're not going to be talking about much on track, but we're going to have a talk about most other things. I mean, one fire night tonight, great if you're English, but if you don't celebrate it, not so great. Obviously lots of fireworks going on tonight. The celebrations will be enforced for whoever wins this one, that's for certain. And, well, as it stands, Eric Smith is just coming to pits in the velocity car, but as I say, not really too much in the way of on-track action at the moment, which is why I'm blabbering on about random stuff. And, well, if you just tuned in, I don't think you tuned in at a very good time, unfortunately. We have lost a little bit of the on-track fantastic whiz-bang shenanigans that we had before. But it's all going alright at the moment in here in Room 2 for a lot of teams and drivers. And, of course, if you do want to join us, as we said, please feel free to. Waiting for Tony Craven to get back, of course, and we'll be able to talk to him again. It is an interesting thing, really, because obviously here at the VEC we have these, we have 6-hour races, and if this has happened already, then, you know, you get a lot more of it in an 8-hour race, if there's just nothing happening. And, well, let's think about, why don't we talk our Factor 2? Because we have other series here at SRC, and we have the virtual Le Mans series coming up as well, which is going to be using different prototypes. These are going to be using the Enduracers prototypes in VLMS at least, and They will be available. They've received a lot of critical acclaim, and we are very much looking forward to running them here at simracing.club. They will come in force, I believe, after this race. So, at least in VLMS, we'll be using the prototypes, I think. Hopefully.
I'm back.
Oh, Tony Craven is back.
What did I miss?
I was just talking about the engine racers mod. I'm hoping we'll be able to use that soon with the release and the original plan for being used in VLMS.
Yeah, I noticed some of the, like, me and a couple of friends, we tested the engine racers mod. And, or like, a couple of my friends tested it, and I went to his house and I tried it out. And, apparently there's a problem with some of the... Ooh, there's contact! Casanova sits. Well,
yeah,
long story short, I still think the mod needs a little bit tweaking before it's ready. But has it already been released officially?
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about all this in a speculative context. I know I'm saying all this, but I'm hoping that after it's been tested, we'll be able to use it in VLMS, because that was the original plan.
Yes, of course.
That's what I mean by all this. Obviously, Jimmy Allison and that will be testing all this, having his mod team test it, and they'll be making the decision, hopefully after this race, because obviously we want to get it in as soon as possible. I mean, I would like to see them as soon as possible. That's why I'm saying hopefully after this race.
Well,
at least to get them in at least the VLMS.
What do you think? We're about the half point of the race. It's starting to, the dust is starting to settle in. What do you think? Is it going to be absolutely pitch black dark towards the end?
No idea, but there's nothing happening on track apart from a spin for a prototype. That was Orange Runa.
Eddie Christina. Well, he's ahead already, but I think Alex won't mind Arwin had a small spin.
Yeah, and indeed, I'm just keeping an eye on the viewer figures. We have 97 viewers now, still a respectable figure. I don't blame a lot of people if they have gone because there's not much happening on track, but it's always been around the 100 mark. This broadcast, nice and consistent. Nice to see we have a lot of people here. Great to have such viewers and consistent, you know, people who like staying with us. And Arwen, Taruna having just spun us, keep the same forward. But to go back to the engine races mod, I'll say the original plan was for that to be used in VLMS. Obviously, you're saying you think it needs a little bit of tweaking. I think it's a brilliant mod myself. It's received brilliant public acclaim, and I would hope we stick to that plan as soon as possible and get the cars in, because the original standalone sort of make-do plan until they were released was just to use the P2MC in this series. But it would be nice to see VLMS and their P2s soon. Of course, a lot of people I've talked to have really liked that mod, and I like it myself. I think it's a very nice driving mod. I'm not going to make any comparisons to other mods, but I think it is very nice.
Yeah, like the Engine Races mod in R Factor 2. R Factor 1 was excellent back in the day. Love the fact that you have more than one P2. Not to criticize the URD mod that we have. It's fantastic as well.
Yeah, all of the mods that we have here are of the highest quality, and we make sure that we have the highest quality mods here at SRC, because, well, that means high quality racing. As, well, yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't think the GTs are necessarily going to be included in that series. I think was only the deal with the agreement was, or the idea was only having to use the prototypes, because the GTs I think are slightly older. But nonetheless, if the prototypes are added into VLMS, it will be a welcome addition, and I'm sure Jimmy Allison has his own ideas as for what he wants to happen, and I'm not going to question him about it because he's busy in Room 1, so best not disturb him.
He knows what he's doing.
He does, so leave him alone. Yeah, and definitely don't poke him. We've learned that the hard way.
Oh, yes.
Yep, do not poke the Allison, otherwise stuff happens. Patrick Barnett in the pits for Black Hawk Racing. He has come in now. Something to commentate on, as his door champion, though no driver swaps are likely.
Exactly. But what do you think? It's going to be dark, so that's going to change the dynamic of the entire race.
It might do.
Because it's already getting pretty dark. Soon we'll all have to put our headlights on. And it's going to make traffic even more interesting to deal with. You can't see in the rear view mirrors because the lights from the prototypes, they're quite powerful, so they blind you pretty much.
Yeah,
So you can't exactly see in a GT car or a P2 when a faster car is coming by.
Yep, you can't really ever see, and I'm still astonished how Thomas Hinz is still going after 3 hours and 10 minutes, and there is nobody there to take the car over for him. How is he doing it? I couldn't even begin to drive for that long. I hope someone comes and takes the car in, even though he's doing a great job.
Meanwhile, Patrick Barton in the pits.
That Barton we mentioned was pitting, and Eddie Castillo I think, has gone through in the Dutch Connection racing car. Well, we are looking at Armin Cerruti now. Now we should be looking at Casina. Better bit of traffic to deal with, it should be easy for him. Bernd Schmidt is back in the car. So we have Patrick Barton out, Bernd Schmidt in. And if there are any coordinates needed, he'll have to see them. What's your thoughts, people watching on the race so far then? Get your comments rolling in. Tell us how you think it's gone. If you can predict who you think is going to win, who do you think is going to win? I wouldn't blame you if you can't though. Because we are only 3 hours and 10 minutes into this 6-hour race. I'm ready for bed already. Although I've got 50 minutes before I can take my second regularly scheduled break.
Indeed. And I have to leave in about 20 minutes.
Oh, well that is a shame.
Yeah, kinda. But I do want to get a feel for the track before I actually jump in the car itself.
Well, I don't blame you.
It's going to be an interesting dynamic with the way the track changes up when it gets dark. Temperatures get down and everything becomes pitch black.
Indeed, and well, could be interesting to see how it gets when it gets dark. You obviously driving these prototypes, you know from experience what it's like when it starts to get dark. And he said, obviously, you know, you can't see as much. How much more of a challenge is it? Because we know it's a bit more of a challenge, but like, if you could scale it, how much more is it?
Well, like, I think it's a bit of a, like, the first few laps, I think the first 10-20 minutes are going to be very difficult, especially if you're transitioning from light to darkness, because of the simple fact that, like, the way you hit the corners, it's going to, like, the way you visualize when you're entering a corner, it becomes different.
Your whole visualization is different because you can't see it as much. You take less risks and you're more conservative. And I guess you can argue lap times drop in the dark because you can't see as much and you're more careful.
Exactly, and the fact is, like I mentioned earlier, because of the way the lighting system works here, is that you can't keep an eye on your mirrors while you're going on through a corner, so you really have no idea if there's 2 or 3 cars, because it's all a blur. So, blur of light, so you can't see how many cars are behind you, because you have to be constantly focusing on the turn ahead of you. So, I'd say, like, from my experience, what I did with the 24 hours of Norse Life with P1 Gaming, shout out to them. Yeah, they, it's just such a different way you race, drive.
Well, I'll say this, I've just noticed Dennis Jordan is waiting around in the driver's booth, and that will be to take over from Thomas Hinz potentially in the next couple of laps, and thank goodness for it, because he has driven a marathon stint. That is 3 hours and 10 minutes that he's driven in that GT. I mean, it's not necessarily as hard as, say, anyone driving that much in an LMP, of course, as Adam Maguire has in P9. But Thomas Hinz will finally get a break. Hopefully he'll even join us if he's not too tired.
Yeah, at this point I'd probably already be sprinting to the bathroom.
Well, I mean, Adam Maguire, if they've driven that much in a prototype, it takes something quite special. And he's obviously got a lot of endurance in him for an endurance driver. He's still going, he's still trying, and you've got to appreciate how much, you know, how much that takes in that Origin front row prototype.
By the way, I don't think you noticed, but what do you think of the Velocity GT skin? We changed it.
Oh, I haven't had a chance to look. I'm going to put it on the broadcast too. That will be, who is driving at the moment? I don't know.
Eric Schmidt.
Schmidt is driving, P15. Let's have a look at that. Eric, yeah, that is a slight change, and it's a nice change. I like it.
We had a professional, well, semi-professional guy make it for us. His name is RBDK, and if anybody cares, there's a QER code on the car. and you can get into contact with him if you want him to make you a skin too. And I'm just saying this because he's such a nice guy, and he'll be more than happy to do your skin for you.
Apparently there's a battle for the GTE lead, and there is a battle for the GTE lead. Completely missed it. Thomas Hens, out of relative nowhere, has found a chance to go for Ren's Club. I hope he doesn't charge too hard, because he's supposed to be coming into the pits soon, I think. I think he wanted to go out, and he does come into the pits. He tried to get it before Ren's Club. He had to come in, but he will be coming in. Dennis Jordan will take over, and well, he tried his hardest, didn't he, Thomas Hens?
Yeah, a bit of a cheeky reminder to Ren's Club and his team that, hey, don't forget about us.
As soon as you guys pit, we'll be on yous. Because Ren's Club has been in that car for a while. As soon as he pits, the feeder Ragnar team will be on Ren's Club. But Thomas Hens had it in his grasp. I think in the end he must have decided, you know what, I'm pitting this lap, I'm not going to go for it, but I'm going to give you a little try anyway. And he almost had it, but no contact, luckily. Well, that gives a bit of a short, sharp shock. Thomas Hens will be swapping out to Dennis Jordan. Adam Maguire in the pits too. I think he's finally called... Well, has he called time? Or is he going to continue? Well, I think he is going to continue. I don't see anyone. I think Adam Maguire is not done.
Oh my.
He has about 50 minutes left in that car, maximum.
It's about what's it.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see when this ends for him. Hens' car has now dropped P4 in class, and Ren's Club still obviously leading. But, of course, Dennis Jordan gets in that car. I'm very much hoping we'll get Thomas Hens with us in this to talk with us, because you don't just do a stint like that and not be tired. But, well, he's had a great stint as well, second for most of it.
Good job by Hens and his team.
Jordan, though, in that Free to Sport Adonis car, now leaves the pits, fourth in class. Bit of catching up to do to the likes of Klopp, Chancellor Armiel, but when the pit stops happen, I'm sure the opportunity will arise. There's a lead battle, of course, on there, and, well, I'll tell you this, Arwin Taruna and P4's having a go at Kasaba Kiss, trying to unlap himself. Can Arwin do it? Yes, he can. Through he goes, almost at Kasaba. He's got to watch out here, because he can probably afford to lose tightness and be smarter, but not too much. He wants to get through past Darwin, past Wojciech Deska, who's just let him through. And Kasaba Kiss, well, going to try and get through again, but what a move. Well, from Kasaba, well, Arwin to unlap himself. This has just got a little bit more interesting, as it always seems to do when anything like this happens. I tell you what, thank goodness for these regularly scheduled breaks. My jaw is quite painful.
Come on, you take a break.
Oh no, it's fine, it's fine. It's not causing us to not be able to speak. It's just, I'm not used to speaking this much.
Exactly. There's been so much going on.
Regular jaw massages help.
Yeah.
I would love to get Thomas Hens in with us if he has the time and he's not tired enough. But, well, what a stint he had, and I'm sure he is around. We'd love to talk to him. Well, either which way, I'm just looking for anything else to talk about at the moment, because obviously we've talked stint length, we've talked endurance, we've talked R-Factor 2, we've talked empty race ads. I'm going to get a bit of a trivia question for you, Mark, Tony, while we'll still have you. So, if you could pick any mod out of R-Factor 2, as it stands right now, which one is your favourite? And it can be stock content, it can be third party, payware, anything.
That is a hard question. A lot of mods I like. Honestly, I do really like the VEC cars that we have, the URD cars. I do really like them. I think I like the Energy Racing cars too, but it's just like the GTE cars in this mod, I think, are a little better. I also like, I don't remember who made it, but there was an F1 mod that I tried out last spring, which was quite promising. Pretty close to real life in terms of pace and tire wear. But considering I'm racing these, I'm gonna have to go with the VEC modified URD cars.
Well, I don't mind that choice at all. As if Smart has taken the lead of the race from Xavier Kiss, who has come in, and Smarter now has gone back into the lead. I don't know whether this is a driver change. It might be, but I don't know. Either way, a pit stop has occurred, and then Smarter goes into the lead of the race. Ianbert now a whole lap ahead of Connie Nosland as well, so, well, at least a whole lap ahead in terms of lead to the leader.
Not so long, not a lot of time to go until we enter night time. The sun is already setting behind the horizon.
Indeed, and Ren's Club in the pits as well. Is this Dennis Jordan's chance? I think it's going to be. Dennis Jordan and Peter Ragnar have just taken the lead of the race.
There we go, but Ren's Club...
Or are they going to? Because Ren's Club's there, and oh no, he's not, he's not.
Close.
Battle for the GT leader, because Alec trying to go through here as well. It's perked up all of a sudden. Apparently we're going to have Thomas Hines with us in about 5 minutes too, which will be great because he can commentate on his own team. As you sometimes do as well, Tony. It's going to be a tough battle. This Ren's Club's Dennis Jordan. Keep your eyes peeled, ladies and gents. This is not going anywhere very far. This is going to be a big battle.
Still got about 10 minutes to go.
Yep, and well, a big 10-minute battle. Well, no, 10 minutes to 5 minutes till Hines gets here. Lots of time until this ends because Ren's Club and Dennis Jordan just get started. I haven't eaten enough of these crisps enough, so I've got half a bowl left.
Oh dear.
Need to do something about that. Well, inroads are being made on from Dennis Jordan and Ren's Club here. Not just inroads on crisps, but inroads on actual transition chain Chancellor pits. But we're looking at Jordan and Klopp here. Oh, it's not for GT lead anymore because Chancellor's there, but it's for GTP2, which will become GT lead probably. I'm looking, and I see Alex Brownigar. So driver change in the works. It will be for GT lead eventually.
Yep.
Dennis Jordan, though, not really making the inroads he needs to get through past Klopp yet. Here's
they're quite
Triangle.
equal in terms of pace.
In terms of pace, he's starting to catch. I think he's similar, but similar's not good enough. He needs to be quicker and by quite a margin.
Yep. Oh, Jordan just got it.
Joe Chiamba is out with a suspension problem. That's the Odin Racing number 69 car, and they are out of it. That is unfortunate for them. Suspension failure. And, well, the car looks pristine, to be honest. So, I don't know what on heck happened, but something's happened. Alex Brodigar makes the pit, but Odin Racing are out.
What a shame.
Doing quite a good job as well. Let's hope this doesn't discourage them, but, you know, first outing that I know of in GT and Route 2 at least. They've given it a go. That's all they can ask.
Exactly. Do the best you can. And if you've done the best you can, well, you can leave the race happy, no matter where you placed, position-wise, I mean.
They'll be sad that you can get to the end, though, as Klopp versus Jordan just continues to rage on.
Jordan catching Klopp little by little. And as a P1 rages on through.
Right. For Dennis Jordan, it's hammer time. And for me, it's open can of pop time. So, let's have a little interesting gander at this then. Jordan versus Klopp. And we have got a battle on now, haven't we, ladies and gents? I'm going to go on board with Dennis Jordan as we watch this unfold. Dennis Jordan, we know how much he wants it. We know how much Ren's Klopp wants it. But who's going to get it? I think the crucial part of this battle was the fact that Klopp didn't change drivers. I think he knew he couldn't to hold this lead. I think he knows he's going to have to be in that car a little longer before any change occurs. Otherwise that lead would have been lost. well, I think you'll agree, Tony, as well, that Dennis Jordan has got the advantage here in his pocket because they've already done the driver change.
Yep. Rob still needs to do a lot of stuff and the driver change. So if this gap keeps up, I think towards the end we might see Jordan in the beginning.
And what a way to take it that would be, with Thomas Hinds doing such a phenomenal stint catch around his car, and then Dennis Jordan finishing the job, perhaps. Apparently they have damage as well, which might have contributed, but the car's bad on tyres, so that might be why they closed down the gap so quickly.
Could be.
That could probably play a part in it. Renz and them still going at it. Probably the main battle on track at the moment, Klopp Jordan. I don't really see any other battles going on.
Contact over Schmitz, and I think that's Bueno. Didn't leave quite enough room for the P2 car.
Well, perhaps so, and well, that's not very good. But I tell you what, ladies and gents, we've already got Finn and Tony Craven, we've got the English Finn and Josh Ramsden. This is going to come an international incident in the comments booth because we've got the Australian Thomas Hinds with us to add a little bit of an Aussie flavour to this broadcast. Hello, Tom.
Hey.
Now you must be absolutely exhausted after that mammoth stint you've done, but it's paid dividends because there is Dennis Jordan in P19 challenging for GC lead.
Yeah, man. That was incredible, really. Qualifying, I definitely going to be a little better. I kind of stuffed up all the corners on the fly, but it's in a good spot. Right off the line, starts to go in the corner. Yeah, and then got that road early on, they got one too hard, and yeah, and he jumped right again, and he picks, and then now we're in lead battle. So, yeah, it was an interesting one. Yeah, really done. Had a P1 out of turn 1 with the contact, so it's a little bit off the left, but once it was just yeah, it's quite something. Yeah, quite fun.
Yeah, and that is actually unfortunately time now for Tony Craven to lead us. You have done a phenomenal job on commentary, as always, and it is such a pleasure to have you with us. And for the laughs, the giggles, and the very passionate commentary, possibly even rounding my own.
Well, you guys have a good job. Such an exciting nighttime race.
Yeah, night 4's at Istanbul, and Tony Craven gets ready for his stint. Thank you so much for joining us.
See you later, guys.
Bye.
Yeah.
And then there were 2, but it's me and Hinds, which means commentary.
Maybe I'm just try to keep myself vaguely sane while I watch it.
Well, if you'd like to do commentary, you can. It would help. At the moment, it is just me now because.
It's just just remove myself from the equation.
Well, you don't have to remove yourself from the equation. You can just commentate on everything with me.
It's been a great race so far. Just from being on track, pacing really good. Certainly top 3, I think the top 4 or 5 was really close. Yeah, sounds like sort of Chad I saw just having that little chat with Ricardo where he's in the Corvette in the lead car, the hard corner, coming for top. And yeah, it sounds like we're not really going to be well, not close to this. It's interesting. It's a really fun race. It's really shame I think it's not actually around anymore. It's so fun.
Yeah, it is a great little track, this Istanbul, and in terms of pit stop time, I want to talk about that with you because obviously you've changed driver now with Dennis Jordan. He's taken the car over and he's doing a great job trying to hold on to Ren's clock here. But you've surely gained an advantage in terms of pit stops because you've done a drivers what we haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've done a pit stop and you've done a pit stop obviously and tried to change drivers. Ren's Klopp has to get out of that car at some point.
Yeah.
But you've got an advantage there.
Yeah, because Dennis will obviously get in the groove and then he'll obviously stay in the car again. So unless there's one direct cabin. So yeah, we do have that advantage because I was finding even towards the end now I still feeling really comfortable. So if he gets in the groove, like I suspect he could easily do, we could look pretty good. So yeah, just a case of just avoiding. We had that little moment with the prototype. It was very lucky we managed to not go into the wall or anything. It was a heartbeat moment. I kind of panicked. Yeah, had a little bit of a heart attack for a moment, but yeah, worked out. So yeah, we're looking alright. It's a long way to go still. Long way to go. Nowhere near over yet.
Absolutely nowhere near over yet, as you rightly say. And you know, there are still. I'm trying to work it out. We are 3.5 hours into this race, 2.5 hours to go, 1.5 hours until the infamous power hour, which is always the most fun part of a broadcast.
Yeah. It's interesting racing in this darkness. It didn't actually look too bad when I was in the car. I didn't actually have the headlights on at all, or being there. So interesting. But yeah, it's going to be a fascinating final stint. We've got some prototypes going past the lead GTs again. And yeah, it's that turn 8 as well. It's a very interesting one because some of the prototypes like to duck it up the inside into that corner. It's a little bit interesting trying to get through there when you've got a prototype next to you. It's hard enough on your own when no one's around you in a GT, let alone when you've got a prototype up your inside. So yeah, traffic management is going to be key up here.
Yeah, and of course, I want to ask you a question as well. Obviously, the Feeder Sport Poland Ragnar simulator car. Feeder Sport Poland, of course, are current reigning LMP1 champions in Room 1. So, what is it like to be part of such a championship-winning outfit?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Oh, here we go. Wait, Dennis. Having a look at the last.
Oh,
corner,
yes.
Well, yeah. Just I think the lens just a little bit loose there, and there's a prototype here sitting there wanting to get by. It's a battle for the lead. You don't have to be patient with it. Yeah, nearly a chance for Dennis, but not quite. Managed to hold on, but close.
Yeah, but to go back to the question of what it's like to drive for Feeder Sport Poland, you know, that's such a quite high-end outfit, and really, you know, one of the teams that you want to be looking out for in any race. Does that add any particular pressure onto you as a driver, or how relaxed an atmosphere is it?
It's pretty good. Adam, who leads the team, he's very nice guy, super great to work with. He doesn't put super huge pressure on us. He just kind of, he very much lets us do our thing, just like us four, and me, Ricky, and Dennis. We all, obviously do our setup stuff and all that. But Adam he's usually taking the back seat, just lets us. He's really good at work. Really just lets us do what we need to do. He's there if we need him or anything like that. So, but yeah, it's just in terms of it being a successful team, it's definitely it's a little bit of pressure. It is an established team. They're very obviously defending champions in the P1, so it does as a little bit just because of that really, not really anything else. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's been a lot of fun this draw. I think for me, endurance racing, I just enjoy it too much to let the pressure really get too bad. You can get into, especially in these GTs. I just adore these GT cars. You can just get into such a amazing rhythm with them. It's just something to behold. Like I was, as I said, bodying that spin, I was like, my right foot was in quite a bit of cramped and a bit of pain there, but it still didn't feel too bad. I was still, even though I was in pain, even though it was still tiring, obviously being in the car for 3 hours, it still didn't feel too bad, and it was still a lot of fun because the car was just that fun to drive. I'm really just such a big fan of these GTs, so yeah, not too bad. But so yeah, there is definitely that little background sort of. You hope you go do a bit better because it is a established team in the back of my mind, I guess. But from the team itself, it's a very relaxed atmosphere, I think.
Well, as this battle in GTs rages on, I'm very pleased to welcome Ricardo Kazari to the chat.
Yeah, good evening everybody, thank you.
And well, this just got a little bit interesting because now we've got the two cars fighting for the GT. We've got two drivers from two cars fighting out for GT leads. So, could be interesting. What's been your perspective of this race, Ricardo?
I really don't know. I was hoping to catch up something better, both from the new and the old tires. To be honest, in the first stint I've tried to manage, maybe see if that was possible to do a double stint. But when it was on something like 20 liters remaining on the full tank, I gave a look, at the tire wear, and they said no possible. And so I started pushing a little bit more, but it's like I have a little wasted the first stint, and on the second I tried to push a little bit more from immediately, but my drive was not that nice. It was not what I was expecting for, And also, I had a little contact on an overlapping with a P2 car that just overtook me in braking, and then locked still straight on the straight line. So I had to go in to avoid them, to avoid their back, but they had still on the inside. So we touched a little on my right, on my rear right, and they had a little damage. And I don't know why, if it was me or the car, but we are so heavy on the right tires. I really don't know why. So my teammate now is is a little moaning about this, because from the middle of the stint to the end, he can't turn in the car, which this was not our problem, but starting from the free practice, we never had this problem. So I really can't say something about that. I think that the only known stuff we can say is that it's all up to the traffic management.
It is a key part of endurance racing, traffic management. I'm sure Thomas Hintz will agree.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in real quick. Yeah, I have to, just to back up what Ricardo's saying, that definitely, especially around here, because of the way the circuit is, if you get caught in a bit of an awkward spot with traffic, you can really lose a lot of time. I had that a few times where a prototype sort of went for a move, and I was sort of, there's a bit of a, one of those kind of late moves, and I was kind of like, I didn't really want to just give it up for the pace, but then you have to give it up and lose a second or two, get in your rhythm for a bit, and it just kind of has a bit of a lasting effect for a lap or two before you get back in the rhythm. So yeah, I can definitely agree. It's more spacious here for me, but I feel like traffic's almost even more of a something to manage because of just the way the circuit is, because of those flying corners. So yeah, but no, it was a good fun episode. Ricardo. So we're having, I think for us as well with that damage, we're having I was having a little bit of so I sort of adjusted and just tried to back off, tried to sort of nurse that front right as much as I could, but yeah, it's definitely not easy.
May I just interject with a little battle we've got developing here, potentially. Arwin Taruna in P5 and the ICMRS team doing a great job, but becoming under more and more threat from Alex Quivel and the SINL team Audi behind. Now, there is only about 2 seconds between these cars. I didn't even notice that this close before, but with Taruna coming up with some traffic here in the form of Steph Armiel, this could be problematic. And flashing his light, that is not a happy chappy. And here comes Quivel straight through, and the gap reduces as a result.
Yeah, no, I don't really firing away. That was a bit of a dive there down the inside as well. Just had to sort of giving up too much space to go, so I don't really blame you for your flash there. But yeah, it's a bit interesting. I know it's not easy in a prototype, lapping the GTs. I was one of the as a prototype going like that. Look at that, he got held big time by the GT. That's going to cost him even more time. So traffic not being kind, this is exactly what we were saying. As you said, the traffic management is just so key. And you're seeing now, like he's losing hand over, and again, he's gone for movement on Porsche, hasn't done it very cleanly, he's lost even more time. L car nearly goes off the track, but yeah, especially long night time conditions as well, it's going to make things dirty, all that more harder. So yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch. It's definitely a battle, you're right, Josh, to keep an eye on here in the P1s.
Yeah,
sometimes it gets tricky because it's hard to understand if the car behind is going to dive in or not. So sometimes maybe you brake a little earlier and you create a little bit more troubles because the car is just taking a look and then switch back on the racing line and waits. So under that point of view, maybe in Indy we saw the opposite. In Indy, the prototype were diving in with more confidence. Okay, so under some points of it can be a little bit more dangerous, but under some points of view, it's better because it's more clear. Okay, you know what is going to happen, so you can behave to manage that. Okay, in this case, for example, I lost a lot of time on the long turn 8 corner because sometimes I got a prototype just taking a look, and so I was releasing, getting in a little bit wide, going out from the rubber line, and then you have to release a lot, or you're going wide.
Yeah. I was definitely, and again back that up. Definitely, you're definitely right. There was a bit more confidence in the prototypes, but I think after I don't think it wasn't terrible lapping at Indy, but there were a few moments. It happens, but it's a tight circuit. It was going to happen. I think it was always going to be difficult with how tight it was. So. There's a few people, there's a few things, a little instance. It's disastrous. There's a few little instances though, and I think because of that, they're being a little bit, as well as just being distracted, just being a little bit more cautious, as you say. And I had the same thing a few times. Prototype would sort of look, and I'd be like, oh, is he going? And I'd sort of leave a bit of room. He wouldn't go for it. It'd just be a little bit of an awkward kind of stalemate. We're both sitting there going, well, what's going on? So, yeah, I think they're getting a little, they're getting used to the race, but the nighttime conditions here are going to make it even more interesting to kind of judge what the other cars are doing with the lap and the prototypes and GT.
Yeah. So about the traffic, I was taking a look at the race pace of my teammate and yours, and even if they were on new tire, they did I think just one lap under the 53. The other was 53 or 54 even on new tire. So you know, it's all about I think that you have to be lucky, but also you have to create your own luck situation. Okay, it's really tough. It's really tough. Yeah, let's see. Okay, it's better. We gotta go now. So thank you, Joshua. And
Nice to have you.
thank you, Thomas, too. Good race. Really nice first stint.
Thanks, man. Same to you, man. Same to you.
Okay. Good luck to everybody. Good evening.
And yourself, Ricardo. Pleasure to have you with me.
Bye bye.
Speaking of diving in, while we were watching that, Alex Quivel drove into the pit. He's lost positions to Archie Secula and Wojciech Kaszka. That's how Owen Taruna is not got as much of a challenge on at the moment. That really is a whole minute and 26 now behind Zenovic Smart, race leader.
Yeah, it's very interesting to watch this lead GT battle. It's so ebb and flow because of the traffic, you know. Dennis will get past, he'll lose a bit of time, then Renz gets past, he loses it again, and it's really ebb and flow. Dennis is looking very close right now. As Ricardo alluded to there, it sounds like they're having a lot of trouble with the tyres, and again we sort of were as well, to be fair, on that front right. But I think it's a bit of everyone, because especially because GT, you know, obviously they have grip of the prototypes through that turn 8, that front right just it literally screams for mercy when you're going through there. So, and even in the best of circumstances, so there's got a bit of damage as well. It just compounded even more. So, yeah, but it's going to be a fascinating battle. Looks like a bit of a gap back to Brodegan in P3, and then even a bit more of a gap back to Emil there in P4 in the Ferrari, and we've got so I see the number 65 entry Corvette in the 5th at the moment in class. But it's a fascinating battle we've got going on here. It's very close indeed. But it's between myself and Ricardo, and even by the looks of Dennis and Renz, we're all very close in pace, so it's just making it even more fascinating.
Yeah, always a good time here in VEC. Jose Casanovas comes into the pits now, and yeah, still looking pretty good in terms of battles. I suppose we've got this whole Jordan Klopp duel going on. Further down the field, Marco Cesano is on a field of his own at the moment. All the battles we had before, the likes of Helmut Dooku Cubic, have all gone away now, which is a shame, because I had so much fun commentating on that GT Spa all the way back before.
Shane Berkeley and features double up at the moment quite well there. Good fun cars at ride back, sort of driving obviously with you, Josh, the dream team, in the LMS, and the people are great fun to drive with there. I never actually given any laps before being on this, but damn, it's a fun car. Oh, P2 passing on the BMWs, very close, but anyway, it's hard enough on some of the traffic, but yeah. The GTV's got a bunch of traffic around the big traffic, so they're a bit interesting one, but yeah, it's quite a fascinating race. It's quite fascinating to see just how close some of this is, even though it's been this long into the race. It really has got something to behold. But fun little race. But credit to so just because I'm obviously looking up in the car, but is Smarter actually ahead of the Deltex, or is he ahead of expected?
Smarter is a whole minute and 26 ahead. But I think you have to change out the driver soon anyway, so it might be equalising when Zendik Smarter swaps out.
Yeah, okay, because I remember when I was early on, the Delta boys were leaving early on when they were passing me, but lapping me through for P1, but obviously not held it, but they're doing pretty well, guys, to be fair. In the top three at the moment, P1 looking quite strong, just looking quite nice there in that one, and then obviously P3, we have the Porsche, Schneider Porsche, the number 16, looks at the Porsche, up in the frontier tier, or the higher end of the prototypes, good to see. But yeah, it really is, that just GT lead battle is the closest one really at the moment. I'm not really seeing any other battles on track, but we'll keep an eye out, because as you mentioned, that P1 battle should hopefully recommence once the other car stops, but we'll keep an eye on that. But it really is getting dark so fast, isn't it, Josh? Like it was really one way for the Atlantic, and then nearly had a bit of a month there. Get to it. It's gotten dark so quickly, hasn't it? When I was in the car, I didn't even have the headlights on, and now you can barely get to see it. Like, it's amazing how quickly the darkness descends on Istanbul.
Yeah, very much night time here in Turkey, and I tell you what, now might be the time to take one of my very regular scheduled breaks. So I'm going to let Mr. Thomasons call it for a short while I go rest my vocal cords and come back with about 2 hours left in this race. See you soon.
Thanks for that, Josh. Alright, yeah, so try and move you guys through this one as best I can, considering a bit dehydrated and get. I was going to pop up and get a drink before I came to the comedy off, just between you and me and the 92 of you, just a little bit of a hush hush. But I was going to get something to drink, but I actually didn't. Very good. So I'm a little bit hurt by that. Hopefully I'll get a drink very soon. Might just leave it a little bit quiet for a couple of minutes. But okay, well the game. So I'm not sure if I can do that. So I only have access to the silver palace. But yeah, battle for the GT lead looks to be the main one. Cop's still holding on. It's very, very close. As I said, ebb and flow at the moment. There's awful lot of ebb and flow going on. Look, traffic obviously is sort of affecting that with the prototypes passing. But again, Brodegan down third, everything pretty comfy, all cozy there in the Aston. Pretty solid race from them as well. Took a bit of trouble on the Ferritin, decent pace. Emil there on the Ferrari in fourth, also looking quite comfortable ahead of the Corvette in fifth. BMW in sixth, shout out to BMW, the sole BMW I'm pretty sure in the whole of VEC, so it's good to see the Beamer. Always nice. I'm pretty sure, still no stops and prototypes. It looks like it's still that GT League battle, it's just it's such a fascinating battle to watch right now in this particular race. I'll see if I can get on to turning down the game run a little bit. I don't know if I can, but I can try to for you guys, so I'll see if I can do that. Again, I'm not sure I won't be able to do that. But yeah. What I will do very quickly is just a very well moment. I'm just going to quickly go and get a refreshment for myself. I know Josh has just gone for a break, but I need to get a refreshment because I haven't had any sort of refreshments since I got the car, so I am approach is screaming in mercy, basically. So just going to leave it for you guys to just keep an eye on that GT League battle. And let's see actually before I go if I can get a hold of the cameras and just see if I can get a good onboard there with Dennis. Just for you guys while I go and get a refreshment real quick. Yeah, looking like it's very close as battle still in the lead of GC. That's a good view. I have to try and get that view on board. It's very nice. The sun's setting as well as we go over the hill there. It's set, sorry, if it's setting. It's set already, but yeah, this GC League battle is so ebb and flow. It's fascinating to see these two being so close. The Corvette and the Grow, very, very nice to see this battle going on between those two. Again, shout out to the Beamer. It's good. It's good to see the Beamer getting some love. I know that it always has a bit of a last year of Rob Ball using it. Oh, is that a bit of following? What is that? An incident somewhere. I think there was a prototype passing one of the Porsches. Let me have a look here. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's nasty. A bit of overlap there. One of the Porsches and the P2. I'll try and catch the P2. That is involved. I think it was Eric Schmidt. Yeah, it was Eric Schmidt there. Yeah. Into turn, I believe that's turn 3. I don't know if the right hand or sweeping right hand counts as turn, but turn 3 there, he's gone down the inside and there's been a bit of overlap and round he goes. So yeah, looks like no major damage, looks like he's continued on pretty much unscathed, but yeah, it's been an awkward one for him, so it's not very nice there. But yeah, as I said, it really is just that hope with GT League is the primary focus right now for this particular. Alright, cool. Just anyone in the chat, just let me know if that's any better. I'm pretty sure we've had our Jimmy's just turned down the volume of the Room 2 camera. It's recording the action for you in Room 2. Just in the chat, if anyone can just let me know or let us know if the volume is better, because it should have been turned down. So hopefully you can hear me a little bit better than before. Fingers crossed. Yeah, it's a fascinating battle at the moment in that GT Lee Dennis is just Dennis and Klopp. They're both so similar. I think the pace, it's almost you can't even separate them right now. So it's so close. It's going to be a tiring one to keep that pace, because I was definitely having quite a tiring time trying to keep that high pace that we were doing to try and stay in the lead. They've got one of the prototypes coming up on them now. Dennis there. Loses a bit of time there to the first sector of one of the prototypes there. Just sort of did that half the look move that they're kind of talking about. They're just sort of having a bit of a look, they don't commit the move, and then you sort of end up, you're both sort of sitting there going, and you don't really know what each other are doing. So, pretty awkward there. Smith in the lane, by the way, the number 37 P2 car. So he's in the lane there after the earlier shenanigans with the Porsche. There's another potential battle brewing. I'll just check if it's actually for position or if no. Okay, they're on a different lap, but still, Jimmy Hughes and the number 55 Ferrari, they're both pretty close on track, but Jimmy's 2 laps ahead of the R-Factor race machine, so that won't actually be for position if they do start battling. So they are a couple laps separated from each other. It's still be a close one. Smarter's still in the lead at the moment of the race. The Deltec crew in P2. There is the helm. Bernard Smits in the number 6, sorry, car is now P3s. I'm pretty sure the Gustina entry Porsche is pitted recently, so it's both dropped down. It was Alex Quidd may have had an incident there with all. I'm not sure if that was a lag or if there actually was an incident, but yeah, Shane Burke continues to lead as well in the P2 class. He's a good, he's on the same lap, so he's not actually a lap ahead of the P2, but he's a good half lap or so ahead of him, so he's got quite a lot of breathing space there. But yeah, fascinating stuff this race. It really has been an interesting one to see. Very different to Indy, very different style of track. A lot more flowing corners, medium to higher speed corners. Indy a lot more stop and starts for corners. So a bit more on the tyres, length tyres a bit more of an issue here because there's a bit more pressure on them. The Indy tyres weren't really much of an issue. They were pretty much solid all the way. Yeah, Ricardo, I agree, trust me. As I said, I'm a huge fan of these GTs, so yeah, you're not alone in that, trust me. I'm a very big fan as well, so yep. Apparently my mic a little bit soft and muffled. Apologies if it is. I don't know if there's much I can really do about that to change that. Sorry about that. I think there's much I can really do, unless it was... Okay, maybe I didn't quite have it right. Hopefully that's a little bit clearer. I think I had it pointing away from me slightly. Droopy moment. But yeah. Yeah. It's been a very, very fascinating one so far. Still got a good, what is that, 2.5 hours to go. No, sorry. Maths. Wow, I failed at maths miserably, haven't I? Oh yeah, I have. Oh yeah, I have. Actually about, what is that? Maths, please. Oh my god, you can tell, all of you can now tell I just didn't do maths at all. to any sort of degree in school. So now you're aware. But yeah, I could just look at the screen possibly. Yeah, that would probably help. Yeah, just over 2 hours to go now in this race, so we're getting close to the latter stages. It feels a lot more how it should be. It's interesting to see, because I know in Indy there's a lot of incidents that occurred. Well, there's various incidents that happened, and so you saw you had P2s in amongst the GTs, and you had a couple of P1s further back as well. But as we can see here, look at that, all the P1s, 10th, and P2s, 11th to 17th, and the GTs all the way down. So it's a very much a symmetrical affair, as there's a few prototypes now coming through on the lead GT battle. Oh, it's so close. Trying to go around the outside of prototypes is whenever GTs is a bit of a interesting game, I think, for a prototype. Obviously GTs, they don't have the grip for a prototype has, so they're not quite going to grip around around the corners of a prototype does. So going on the outside of one, yes, leaving a little bit to fate, I think, because obviously GT's not going to grip quite as well. It could slide, to the outside of the corner a lot more than the prototype will. So bit of a dicey game, I feel like. But either way, it's all working right now. Got the prototypes again coming through on the lead battle. It's a bit awkward here as they're coming on the inside of Dennis. He's trying to, Jordan, sorry, he's just leaned through. Yep, all good, it's all worked out. But they have, from the Millers all boys, even more prototypes coming through. So it's a lot of interesting stuff going on. But again, this is really the only, I'm fairly sure, battle really going on track at the moment. It's a very, very fascinating battle for the class lead. Again, quite a gap back to Brodegam, who is a good, if I can get that, yeah, he's hard to actually know what the gap is. I can look at the stream, that would probably help. Oh, whoops, I didn't do that. There we go. Let's have a look. It is, what is that gap? 37, there you go, 37 seconds. So Brodegam, fair ways back from this battle, but they're looking pretty comfy in P3 in class. Is that Aston? If anything happens up at the top end, then they're there to really benefit from any issues that go on there. So, yeah, but we're getting close to the final sort of stages. Darkness is very much setting in here. I think by the end we'll pretty much be in complete darkness, I'd say, by the closing stages of this race, which is going to make it interesting. But, yeah, fascinating stuff at the moment. As we go along, again, now the real battle's kicking off. From what I can see, it looks pretty spaced out throughout the field. I don't see any other battles at all. I see no other battles at all throughout the field. Everything else very spread out. Although, actually, I say that. Is that a battle? Oh, it is. Okay. We've got Laurenti, in the number 42 P2, and then Valario Ferraris in the number 49 P2. They're both about 3 or 4, probably 2 or 3 seconds separated on track, and that is for position. That would be P3 in the P2 class. Just going through traffic, but that's another one that's to keep an eye on. That is for the battling class. Pop's actually managed to gap Dennis a little bit now, so I think he's managed to just get into a bit of a groove. Actually, interesting to note. I noticed that it looks like they're actually on the S7 tyre, which is interesting. The lead Corvette we've been running on the S8 tyre, which is interesting. So that's a little bit of an interesting little thing I've noticed. Obviously the mediums are the white wall tyre, the softs are the yellow wall, and then the hards are the orange wall tyre. It looks like they're actually running on a medium car, which is interesting because they're running on the hards. So yeah, interesting. That's something. Well, it's not hard, they're both pretty medium. Just for those who don't know, they both count as medium, I'm fairly sure, and the S9 is actually the hard tyre, but we don't actually have that available for this season. We only have up to the S8 available in game, which is probably fine, or probably is fair, because the S9 we wouldn't really use because it would be way too much durability. We'd probably end up using too much time using it over the other tyres. But yeah, it's very, very close indeed there. But in the lead, I believe it is still Smarter, although it's only 30 seconds now between the two, so I'm guessing Smarter's pitted recently because the gap for the lead's gone well down. Smarter now only 30 seconds to the lead of the Deltec crew. He's at home at the moment, and it's a good 3 laps back to Bernd Schmidt there in P3. So the P1's pretty spaced out as well at the moment. access to the cameras, so I can finally give you guys some stuff. Let's have a look. I think we'll go. Actually, no. Let's have a look. Where was that battle I was talking about? We'll just maybe move away from the GTs if I can. I'll see if I can find that battle I was talking about with the P2s. They were getting pretty close. Yep, they still are. So it's P13. I'll just change that now. Hopefully that's changed there, but hopefully we should now be looking. Yeah, I wish I had more coffee, Ricardo. You're a lucky one now. Fingers crossed. I'm just trying to catch up the screen here, see if it's actually done what I told it to. Fingers crossed it has. Come on. There we go. Alright, beautiful house. Alright, cool. So yeah, just looking there, you're looking at Ferraris on the screens there. He's closing in on Pablo Loretti. The gap is, well, actually he's not really closing. Loretti's actually sort of gapping again. The gap's about 2 or 3 seconds between those two at the moment. And they are quite close. Not as close as GT lead, but they're getting quite close. So I might just leave them. Yeah, that's, and as you guys are mentioning there, yeah, as you guys are mentioning, it's a lot of it's with luck, as we know. For one little mistake, it's just a short little mistake, doesn't have to be much. It can be, yeah, the smallest of mistakes, and that's all you need. That's all that needs to happen for everything to go wrong. So as I said, with myself nearly having the issue, nearly having it at the moment. At one point over the P1 having a bit of contact. Could have very easily been the end of us, but thankfully it wasn't as bad as it could have been. But yeah, as you guys are mentioning now, it definitely can all go wrong very, very quickly in endurance racing, especially obviously once you get really deep into a stint, especially in the night time as well. It's so easy to, just to lose concentration for a little bit. It's not too much. Just for a split second. I know I've done it once or twice before in endurance racing. Just for a split second, you just kind of zone out. You're just sort of thinking about. You're not even really thinking, you're just going along, and then suddenly next minute you just miss your braking point, just that split second where you're not quite thinking or concentrating where you need to be, and then off you go. You're either into the wall or off the track, and you're losing time or losing parts of the car, so it can all go wrong extremely quickly in endurance racing. So that's why it's especially fascinating that these GTs, the GT league is still as close as it is, because as I mentioned, racing at that sort of pace is quite intense. P2, going around the outside there, then again it's very close, but managed to avoid incidents. But yeah, again that battle for P14, P13, P14, it's P3 in class, relatively close. It's sort of ebbing and flowing. It's a bit like the battle on the GT lead. It's very much an ebbing and flowing affair right there. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, it can be a lot of a thrill, but then it all goes wrong, and the amount of speed you can feel is uncomparable to any other form of racing, because of just how much commitment you put in. So, yeah, it's definitely two sides to the coin, so to speak, in endurance racing. But yes, it's been an interesting race. Not too bad on retirements fronts either, to be completely fair. I think we've only had 5 retirements in all. So far, so very, very nice to see some of the cars still running. It's been nice to see the attrition rate not being too bad at this track. It's certainly not the easiest of tracks, I don't think. So good to see that all going. I might even actually put it onto. I'll just put this onto. I'm pretty sure I can put it onto. I'll actually put on the leader of the race. Put on the cameras on the smarter. Who's leading this race? Oh, coffee here. Nice from Ricardo. I could have used 4 coffees, I've got to be honest. But it's, not to be. I believe we have a Mr. Senior Sir Josh Ramsey back with us. I know I gave you all the names there, Josh, but I thought it was necessary.
You're only predicting the future, mate.
We're looking. I've got the cameras looking at Smart at the moment on the screen. Just looking at the race leader. They're 30 seconds ahead of Kiss right now. To what the pitted recently, so it's a bit closer. The The GTs are still extremely close, still about half a second in that battle for the GT lead. But no change as of yet. And also, there's a bit of a battle going on between Loretti and Ferraris in the P2s, third place, with about sort of 6 seconds behind them. As we are just under 2 hours, Josh, we're into that phase. It's all going to get very interesting very soon.
It always does at the end of an endurance race, doesn't it? Oh, most of the time it does. When you get to the end of an endurance race, you just get to that point where it all starts to bring itself back closer again. And we've already had the lull where not much happens. Hopefully we'll start seeing on-track action sooner rather than later. And we do have a battle on between Wojciech Kaszka and Dan Brewer in P8.
Ooh, okay. Hang on, I'll change that now.
Kaszka versus Brewer. This is actually for track position as well. And Brewer, who's been in, I believe... Has he actually switched over yet? I don't think he's been out, I don't know whether he's been out of the car this race.
Oh, gee.
Oh, Kaszka.
Yeah.
Brewer through, but we had this thing before. I suspect Daniel Brewer. I suspect Brewer has 6 minutes in that car before he has to get out, or the team will be disqualified. He's been in for 4 hours and 6 minutes, and it is very close to the limit for these cars.
Yeah, it is. No, that was an interesting moment. Jesus, that was...
Unless I've missed something, and I think he took the qualifying. I don't think he's been out the car this race.
No, yeah. Yeah, it looks like 27 seconds. Well, 27. Kiss is slowly reeling Smart ever so slowly. He's just getting that gap down in the Deltec P1 car. So that could be one that we might need to watch towards the end.
We need to watch it right now.
Yeah. I think we both got access to the camera now, don't we? So
yeah, well, it would be better if you did. It saves me the bother, but...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm considerably less fresh, so to speak. I've been doing this for ages.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing I might quickly do, I just mentioned on the screen there, I didn't actually get a chance to go that's Dragon Focus. So, I might just quickly go grab a drink for be only like a couple of minutes ago. But I'll be back in a few. So I'll be back in a sec. Just need to get refreshments. My throat is screaming at me right now, and it is so parched. So I just like a quick drink. So I'll be back in a few. So yeah.
Well, great. We'll be having Thomas Hinds back with us in a minute. But I'm looking at that car because 70% of the race must not be done by one driver on their own. And of course, if you do the maths and you divide 363 by 100 and then times it by 70, you will get 254.1, which is 4 hours and 4.235 hours. 0.2 of an hour. Well, I don't know what 0.2 of an hour is. But it is about that mark. To be honest, I think it's 4 and 12. So, I think he only has about 4 minutes to get out of that car, Dan Brewer. Otherwise, Origin front row will be disqualified. That would not be very good for them. If I can scroll back to the start of this comments chain, I don't think I can go back to the start per se, but there was definitely talk about it before, about how long a driver can go in this sort of event. I think it's 252 minutes, so it is, and at 4 hours and 12. So 3 minutes for Brewer to get out of that car, otherwise it's going to be game over for Origin front row. I hope they know. I hope they've got a track of the time, because it would be a shame after how well they've done and being in P8 to be disqualified after all this. But nonetheless, I can hope they know, because, well, it was a shame that we just missed that limit with the Peter Ragnar car last time. They got disqualified for it. So, going to be a case of Daniel Brewer has to pretty much get out this lap. Otherwise, that's it. Either which way, I'm looking on track for anything that's happened or happening. And, well, Brewer, well, past Kaszka, I'm just looking at the P1s, looking at all that's going on. Doesn't appear to be much else, unfortunately. We have lost France Solar, though, for Gilles Racing Team. Engine blowout for them, and that is unfortunate. They are not in the race anymore, and shame really, because they were having a race, and it was a good one. Apparently, no, we didn't DQ in the chat from somebody. Well, there was a P2 car, Fida Ragnar, that got disqualified, or some P2. Apparently, that was only a mistake by the administration. All right, I've been under a false assumption this whole race then. Apologies for that. But what is very real is that if the Origin front row car does not get out soon, then it will be a DQ because they will have passed the limit, so to speak. And well, let's see what Daniel Brimmer did. He doesn't come in this lap. I think he's gonna go over it, you know. Unfortunately, so this might be bad news for Origin front row. That might not be very good. They are on minutes 251. I've just been pinged actually. Yep, Thomas Hinz is back, and it's not good news for Origin front row. I feel like they're about to exceed the limit with Daniel Brewer in that car. It is 252 minutes, I believe the limit is, and they're about to exceed that. But maybe they have one more lap in them. I don't know, because it is 363 minutes instead of 360. Either which way. Obviously, great to have Thomas Hinz back with us once again.
Oh, sorry, I had it on.
Did you miss your cue?
I had the mic on mute. Apologies, everyone.
Yeah, so I think Origin have now actually exceeded the race limits.
Yeah, it's looking good. It's strange they're pushing it so far. You think that it's a bit of a it's a dodgy game you're playing. I think trying to cut it so close because you never know what can happen there. But yeah, you're not wrong. It's looking like that. Maybe they might well exceed that limit. So just rejoining in, I just had to get out of full screen so I could do things a bit better. So hopefully I can give you guys a bit better of a running with the cameras, but yeah, we'll get back to doing it soon. Apologies that it's stuck on. I think it's whoever I put on last. So I will change.
Well, Adam Maguire is in their TeamSpeak channel. I've just looked, but he's not in the server, so I have no idea. Oh, 70% of the laps, says Jimmy Allison. I think the rule has been changed. It is, so it's not 252 minutes anymore, but it's 70% of the laps completed. I forgot about that rule change. It was in the forums.
Yeah, I remember that there's a bit of, that was clarified before this round, so probably better, it's a bit better clarification wise. So yeah, so maybe that they probably are, they may be right then, so we'll see, depends on how many laps end up being done, but they may end up being okay.
Well, I've just done 144 divided by 150, which is how many laps Origin have done, and it's 96%, so Daniel Brewer at some point is going to have to get out of this car, but I don't know when.
Yeah. Yeah, it all depends on how many laps you've done, so it's a bit of an awkward one for us to try and calculate, but yeah, probably just going to quickly adjust these when we get it. Right, there we go, right, cool, hopefully it's a bit better for me, because I had my push talk on my button, so I was driving, and it's a little bit awkward trying to get this guy there, so making some quick adjustments, but yeah, no, it's going to be something to watch, because if that is, if they do exceed it, then obviously they're going to get a DQ, so something that we'll have to watch here and see if Brewer does get out of the car.
Yeah.
If he does, when that'll be.
I think if we assume the lead car is going to do 210 laps by lap's end, Brewer has to get out within the next 3 or 4, I assume. Because they are close as it stands, but I'm not sure how it works, the maths works, but they must be getting close.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say they've got to be close at this point, with it being, getting close to an hour and a half left in this race. Surely we're going to be getting close to having changed.
I've just been poked by Shane Chancellor. Apparently Adam Maguire started the race in car 25, which I don't remember. I could have sworn it was Brewer who took the start.
Actually, yeah. No, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize
But maybe I'm just being delusional. It might be that I am being a delusional person, and Adam Maguire did take the start. But I could have sworn it was Brewer. But if Shane Chancellor... Well, I should add Shane Chancellor's from Black Hawk Racing, so he must have known. I must
Yeah,
just being
no, I
completely
think that-
delusional, and this is what 4 hours of commentary does to me. What it is
Yeah,
I need my
well,
alcohol-free beer. That's what it is.
That's true. No, yeah, it's definitely, now I think back, I remember Maguire starting the race, so, yes,
Yeah.
no, it's all good now, it's all good in the hood. Sorry to everyone, we couldn't talk really some apologies there, yeah, it's all good, so, yeah, they should be all fine.
Well, maybe
so
this
that,
is the
depending on
reason.
when they switch.
It's mistakes like this which are going to stop me ever being a professional commentator, isn't it? Though I guess no one's fallible. I think everyone's fallible to mistakes, really, aren't they?
Yep.
I mean, think of Murray Walker and his Murrayisms. He always had those.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shane Chance is actually probably laughing his head off at me now, because he knows more about the race than me. Come on, get yourself on the comments booth, Shane. I bet I've said that and he's driving. But he's not driving. No, he isn't. That would have been awkward, wouldn't it?
It would have been great if he'd been driving and heard that and then still came in anyway. Give us
Well,
some on-track comms. That would have been quite funny.
It's not unheard of.
No, yeah, it's the ultimate bounce. Interesting to see as well. I'm not sure how things are going in Room 1. Yeah, obviously Room 1, interesting now for the prototype, because obviously we've got 3 wide and the GNS boys in there, so tell you what, Room 1, very competitive. It's very competitive here too. The prototype's quite close again. It's only 20 seconds, and that's been slowly going down. This has been continuing to bring down that gap in recent laps, so it's very close between those two. And they're both trading lap times pretty much. Link again kissing it down. So yeah, it's just as competitive here, I think, in Room 2. And again, as I mentioned while you were on your break, Josh, just mentioning about it's good to see the attrition rate not being too bad. You know, still got quite a large amount of the field still going. It's good to see.
Yep, still quite a few lot of this field going with about 2 hours and a bit of this race, well, 1 hour and a bit of this race to go. I would wager an hour and 40 left. This race is not over yet. If you're not watching, or you know someone who's not watching, get them watching, because there's still lots of racing left to go. Oh, sorry, lots of racing left to go, rather.
Yeah, no, definitely. A lot more still develop in the final hour or so of this race. So yeah, long way to go. And yeah, it's good to see as well. I'm looking through all of the social medias, of the faces with variety. Good to see a lot of all of the teams posting about, as obviously as they always do for these races, posting hourly updates or anything like that. Yeah, good to see all the teams getting behind it and really keeping all the stuff going on the social media side of things. It's always nice. So yeah, good to see overall.
Yep, great to see everyone getting involved with the race and all that jazz, as they say in some places in America, I think. But well, if we can go to P8, please. Alex Quibble versus Dan Brewer for 7th in the prototypes. This is on the lead, both cars on the same lap, and Michelle Emole is slightly in the way of Quibble here. So it's P1 battle with traffic aiding Brewer.
Yeah, indeed. No, it's good spot. Wow, my texture's doing all kinds of weird things. Anyway, oh, there we go. All right, yeah, no, definitely traffic helping that. There's a lot of traffic action. There's actually Smarties in amongst that. He's the race leader, so a little bit of an awkward one. They kind of battle with the race leader and the P2s and everyone else in there as well. So it's awkward little battle that's trying to. Excuse me, that was very classy. I'm trying to solve itself. But yeah, that one definitely watch. Got the camera and Quibble at the moment. So yeah, good.
Good things as well as we are watching. Quibble as well. Now, see, Brewer's just stormed away with all this traffic that Quibble has to deal with. That is the thing. Alex Quibble through now, though, but now he's got a big gap to make up.
Yeah, indeed. No, very true. Yeah, very true. They've got a bit of a gap to make up now with the traffic aiding Brewer. Brewer's actually sitting on a bit of a chase. He's actually got two more P1s on the same lap ahead of him, and Smith's only 1 lap ahead, so he can keep just doing some solid laps, and Brewer's no star, so for sure he's a quick driver, so if he can keep the pace up, he may even be able to sort of look at the top 5 for the team, depending on how it all pans out. So yeah, could be some developments there. That GT paddle is still going. God damn, Jordan Crawford is trading behind at the moment. It's quite incredible to see they're still, you know, within a second of each other after all this time, as I think Marius Nikolai just got into the, which Porsche's that? The number 54 Porsche. I think he's just jumped in. Folks.
Yeah, Nikolai, where is Marius? Marius is number 27 in the order, in the number 8 in the 54 Porsche for Atlantic Motorsports. He was in the car before, must have gotten out and got in again, and he's having a good time out there. Well, I say a good time, he's about 10th in class, but he's alright at the moment, Marius. He's doing an alright job. But as you rightfully say, this whole Klopp-Jordan battle, just trading lap times, neither can pull away from the other, and it's been like that for so long.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at...
Dennis Jordan in. Jordan in the pits. This will give Renz Klopp a breather. Renz will probably need to swap out before the end of this race.
Yeah, looking like, I'll just quickly, even though they've got plenty of screen time at the moment, I'll just quickly do it there to just see Dennis in the pit lane, but yeah, no, it's going to be fascinating to see. Right about the times, I was looking through one of the live timings, and yeah, their times have been just, they've been trading sort of 54s, 53s, they've just been trading times in just the whole time, pretty much. It's quite unbelievable to watch, just how close they've been. So yeah, it's definitely not over in that particular battle. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. See if the undercut works. I did find it seemed to be alright. I think I had to do it a couple of times. I tended to pit a lap or two before most of the others that were sort of around me. I did find it worked quite well. Those fresh tyres just feel really nice. The first couple of laps, before they start to really get worn, especially that front right, before it starts to get punished by turn 8, the tyres feel really nice indeed. So it'll be interesting to see if Jordan can use the fresh rubber and possibly challenge for the class lead, as he is sitting there for an awful while though. I hope he hasn't accidentally asked to repair the damage, because that would not be worth it. Oh no, he's moving now. Okay, I think he's all good. Alright, let's see. We'll see if Renz responds. I reckon surely Renz is going to be pitting soon too, because they both would have been getting to the end of their fuel spent. So I would say probably going to be in this lap or the next.
Yeah, and well, Yuri Viesruel has gone in for core team in the Porsche 25th place overall. Sebastian Kunze is in for VRE in the BMW in 23rd. Steph Armiel has come into the pits. This may be a driver change in its own right, because Armiel has been in for a long time. A couple of drivers on the side of that car. I can't see any of the drivers there in the waiting area though. So maybe not Ricardo Cavazzari, as you say, waiting, so possibly going to be an in for Renz Klopp. Alex Brownigarm has jumped Dennis Jordan in the pit stops, so it could be a potential race lead for Blackhawk, and Dennis Jordan's going to run on and try and catch them.
Have they actually jumped them? I thought Brownigarm hadn't pitted yet.
Well, they have gone ahead.
I think it's because they haven't stopped. I think they were pitting slightly later than I was anyway. I think they were a couple of laps later on their stops, but what they could do is they might be looking to do a bit of a short fuel stint at the end, so they'll short fuel, meaning they'll less fuel, and they'll be in the pits for a short time, theoretically anyway. So yeah, they might well gain back anyway by that way. Klopp continues on, so this is interesting. We'll see how this goes. It's right about on cue. That's what it's about. Yeah, it's actually, yeah, it's less than what he needs. So he'll probably, I'm sure Jordan will probably short fuel at the end. I may even need to actually pop out towards the end of the stint just to maybe just mass for him, helping out with the fuel levels for that last stint. But yeah, should be pretty much all duty. It should be, as long as if you're doing a pretty regular sort of strategy, it should be full fuel stints until the last one, when you should have probably, it's looking like probably 3/4 of the tank or so what should need to get to the end. Don't quite lift the tank that far.
Well, there is been a driver change in that RC car. Jimmy Dion enters the car in the space of Steph Armiel. And Dennis Jordan obviously still taking GTs. Alex Brownigarm second. Renz Klopp leading and possibly pitting soon. That is potentially, of course, because we don't know. That said, we never really know, as we'll see. But yep, he is in the pits. Renz Klopp in. And this will be the chance for Brownigarm, because driver swaps do take a bit of time, but Brownigarm's only coming up to turn 8. Or turn 9 even. This is turn 8 and then turn 9 afterwards. Or was that, no, that is turn 2, he's just come out of 9, now it's time to get to the track. Look, this is what happens when we do this comedy for so long. You forget which turn's which.
It all blends into one, doesn't it? So yeah, we'll see how this goes. Dennis is just going through turn 8 now. But again, it's generally, especially if you do tyres as well, which they are doing, which they would have done anyway because they're on the medium tyres. They're always going to do tyres for those guys. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. He's just going out turn 9 now as Dennis. Renz is still in the lane, still getting his rear tyres changed. I think he's going to gain a lot. I don't know what's happened there, but it looks to me like Renz... Oh, no, he's still sitting there. Interesting. Okay. I feel like he's going to gain here, but maybe that's just me. I don't know. We'll see. He's still sitting in the lane. It's going to be very close either way. Dennis, I'm sure, has been pushing like a madman on that first lap, trying to get that undercut to possibly jump him. So I think I've put the cameras on Renz here, so this is going to be interesting to see as Dennis is coming through the final corner now. Renz is still...
Ricardo switches in.
Oh, Ricardo's in.
Here we go. Ricardo in, but he's got the whole pit lane to go here. This could be Dennis Jordan's position here. Are we going to see P2 for Dennis Jordan? Are they going to get the cut over after all this? Ricardo's not even at the lights, and it's happened.
Oh,
Dennis Jordan through, but here comes Karazari as well. It's close. The battle resumes, but this time it's the Ragnar car ahead of the Pulse car. And this time it is Dennis Jordan who gets the lead ahead. And Alex Brodigar, when he pits, will have those two to worry about.
Indeed. So Bradigan, I assume, has got to be coming in soon. I can't see how he would be able to push it much more than maybe another lap or two with the GT fuel and how it works. So I'm assuming he'll be in soon. But again, that's what it's going to do. Is Bradigan's going to have take less fuel on board, sorry, for that final stint. So he'll be in the lane for a little bit less time. Shouldn't really probably give him that much of a benefit. I think he's a little bit too far back to really gain too much. But it's going to be interesting. This is, fascinating battle at the top end of the GTs. It's definitely where it's at the moment. But yeah, Jordan jumps the number 63 Corvette there with some fancy little bit of undercutting. It's almost F1. I think that the old undercut in F1 relating to the endurance as well. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes because, again, as I said, I've noticed, I mentioned this again while you're away, Josh, is that I know I've been running, and I can see what Dennis is doing as well. We've been running the S8 like I think most of the GTs have, but Ricardo and that Corvette, they've actually been running S7 for all their stints. So I don't think it's actually that much different. I think the pace benefit isn't too huge because they're both counted as medium tyres, but that could maybe help him out in this early phase of the stint. Whether that's going to affect him later on, we'll have to see. But yeah, the battle resumes, but with the roles reversed now.
Alex Brodigar's in the pits and all this. Dennis Jordan, well, we'll have to see if he overtakes or not, but he's quite near the start of the pit lane. This could be an overtake here. Brodigar, I don't think he can do anything. He's still in the box. And Dennis Jordan, he's going to come through. Dennis Jordan leads GT, and then it's Karazari behind. This is the battle we've been waiting for, and it's materialised for the lead of GT Pro. The Ragnar car has got the jump, and now they need to hold it.
Indeed. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. There we go. Yeah, it's going to be again. I know it's probably. I'm sorry for everyone that we're focusing so much on this battle. It's so close, and it is the lead GT, and this Ricardo is looking super quick here. It looks like Dennis is struggling a little bit. Possibly in that car, maybe that damage as I mentioned it is slightly damaged. It's not even too drastic, but it is slightly damaged. Might just be struggling a little bit with the damage, possibly with nighttime racing, nighttime racing. You might not think it's much, but it is quite a different beast to racing in the daylight, so maybe in the nighttime just sort of having an effect, but not for the moment. I just feel like Ricardo's just got a little more pace. But as we saw, they've got getting past the one-story car, especially when you've got prototypes buzzing by every few corners. We'll see. It's a fascinating one. It's big products. One of them's going to go and actually, a slow run actually holds up Ricardo there in the mid corner. It's just giving him a little bit of breathing space, just a little bit. But we saw this early on, didn't we, Josh? Where it's, prototype goes past the second place car, and that is the first one with the breathing space, and then the first one gets past,
Yeah, could be an absolutely corner of a battle here, this between Jordan and Karazari as well. Keep an eye on it because there's so much traffic to deal with, and all of the things happening at once, and all of a sudden, it's getting a bit of an interesting battle.
Yeah, indeed. It's becoming a fascinating one here, and I think we'll have to get them now. I'll probably the late stint to see what's going on in this thing going through there. So on a showroom's all good. It's yeah, it's fascinating. Getting this Ricardo is just all over the back of him through sector one. Ricardo seems a lot more comfortable in that car. But again, they haven't paid the damage either, so I don't think either car has that damage, road damage they've got. I'm not sure what sort of damage it is. I just know, as they mentioned, they've got that. I'm going to assume it's similar to what we've got. So it's yeah, it's a bit of a so close. He just seems to have better pace. But again, as I said, he's on that. I think it's theoretically a softer tyre. I don't know how much softer it is. I think it's. I suspect from what I understand, it's more how it reacts to the temperatures and the heat that is the defining factor of the tyre. But theoretically, we thought it was slightly faster at that time. So yeah, it's very close to Jordan. Whoa, all of the curve in there. Does not help. You want to avoid that curve there. It just doesn't work really there. It can really unsettles the car, and you just want to avoid it as best you can. It does not help at all. Got a bit loose. Thankfully, he managed to hold for the moment. But the car is looking seriously quick right now. Just don't sit Dennis Holden, to be honest, in that position. But we will see as we continue on.
Yeah, as we continue on, Ricardo Kawasari drafting Dennis Jordan. Dennis needs to go to the inside. He hasn't done. He's up the door for Kawasari into this turn 12 here. Here comes Ricardo down the inside, and he tries it. And it doesn't. Does it work? It does work. Ricardo Kawasari somehow or another has pulled that off, and Pulse Motorsport retake the lead in GT of the GT class. I keep thinking there's two. There's only one, but he has the lead in the GTs. And I'm telling you this right now. If you're not watching this, you need to start watching it. If you are watching it, tell your friends, your friends, your mum, your dad, your pets, your children, the lot. Get them watching this Room 2 broadcast. There's not long to go now. I'd argue only 90 minutes of this race left to go.
Yeah, I don't know, becoming on board with Ricardo. It's very wild. It's just so loose. In the mid-corner there, he really did give it his all to make that move through. But I think he knows that he needs to get that move done now, especially with the, again, being on that slightly softer tyre. And as he was saying, especially as by the sounds of it, they're still struggling in the latter half of their stints. I think that he knows he needs to get clear ASAP, so he's done so on Dennis. So yeah, bit of a fascinating one. It's yeah, Shane Chancellor coming Brody on their third now. And Class still failing off in P2s, they're pretty spaced out, sort of going along in their own races. There's a few of the prototype P1s coming in as well. But yeah, this battle for P1 for the GP is very fascinating indeed. I think though, what I suspect is going to happen is I reckon Ricardo should start the gap so slowly, but we'll see. If Jordan can just hang off the back, you know, especially if Ricardo is struggling as much as he says in the latter half of the stint. Perhaps Jordan can finish the slight back later on, but we'll see. But
this is going to be an interesting one indeed. Should be an absolutely brilliant race, that is for certain. Tony Cremin is pending an open session. We're going to see Tony on track himself very, very soon then hopefully. We should see him ready to get this race underway for his team. And, well, Ricardo Kawasari versus Dennis Jordan still going on as well. We've had a driver swap in the SINL team car. GM Cardenas on Ado in the number 13 SINL car. We have RJ Secura coming out of the pits. Valerio Ferraris coming out of the pits. Several cars now making their potentially second to last pit stops. And if you're not watching this race, then, well, you know what you're missing. Get people involved. Viewer numbers are going up since I've said that, strangely enough. Let's get as many people watching this final 1.5 hours of race as we can, because it's at this point where things really start to get interesting.
Yeah, indeed, and actually I should really change over to the battle for P3. The battle for P3 now. P1, so if you get that changed over. Yep, is that? I think so. Let's find out. Yeah, it looks like there's a battle going on in the P1s. The battle for third, Smith and Christina battling away with another lap to the next car, who is technically right behind him on track. He's actually lapped down, so it's a bit interesting.
Henzy lad, do you know what we've got? We've got a battle for P3 and LMP1. It's Eddie Castina versus Bernd Smith. Dutch Connection versus Blackhawk. This is the battle we've been watching all race pretty much. These two prototype teams, these two Audis, sorry, not two Audis, a Porsche and an Audi, going at it every single time they've come together. It's been interesting, and here comes Eddie Castina, almost into the back of Bernd Smith, but holds it. And then we have a Ferrari in the way there. This is going to be interesting for Castina. Can he find an opening? Can he get past Smith?
it's going to be fascinating to see how this one goes. Looking like it's pretty... Again, that's interesting because Taruna's... He's behind them there where, he's technically would be in the ladder, but he's actually a lap down. So you can try and pass them, but you won't gain the spot, you're just going to lap back. So it's a little bit interesting. I think they've got, what's that, the Atlantic car actually as well. So it's a bit interesting. Oh, look, never really cared. He's, quite a way down. He's down in ninth, that car, the Atlantic Series car in the P1s. So it's quite a ways off these guys.
Oh, traffic for space. Here comes Christina. And look at this, Arwin Taruna trying to unlap himself on the both of them. This is he's going to go for it. It's Arwin Taruna. He almost gets through. Does not do it though. Taruna almost made arguably the move of the season on anybody there, trying to unlap himself on both Christina and Schmidt at once. But this is going to be interesting into turn 12, isn't it? Because we've got 3 cars, Armin Taruna, Eddie Christina, Ben Schmidt. One's trying to run himself on both of them, one's trying to get an overtake cut, one's trying to defend and not be lapped. And it's all going to kick off into turn 12 here. Prepare yourselves for some interesting racing because this just got a little bit more interesting. No moves made into 12, but you got to sense something's going to give soon here. Taruna, Christina, Schmidt, Audi, Porsche, Audi in that order. And it's going to be an interesting one. Castillo looks for an opening into the final corner. Not happening. Armin Taruno and the ICMRS team have had problems from the start, but they've managed to recover and get back into 5th. Eddie Castillo and Ben Schmidt, those teams have been at it from the start as well. Always spatting at each other. It was Cuppen and Schmidt that really got the fire going. And now it's continuing with Castillo and Schmidt driving these. But Armin Taruno is not to be not watched at any point during this battle.
It's a fascinating one, that's for sure. Ben Smith holding for the moment, but he has a lot of angry P1 car right behind him there trying to move. Taruna there is just trying to lap himself in the Atlantic Series car, apparently showing good pace, so I'm assuming he's trying again on them. It's a bit awkward, I think he's probably got more pace than that, he just can't make the move. And again, he is further down, so there's no there's no preference for him having to get by, so it's a bit of an awkward one for him, but it's sort of spaced out a bit now that we're in a bit clear air. Smith's been able to just gap the guys behind a little bit. Battle for GT is still, Jordan and Ricardo are still very close, so Dan's just holding off.
Well, I tell you what, Thomas, Jose Casanovas has joined the fight. He's trying to run up himself on Armin Taruna. It's all of a sudden, it's a four-way battle between these P1s, with 2 cars trying to run up themselves, and 2 cars trying to get through past each other. Ben Schmidt and Eddie Castina both want to pass each other. And, well, it's not going to happen just yet, but Armin Taruna and Jose Casanovas both want to go. Casanovas tries to go on Castina. Taruna has unlapped himself on Eddie Castina now. That's going to push Castina further back, but Taruna is through and unlapped, and that he's actually not for position yet, but he's got the lap done. And now, if he can find a lap somewhere in these final 80 minutes of this race, we will have a position change, but he hasn't got the lap done yet.
Yeah, indeed,
he has got it on smarter and Kiss at least.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, very close there. As you said, he has managed to unlap himself from a couple of them, but he is further back as I believe that is the number 15 P1 in the lane as well. So there's that too. But yeah, it's very close. Podiums of the P1 class. I think the P2 is a bit more spaced out now for those battles who sort of neutralised what was going on earlier on. Yeah, it's such a close battle right now. So I think there's a few other retirements as well. So we only have 33 cars left running now in this race. So just a little bit more of attrition rate in the last sort of 10-15 minutes or so.
Yeah, could be an interesting one for sure, ladies and gents. Keep an eye on everything that we're talking about because it is absolutely brilliant. Ben Schmidt just tries to get... Oh, Schmidt goes off a bit, actually, in the whole tangle with Taruma there. Ben was... I wasn't quite watching, but Ben Schmidt... well, Casanovas had to slow down for traffic, and that's how Ben Schmidt went off. And Ben is now lost series time to Castina, who's gone through. So that is it for Ben Schmidt for the moment, but they have to try and get past Casanovas and catch up to Castina. Armin Taruma has unmapped himself on everyone ahead of him, though.
Yeah, indeed, it's very close between these guys. Castina, as you said, has managed to get clear of Schmidt thanks to the help from traffic and the like. And Taruna's managed to unlock himself, so he's now going to be flying off in the distance, you would think, there. But yeah, it's super close race going on right now, all throughout GTs and P2s and P1s, and Danny Brewer's in the lane, by the way, so it'll be interesting to see if Maguire comes back in for the final sprint to the line. We'll see, as they're still in the lane, so I'll keep an eye on that.
Still nobody.
If the drive changes there.
Still nobody there.
It looks like it might. Yeah, it looks like it might be. Oh yeah, you're right. Thanks for the good stuff. Well, looks like Brewer's in staying, so I'm assuming he'll be going to the end. So yeah, so it looks like Brewer finishing off. He comes back out P7. Actually, a whole bunch of P1s from 6th down and 9th. We're on the same lap, on 6 laps down off the lead. So interesting battles there. Again, we're interested to see if Brewer can possibly gain more spots in these later stages. So it seems like his pace is not too bad.
Not too bad indeed, and well, I must say this whole prototype situation is very interesting, because look at Jose Casanovas in 9th going for Eddie Castina now. This is 3rd place 9, 3 laps down Casanovas, but he's got every right to unlock himself if he feels he can do so safely. And is Jose going to go for it? Well, he's going to have to get the line first. And Eddie Castina is not giving him the time of day or the time of night in this instance, and Jose can't possibly go and... Well, he has got the inside, he has got the time of day, he has gone through and he has unlapped himself on Eddie Castina. And it goes from bad to worse for him, because Bernd Schmidt is now starting to find that he's got a potential chance here if he can catch up, because Eddie Castina is the next car up the road.
Indeed, yeah, it's all kicking off, isn't it? At this point of the 6 hours. But yeah, Castina got a nice gap over Smith now, so now he's been clear and he's actually managed to gap him quite nicely. Keep in mind that battle for the lead too. Kiss only 20 seconds down on Smarter now, so it's slowly but surely the Delta crew, they're just bringing it back in, so if things keep going, I wonder if maybe one of the lead battle towards the end, because we have still got a good hour 20 or so to go in this race, so we may even have a battle for the lead overall if this keeps going, so that would be quite a fascinating one to watch. So yeah, it's all kicking off here in the later half as Eric Smith peels into the lane there in the P2 to do a pit stop.
And this will be, ladies and gentlemen, in the most likely circumstance for Tony Crevin to come in. So here we go then. Eric Schmidt up on the jet. Tony Crevin again in that car. We'll see Tony drive. Obviously commentated with us before, and we wish him all the best in his stints that he will finally take on. Eddie Castina, Bernd Schmidt, a potential battle, although the gap is quite a bit at the moment, about 3 or 4, maybe 5 seconds between the two. Then we got the whole Casanovas and Taruna situation, because Arwin Taruna is trying to unlock himself enough to gain back in such a situation should it arise, but he's got a while to go yet.
Yeah, indeed. No, it's all happening at the moment. Apologies, I'm just trying to keep control of our race as well. But yeah, it's all going along nicely up there in the P1. Smarter's managed to equalise that gap, it looks at to Kiss. So those guys actually, wow, we've managed to gap it a bit more, but I think we made it a track result. But either way, Smarter looking quite nice there in the lead P1, and everyone else further back still going on quite nicely. Shane Burke still the P2s in that number 27 machine. A good half a lap, or even more, maybe 3/4 of a lap ahead of the next one. And as you say, there you go, Tony Trevor now into that number 37 P2 car, so he's now in the car to bring that thing home. And yeah, well, there's a lot of traffic all around. I think the camera's going to be on that, because I think I'm still on the Atlantic Series.
Oh, well, Eddie Castina has to go off the road there. There's so much traffic, and that's not going to help his cause. Ben Schmidt has gone through on him, and now it's all play and all talk for Eddie Castina. He's going to do it all over again.
Oh, that was chaotic there. They all just met at the same spot. What this has also done, so Ricardo. Oh boy, 961. What happened there? I just saw himself and one of the Ferraris coming together. Oh, what is that? One of the Ferraris. That is Jimmy Dion. Just went way too late on the brakes and then just gone straight into Dennis. Nothing he could have done there. That was just way too late on the brakes there from Jimmy. But what that has done is cost him quite a bit of time. And all of a sudden that battle for the lead GT is not quite so close anymore. I'm sure it should have, assuming there was contact, there's a little bit more damage to that car. So maybe even more of a pain for Dennis to drive. But that's a real shame there, as that may, depending on how things go,
Oh,
make
he
it
is
bit
crabbing a
interesting
bit,
for that
Dennis
lead.
Jordan.
Oh, he's crabbing badly. Yeah, that's really bad. Jesus, yeah, that's not good at all. And again, that was just by the looks of it, like Mike and Gator, it looked like Jimmy just went way too deep into the turn 9. He just went way too deep, missed his braking marker, and it was just plowed straight into Jordan. There's nothing he could do there. And yeah, that's just how it is. So that, I think, if Shinny and Ricardo can keep clear, I reckon that's pretty much a done deal. I hate to be a bit negative there, but I think that's a bit of a done deal on the GT, because as you say, I mean, you saw there, I had to look too on the straight, and Dennis is crabbing pretty severely. And again, that was already crabbing, but it wasn't crabbing that bad, I can tell you that. So, oh yeah, that doesn't look fun to drive. So I think at this point for Dennis, he'll just be trying to keep the thing on the road, and probably trying to keep the top 3 and keep Chancellor behind, because he's going to be struggling on pace with that much damage.
Yeah, an unfortunate incident for certain, and that might be game set in the match in terms of GTs. Because Kawasari, unless Shane Chancellor can perform some sort of miracle job and challenge him for the race lead. We've got Gastina though, still in full force, and while it may not be very close at the moment, you can never count anything out with these prototypes. Could become close by the end or a couple of laps. As Bernd Schmidt, well, you see what I told you about. Gastina just rakes in a load of time.
Beats all back up, and that lead battle is still quite close as well. Excuse me. I'll just keep an eye on as well actually on the time, but see if I can try and see what sort of time Dennis.
Oh, Casino! He's gone for it! He's gone for it, and I think he's hit Bernd Schmidt in the process. Bernd Schmidt flashed, and he's like, he is not happy, and well, Eddie Casino very kindly giving the position back to Bernd Schmidt. Nice little bit of use of the gentleman rule there, but not really the sort of overtake we like to see, but it's good to see that Eddie noticed that, and he gave him the position straight back.
Yeah, that was a weird one. It looks like he went for a move, went very late in the brakes, and just went way too late. They're actually curious of Dennis. He just did a 54.2 the lap after that incident, only 2/10 down Ricardo's time, so credit to Dennis there. As I said, that car is crabbing severely. And he's still at decent pace, despite that being crabbing like very badly. So credit Dennis there. Again, I think Ricardo's gone up the gap now. Unless he can keep clean and not get involved in instance, but as we've seen, it's never a guarantee. But if he can keep clear of instance, I think he's got the pace and the gap to possibly keep it. But who knows? Who knows?
Oh, here we go again. Here we go again. Traffic's coming to the hand here for Eddie Castina. And all of a sudden, Benjamin is under serious threat from the Dutch Connection Racing car. Porsche versus Audi once again. Hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to get interesting. It's not going to probably happen in 12 unless he lunges to Castina. Decides against that for certain, but Bernd Schmidt, we saw him. Look, you see, Eddie gains so much time once again. Through that corner, it's very much a handling car, it seems, the Porsche.
Yeah, maybe as well, just their setup, they might be wanting it or set it up for the handling, but I think the Audi is, from what I understand, quite quick in a straight line, so I think you're right. I think the Porsche a bit better of a handling car in general anyway, but yeah, they're very much trading time at the moment. Tarun he's managed to clear them quite nicely here. He's like behind them still, but he has cleared them quite handsomely now that they've been caught up scobbling each other. Again, Kiss only 18 seconds off Smarter. He's brought it back down again, assumably because of traffic. I'll just check now as he's about to cross the line. Let's have a look. Is it less? 17.4. He just took out a good second in that last sector. Again, I assume traffic had something to do with that. But Kiss is looking maybe even a battle for the overall lead that might happen soon. But yeah, I think Schmidt, Christina is the one to watch right now.
Nick Castina, absolutely the one to watch right now. It's V6 versus V4, petrol versus diesel, Audi versus Porsche. We've got a whole load of battles going on here between Eddie Castina and Bernd Schmidt. Dutch Connection Racing versus Black Hawk Racing. Two different machines altogether, two different drivers altogether. Makes for an interesting battle, that is for certain. We've seen that so far this race. Both want third equally as much as each other, and both are willing to fight each other until the very end for it.
Indeed, no, I'm just looking at I'm looking at the times again. I've got the timing up, and yeah, it's interesting to see that Dennis is pretty much trading lap times still with Ricardo. Ricardo's just got the edge. But yeah, it's interesting to see he's still managing to trade lap times despite a pretty severe amount of crabbing on the left hand side. But yeah, just an interesting thing I'm noticing with the timing. But yeah, no, definitely this battle for P1 that third spot is really quite interesting because it's bit of an ebb and flow again, bit of an ebb and flow affair, and again that lead battle is ebb and flow as well as traffic comes into it and sort of splits them up and does all sorts of weird things to the apps. So yeah, it's a weird one. Again, Chainberg's still leading quite nicely in the P2 class as long as they keep it on the straight and narrow in that number 27 machine. I'm pretty sure they're looking to win at this point in the P2 class, and again, as I said, Ricardo's pretty much just got to keep decent pace, and I reckon he's got that GT win pretty much sealed. But yeah, as we've just seen, and as we've seen multiple times in endurance racing, you know, anything can happen in the blink of an eye, so, you know, don't count anything out.
Yeah, anything can happen indeed. You never know which way this fight is going to go for certain, and well, we can't even think of trying to call it yet. With 70 minutes left to go in this race, we're almost in the final hour of this race now, and it is just starting to heat up that little bit more. If you know anyone who's not going to be watching for this final hour, get themselves on this broadcast, show them what VEC is all about, and let's show them a final hour that I'm not going to forget. And if you want to, well, I just need a comment. How can we enter in VEC? Well, you can enter as a driver, I think, but you can't enter as a team. You can, however, enter the virtual Le Mans series, which is the feeder series for this, and hope you can be picked up for season 10. But,
Yeah,
as I say, if you know anyone who's not watching this, get them watching this, because this is what VEC is all about right here, the final hour where everything kicks off.
Yeah, no, it's very, very competitive with what we've seen with these guys. And yeah,
Wow.
Whoop.
Ben Schmidt in the pits, but Eddie Castina has encountered a traffic problem in the form of Shane Chancellor, who got offline a bit and slowed him down slightly. Nothing can be done there, but Bernd Schmidt, this is going to be a crucial pit stop for the Blackhawk team now, because they are coming in. I don't know if there's going to be a driver swap involved, but this will be their final pit stop, I'd assume. Patrick Barden will be getting in the car. Maybe we'll have Bernd Schmidt back with us, and we'll be able to talk this battle for third.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to hear some perspective on this being involved in the battle, a bit like me with the GTs, but yeah, it's a fascinating one, it's for sure. This thing now jumps through, of course, with the pit stops. But yeah, this final hour is going to be something else, especially with the darkness. It's pretty much completely dark at this point. There's no light at all coming through over the horizon anymore, so it's basically pitch black darkness. Yeah, it's going to be making it a little bit interesting. As we've already seen with traffic, it makes it just that little bit more difficult to spot where traffic is. And keep yourself, you know, in the right sort of way to deal with traffic and the like. So, yeah, this is going to be quite something in this last hour of this one.
Yeah, hold on to everything you've got, because this is going to be an absolute cracker, I believe. And, well, Thomas Hinz is just going to check in with Dennis Jordan, his own teammate, so we will most certainly have him back with us in a short moment. Ben Schmidt, though, still in the pits. Owen Taruna has gone through in terms of track positions. And, well, must be said, it is lovely to see. Hopefully we'll have Ben with us. I'm hoping we will, because it would be nice, but nonetheless, we'll see. Eddie Castillo, though, going to be playing runaway mode from Ben Schmidt, who's obviously changing driver. Owen Taruna to be in fourth is quite amazing as well. Xavier K starting to drop time to Hendrik Smarter in the RGPL team. It's been a close fight between these two, if not actually a close fight in terms of times between these two for who's going to lead the race, and it could all kick off in these final 70 minutes of the race. We will have to have a look and see if it does kick off for certain. If it does kick off, it could be quite interesting. We have the whole battles yet to come, and this is just where it starts to get a little bit more fun. So if you would like to join us for the final hour of this race, now's your time, because we're getting closer. Hop into the waiting booth of the VEC Room 2 TeamSpeak, and we can go over it together, talk to you, talk about stuff, let's keep people entertained, etc. Because it's always the final hour where everything happens without fail. Mind you, Patrick Barden's just come out now, so this might be the chance that we might have to talk to Ben Schmidt if he decides to do that. He might not, but we hope when he does. Tony Creven has obviously long since got in that velocity car and is now on track, going to have to let Patrick Barden through at some point. Michelle Imole in the pits as well in the Reborn Racers car. No driver change looking to be happening there, though. I don't see anyone else. Same with Gian Cardenas Ardeno. In the SINL team car, probably no driver change going to happen there either. Let's look down at the P2s, and Gainberg now has a whole lap ahead of Rickard Nilsson. Ben Schmidt is back with us. Hello, Bent.
Hi, Joshua.
Great to have you back with us, and well, we're just talking this whole battle that you guys have been having in the Blackhawk car with the Dutch Connection car. You're now a full 2 laps behind them, behind the leader, sorry. But this could get an interesting battle if they decide to pit again and do a driver change.
Yeah, of course, they must driver change. So we have no chance when they not change the driver. So it was a little damage on the right rear on our car. We have prepared it, 75 seconds repair time. But safety goes first.
Yep, so always go safety first. That's what we do here in VEC. Obviously, you know, different tactics to different race teams, etc., etc. But, you know, obviously with each individual race team comes their own strategy, and obviously Blackhawks has been pretty much go out and do as well as you can, and also obviously you've got your own individual race strategy as well. But P5, even if the race ended now, would not be a bad result, although we want to see a fight between you and Dutch Connection, let's not lie, at the end of this race.
Hope so, really.
Should be an interesting thing if we do see a fight between you two, and obviously Patrick Barton should be in the car when that comes along, as, oh my lordy lord, I've just seen Johan van Doren go off and the floating engine and blown up. It hasn't, luckily, but it was just smoke by coming off the outside of the track. Thank goodness for that. So crisis over for the Ferrari there, but nonetheless, Eddie Castina now just getting past Valerio Ferraris, and again, that gap between the Dutch Connection car and yours is big, but obviously not one they hope he can't make up. And while Eddie Castina will have on his mind, try and get away as much as I can while I still can. But how has your latest stint been as a whole then, Ben? Because we haven't had that much time to talk to you in this podcast.
Well, that's what endurance race is. You drive into the night, it gets darker out of the track, you see your lights in the car, you get blinded by the lights when the car is behind you. Such corners you drive blind, but yeah, that's it. That's endurance.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately at this point in the race when it gets so dark you don't really see what you're doing as much, and I think lap times can fall because you have to take more care. But if you know the track, then surely that's not the case. But you got to watch so much when it gets dark. It gets so different, it's completely different. It's totally different at night to how it is at day, and that's what we've seen in this racing. And it's why things close up again come the end of the race, because it's a transition from day to night, 2 completely different atmospheres. You're going 2 completely different races almost at night and day.
Yeah, of course. So it's such a difference. I know this track really well, but you have to drive so careful at some points. Indeed, when you see the lights of a GT car, you know, okay, he's slower than you in turn 8, and you must be drive so much more carefully in the dark. It's unbelievable, but it's so much fun to drive here.
Yeah, I'm sure it is fun to drive here, as you will know, of course, having just driven. But let's have a look down the order, see if there's any battles imminent going on as it speaks. Apart from this whole ensuing duel, I don't really see anything, because Tarbakis is not really catching up with anything smarter anymore. He appears to be holding that 23-second gap fairly well. Shane Berg's obviously got a lap on everyone in prototype 2, and in the GTs, the battle between Kawasari and Jordan has long since died off. So it's that point really in the race where, you know, we're starting to get towards the final hour, which is where things start to get interesting. And we have to ask, do you think you could probably name a favourite for race win now out of the RGPL and Jaltec teams?
Well, I guess RGPL we made it. So they drive so consistent without any failure or something like that. Their lap times are amazing. I guess they don't want to lose it. But Jaltec is also pretty strong here on this track. Could be an interesting battle till the end, because the last hour will be very, very difficult here. But yeah, let's see. Fingers crossed for both teams.
I'm hoping we'll get Thomas Hinz back for this final hour. He's just, from what I observe, has gone to talk to Dennis Jordan. So Yeah, I'm hopefully to be back with us very soon. There's about 64 minutes left in this race now. Really not long left to go at all. My personal focus is, I know we don't have cameras at the moment because Thomas is gone, but my personal focus is on this whole duel that we will have oncoming between, I think there's a couple of battles pursuing in P1. Dan Brewer is not too far away from Artur Secula, and Jose Casanova is not too far from Thomas Groblendi. But especially the Casanova-Skroblendi battle is a little bit closer, I think, about 5 seconds in it, so only takes one mistake and that could be a battle on our hands. Chalemol is still in the pit and, well, must have come in again, or there must be damage on that car because they've been in for a while now. So that must be why they are either there or not, but either which way, we are getting to that point in the race, aren't we? Time to crack out your hats and stuff, because final hour of the race is almost upon us. Ah, my stomach's gone nice and hungry, but just thinking about it. I'm getting hungry for this final hour of the race, that's what it is. Could be an interesting final hour too. We've got lots of potential battles brewing, and obviously the battle for the lead as well. Does Zemming this morning need to come in again? That's the question. Surely he must do, but that's going to hand a chance to Kasaba Kiss, but, well, we'll have to wait and see. Because as it stands, I don't think that's enough gap for a pit stop they've got right now. Well, I should say it has been a fantastic race either which way, and a pleasure to commentate on. You know, it's been a fantastic 6 hours of Istanbul, although it's more for 5 hours and a bit of Istanbul, or nearly 5 hours of Istanbul at the moment, but it will be 6. Well, it will be 6 by the end of this race, obviously. And I'm sure Patrick Barton, who's driving that race for the Black Hawk car now, is enjoying it. I'm sure you're enjoying it too, Bent.
Yeah, sometimes. It's hard feeling when you see your other driver is driving on the track. You watch on it, and every time you hope, oh please, always work fine. Hopefully he will bring it into the finish without any incident. And yeah, I don't like it, so I like it more to drive and have it in my hand, but I know he's a really good driver, and I guess he would do it in a pretty good way.
Yeah, well, we can hope that it all ends cleanly. Patrick Barton actually just had an off there, and he's had a little bit of excursion off the track. Luckily, managed to get back without any major problems, though. So that is good for Patrick. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached 303 minutes of this 363 minutes race, which means one thing and one thing only. It's power hour time! And that means opening the alcohol-free beer, which I love to do so very much. There we go, and it's open. Here we go, time at last for the final hour of the race, and, well, what a final hour it proposes to be. Lap 180 for Zenedic Smarter. He has just completed, or he's on lap 181. He's done 180, has his Kasaba Kiss now, and there are 27.715 seconds between them. He's got an hour to get 27.715, basically, per, he's got to try and gain, if we round it up to 30 seconds, 2 seconds per 2 minutes. So a second a minute. No, half a second a minute. There you go. Basically got to get half a second a minute, so we are talking about 1.5 seconds a lap, I would assume. So pretty hard, unless there's a pit stop involved. Which is the more likely option out of there not being a pit stop involved and there being a pit stop involved. But you never quite know with endurance racing, and I wouldn't want to say there is going to be when there isn't. It is very much a battle on now, though, between P8 and P9. I'm going to go to it if I can, because we have this battle on. And we have Thomas Groblendi versus Jose Casanovas. Casanovas is trying to go for it, actually. I'm trying to get the cameras quickly enough. But, I don't know, I'm hoping I can get the cameras open quickly enough. I close them for a minute. but we are going to get them open and go to P9. Jose Casanovas here, and he's going for it on the inside. Doesn't quite have the leverage on Grablenny here, but he's going to try. Going to try and get Grablenny here, and he's going for the inside this time, and he's got it past Jimmy D on 2, and Jose Casanovas nearly through at least because Grablenny's got it back. And this could be pretty key now if he wants to get this done. And here comes round the inside as well. And here we go, another battle through turn 8 for P8. Casanovas forced to yield in the meantime. He will try and find a space to get through. I told you it all kicks off in this final hour. Was I lying? You can't call us a liar. We've got a battle for P8 and now in P1. Jose Casanova still trying to chase Grablenny here. What a race this is set to be. I mean, look at them. They're going at each other like there's nothing to stop them. And really, in this last hour, Ben, there isn't.
Yeah, this is amazing. So this also shows the skills of all the destroyers they are performing here.
Oh, here we go. Casanovas down the inside, but he's overshot it massively. And he is going to lose a metric ton of time to Grablenny. He's lost about a second in actuality, but that could be enough to decide it for a couple of laps. That can be a key couple of seconds. Sometimes even 1 second can be key in an endurance race. Although it's not going to stop Jose Casanovas. He's just caught right back up. This is crazy stuff. Absolutely brilliant racing. That much is for certain. And giving it the full beans against each other here. Casanovas and Grablenny. This is what VEC's about, isn't it, Bent?
It is.
Casanovas tried to go there, but it didn't quite work out. Shane Berger in the pits from LMP2 lead. But the fight here is Casanovas versus Grablenny. This is for P8 and LMP2. And I'll tell you what's even closer. Well, it's not necessarily even closer, but another close battle. Archer Secura versus Dan Brewer, 6th and 7th. Also for on-track position. I'm going to have to go to that because Brewer's through. Brewer is through there. Daniel Brewer moves it up into P6 on Artur. And that is a very good move through traffic from Brewer. Artur is going to have to do something to get back through here. But it's Casanovas now. Casanovas is going to go through Grablenny as well. Here we go, contact, and oh, Jose goes round to half spin and he's dropped the time again. That is unfortunate. That has ended slightly badly. Back to Artur then, see if he can catch back to Daniel Brewer. And there's a big gap between them already. That is a big, big gap. Big, big stuff happening indeed. And oh, I believe Thomas Hintz is coming back with us. You have joined at the perfect time, Tom, because it's all going down in LMP1.
Yeah, no, indeed. It feels like it's going to go off on to make sure things are good with for Dennis there for the final bit. Yeah, LMP1, as you say, and we've got 6 guys all on the same lap. They're all getting a bit tight and twisty at the top end of P1. But yeah, it's definitely a fascinating little bit going on in P1 now. This battle's definitely kicked off, and again, that on the lead of it's still relatively close. It's about 30 seconds, but looking like, unless the stops have anything to do about it, which I don't think it does at this point, looks like Smarter should hold at the moment, but you never know. You never know, especially
you never know. I would love to go back to P9 because this whole Grablenny Casanovas battle is still brewing up again. Traffic problems for Thomas means that Jose might be in with a chance here, but then again, he's got Langer to cope with and he's coped with him perfectly. This is back on for P8 between Grablenny and Casanovas. It is back on once again, and it's going to be Thomas versus Jose for P8 once again. Here we go. Jose on the inside, almost causes contact, just doesn't. And we are under some serious stuff here. And, well, Jose, Thomas, battle it out, please, because this is very enthralling racing indeed.
Yeah, indeed. No, it's quite a fascinating battle there. 8 at the back end of P1. Again, it's 3rd to 9th is all only separated by a couple of laps between all those P1s, so it's a bit close there. Just coming up on one of the Porsches to get by no worries. Looks like Casanova's having a little bit of a look. He does.
Down the inside. He has the inside. Grablenny locks him in. Here comes Jose, and it doesn't work out, unfortunately. But he's putting Grablenny on notice here. He is saying, if you think for a minute you're going to hold P8, you've got another thing coming. And I would watch out if I was Thomas Grablenny, because Casanovas is all over the back of him. He's looking for every single opportunity he can find it. He can't find one yet, but he's going to go, oh my word! Straight into the back of Grablenny into turn 1. Completely misjudged, and his front bumper's gone. And that has ended in tears, that's for certain. I would love to get a replay if we can in code 80 as a result of that from Ben Schmidt. What on earth happened? Casanovas was looking left, looking right, and Ben Schmidt calls it in. And
Code 80 enforced.
Code 80 enforced, and he was looking left, looking right, looking all over the shop, and oh, well, Thomas Grablenny, well, he hit the brakes, and oh, he got rammed into, and Casanovas was full throttle at the time. I don't know whether, he brake checked him, whether Casanovas just missed the brakes, whether he's looking for the right opportunity, but it's brought a Code 80 out in the power hour of all times.
It's interesting as well because they actually had the leader of GT right in front of them as well, so it was nearly a bit of, I'm sure Ricardo had a bit of a heart in his mouth moment when he saw those two playing each other right behind him. But yeah, and that was, it's hard to tell, but surely it looks to me, although I don't know, it's a weird one because it looks like Thomas brakes very early, brakes around 100 meter ball, which is generally where you brake in the GTs, not the P1s. So possibly broke a little early, but it's, yeah, Jose just plowed into him. He just wasn't ready for him to brake at all, was he? So I don't know, it could be a little bit of a both ends of the sticks sort of deal, but either way, it's really hurt them both because now they've both got heavy damage, and their races are not looking too good there. So yeah, they're going to lose a lot of time to the P1's head.
Well, do you know who's benefited from this the most, Thomas? I would say Xaver Kiss and the Daltech team. They are going to get a seriously discounted pit stop here, and they're probably going to put Marcel Sinicic in the car. So this can help them out by no ends. I mean, Zenedic Smarter is out there at the moment. Xaver Kiss is pretty much going to get a free driver change. Well, not free, but a severely discounted driver change because everyone else is going so much slowly around them that it's not going to cost them nearly as much as it would have.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be interesting to see, because we are in there now, aren't we? Yeah. So now, as well, with the GTs, you actually pit now for the GTs, and you'd have enough fuel to get to the end. So if this extends, yeah, it could maybe, I wonder if it looks like there is a GT in the lane, it just ends one of the Porsches, so they've just got a free stop as well. So
out comes Marcel Sinicic for the Daltech team. They have swapped. It is a Code 80, and this could be crucial towards their strategy. This is played right into their hands.
Indeed, yeah, this is interesting. I wonder, I'm going to be watching the GTs, so I'm interested to see if maybe Ricardo maybe takes this chance to dive into the lane, get a free stop out of this. We will see. We'll see. I'm just watching that with interest because they're actually both, him and Jordan, they're both actually around. Because I think, yeah, the Atlantic car is right behind Ricardo on track. I'm assuming we're going to wait till they get to lane, then it'll be back to green flag. So I wonder if he's going to dive in because I wouldn't be surprised because there's a chance for a free stop and he should be able to go to the end, no worries, fuel-wise. If he hits in, let's have a look. And he does. There you go. There you go. Yep, I picked, and one of the other GTs as well. So yeah, let's have a look here how this is going to go. But I suspect that Code 80 should be called not long after
Oh,
this.
Smarter
so
in. Smarter in. He's taking the chance.
Get ready, we will come back to green in 10 seconds.
Oh, and Code 80 back to green in 10 seconds. They could not have timed this worse. It's a terribly timed stop for RGPL. A brilliantly timed stop for Sinicic.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
If you are just joining us, we've gone back to green flag racing here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Not a possibly good timing on the pit stop for Zenedic Smarter and Team RGPL, but it's perfectly timed for Marcel Sinicic and Daltech Racing Team. They are coming around turn 8 now as Smarter comes into the pit stop. I see David Beranek here. This will be a driver change, and we could see a lead change if this is played out well enough for the Daltech team. And this might be the best chance for a P1 lead battle we're going to have in this final hour of racing. Final 50 minutes. We're in the final hour, and this could be an absolute brilliant battle we've got about to go on here. Sinicic coming up into the run to turn 12. Zenedic Smarter still in the pits. Sinicic is about to come in at turn 12. Keep an eye on Zenedic Smarter for me, Thomas Hinds, please, as he comes round. Sinicic the final 2 turns.
Yeah, I mean, look, looks like...
No, it's going to happen.
There he is there. He's
it's going to happen. It's going to be Marcel Sinicic. He's going to flash this traffic out of the way and take the lead for Daltech Racing Team. with 49 minutes to go. Can he hold it? Can Deltec hold it? Zenedic Smarter and RGPL could not have timed that worse in terms of pit stop time. They have lost so much time, and David Berenek hasn't even gotten in the car. And Thomas Hinz temporarily leaves us for a moment. Sinicic has taken the lead. Smarter has not come out of the car. There is a gulf of time between them, at least 10 seconds, I'd argue. And this has played perfectly into Deltec's hands with 48 minutes to go in this race. There or thereabouts. Absolutely brilliant racing getting underway here. I've just been poked by Marius van Brink. He says they might be in luck here a bit. I would not disagree, Marius. I think your team have timed that absolutely perfectly. And your luck might just be in. Might just be time to cash your chips and run with this lead that you've now got, because there's only 15.1 seconds to Zenedic Smarter, who will now try and catch up. Maybe the plan was to change drivers, but they've aborted that. Maybe Smarter will take this to the end now. As a result of that, we have Thomas Hinz back with us in the broadcast booth. And I was just discussing that there's 15 seconds in it. Zenedic Smarter was supposed to maybe change out to David Berenek, but has not done so.
So maybe a last minute decision there. Maybe
yeah, time-saving measures.
Maybe the way. So yeah, maybe because of the timing of that code 80, as you said, maybe they sort of decided, oh, quick, we better, we might want to stick to the stop now, and because of that they've left Smarter in. So yeah, this is interesting, but yeah, Deltec in the prime seat now to possibly take a win here, but we'll see. Gustina still there in third. He's got a couple laps now over the guys behind, but again, there's 4th, 7th in the P1s. They're on the same lap. They're a bit spread out, but they're on the same lap. So it looks like Gustina, no, they're not. Okay, don't worry. No, Gustina and it's somebody else who's close to him. But yeah, as I think, who's that? That's the number 50. So that's one of the guys involved in the accident. He's still in the lane getting repairs. So not fun times for them.
Not fun times indeed, and I'm just looking at Eddie Castina and Dan Brewer at the moment. This is not a battle for position by any means. Daniel Brewer is 2 laps down on race leader, or 2 more laps down on Marcel Selicic than Eddie Castina is, but Brewer's not going to let him stop that from trying to go through anyway. It's more a game of I'm going to get through because I can, and Castina goes off, and Daniel Brewer decides I'm going to have a you, thank you very much, and unlaps himself on Castina very nicely indeed. And Eddie Castina now has a bit of a work on if he's going to get past Dan Brewer again.
Indeed, no, that's going to be an interesting one now for them, but I think Brewer's probably going to... I think his pace is not going too bad, and that's top 5 now for those guys, so they have managed to work their way up a few positions, helped of course by the instant I suspect as well, but yeah, they're up to 5th now on track. They've got quite a gap up to 4th, which I don't know if they'll be able to close that in, but they're looking alright for top 5, so I'm sure they'll take that in the end after this one, but yeah, again, Chainberg's still leading the P2s quite handsomely. Actually, nearly got a lap. He's got about, I don't know, what is that? Probably 4/5 of lap or so on the 2nd spot. So it's just a case of keeping it clean for Shane. He's doing quite nicely so far. So hopefully he can keep doing that for their sake. And they've got a win in the P2s on the cards. And again, Dennis actually good leading the P2s at the moment. That's because Ricardo pitted under the code 80. And at this point, it's looking like Ricardo's got that pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered. So as long as he keeps it clean, Ricardo, I think he's pretty much got that GT win in the bag, but I think Jordan's still looking like good for a second potentially, but depends what Chancellor can do, because I think he's been doing, yeah, his pace has been alright, doing 54s, 55s, his pace dropped off a little bit for Chancellor, but his pace isn't too bad, so depending how things go, he might have something to say about second, but it'll all depend on how it pans out after those final stops for those.
Yeah, it's all about this whole thing, Lord. But I'm watching here, and I have a funny feeling that time to Zenedic Smarter to Marcel Sinicic is coming down at a quite alarming rate. He took half a second out of him in that first sector, and if this keeps up, we will have a battle for the lead by the end of this race. And Zenedic Smarter on a mission very much thing, and I'm going to have you very much in my sights by the end of this race. Chasing him down like a mouse chasing a bit of cheese very much here. Zenedic Smarter trying to get it on here and have a shot at the lead for Team RTPL. And if we have a battle for the lead, it's going to be a fantastic one by the end of this race. I can guarantee you that much has the Joshua Anderson seal of approval.
Best kind of seal of approval. Yeah, no, we've gone on board with Smarter now, but in the TV camera. That is the view we've got at the moment. And yeah, it's interesting to see. We've good of view to actually see the P1s, how it looks for them in this night time, flying up to the GCs and trying to pass them. you know, in the racing situation. So I'm sure it'll be interesting to see that view. Yeah, look before actually. It's only 2 cameras this change. Yeah, he's looking pacey, and yeah, but I don't know, Marcel's kind of responding. It's a bit ebb and flow. I think a lot of the traffic once again is kind of making that a bit more ebb and flow for those two. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, but Marcel's got the upper hand. He's got track position, he's got the time, 15 seconds, so if he can just keep it clean, keep it relatively consistent like time, doesn't have to do anything crazy, just wants to keep it on the straight and narrow. And he's looking like he's in the hot seat, but yeah, you know, again, as we keep saying, we always say that, I wonder how many times it's said, probably 1,000, but it's true, is that you never know, especially once it gets to the night. Crazy things happen in the night in endurance racing, so you never know what's going to happen in these crazy things.
Well, Zenedic Smart is hitting another half a second out of Marcel Sinicic again, and I'm looking at the gap as they're coming out through Sector 2 into Sector 3. I want to know what the gap is then. It's 14.613 as it stands. Zenedic will be coming to the final sector split before the start-finish line now, and he'll be chasing that again. Gap has come down another 2 seconds. He can smell the coffee, and he's racing towards it like someone who's been sleep-deprived for pretty much their entire life. He wants this coffee, and he wants, well, maybe to go to sleep after this race. That is for certain. He's had a long stint here, and he can smell potentially the coffee. That is Marcel Sinicic, and Sinicic is stuck in traffic. He does not want to be seeing that in his morning commute, and most certainly not in a 6-hour endurance race, because it's only going to help Zenedic Smarter in the long run, who is about to come across the start-finish line again and take a further 10th out of him.
There you go, yeah, it's only slow at the moment, but even clear air, which is helping him. But again, there's traffic here laps a little bit as well, so that's something to keep in mind. So we'll see, but again, all the cards are in, all the balls in Marcel's court pretty much, so he's the one who's got the advantage. He's trying to do the traffic, he's got a whole bunch of traffic now. P2, Ferrari and P1 as well, so there's traffic there. It's going to help Smarter's a lovely little clear area, pretty loving that. Won't be for long though, there's a whole bunch of guys up ahead of him who's going to have to do it as well, so that could play into his hands, it could not, it depends. We've got the P1s as well, by the way, making their final stops, I would assume. I think we've got a Porsche, number 17 Porsche, he's in the lane. We've got the the 15 entry is still getting repaired, so he's still sitting in the lane, looking good for them. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of disappointing feeling there, maybe this working correctly. Yeah, I think you'll
that gap has come right down. It's 12 seconds now. 12.885. Zenedic Smarter is slicing through that gap like Jack the Ripper, although that's probably not a very good comparison given that what he actually was. But Smarter's a very much virtual endurance championship. Potentially, maybe, I don't know, sort of comparison, but he's a lot better in racing than he ever could be. But hey, he is very much slicing through this time, nonetheless, like a person with a knife would slice through butter, and it's a hot knife as well, believe you and me.
Yeah, no, it's all, we're kicking off, but yeah, we'll see. I'm still a little bit, yeah, I don't know, I think the gaps may mostly help because of traffic, so depending on when Smarter catches them, it may flow back the other way depending on what happens with when Smarter catches them, so not necessarily, it may not be the revelation that we hope it probably will be, but we'll see. It depends when he catches the traffic, and it also depends if the traffic maybe pits, because if they pit and that puts them out of his way, that will help him out, but you never know. He's late stage, so we've got about 20,000 of Australia playing out, so you never really know when everyone else is pitting. Christina, speaking of pitting, she's in the lane now, so that'll be their final stop, I assume. That'll be good for the end. With about just under 40 minutes to go. Apparently, oh, hey, there is. Oh, good spot for Chat. Chat's 1 point. Actually, have a battle going with P23 in the BTs.
We do, yes. We'll keep an eye on.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on this Zenedic Smarter thing. When I've realised I've just saved myself. I've just saved myself because I've actually made a Metal Gear reference where I thought I made a reference to something else. There you go, I saved it. So, not in trouble anymore. I can continue talking about Zenedic Smarter as much as I want. But realistically, though, the battle we want to be looking at maybe is 23rd versus 24th versus 25th, because it is quite close. It is Sebastian Kunze versus Yuri Visorio versus Martin Swazinska. It is very much Poland versus Czech Republic versus Germany. An international incident happening down here in the GT class, and all sorts of racing going on.
Yeah, indeed, that is To confirm, as you guys can see in the broadcast, that is good spot again from the broadcast. Thanks for helping us out by spotting that with the timing there. Yeah, they are. That is for position. All on the same lap, which is interesting. You see 3 cars in the one class after nearly 6 hours of racing, all in the same patch of track. It's quite fascinating to see. But yeah, the Beamer currently leading the Porsche, currently in the Aston. Not going to lie, I am hoping the Beamer wins this because Beamer, we all love the Beamer, so a little bit biased here. But yeah, he's leading for the moment, but I don't know, his pace not quite looking as good as the Porsche and the Aston behind him. But this could be an interesting little 3-way battle here, and it's going to be even more interesting if some prototypes come and they're trying to pass them while they're battling. So it could all kick off, but that Porsche is a bit of a weapon in straight lines, as I was finding out when I was driving the Ferrari. Look at that, he's going to go straight down the inside at the hairpin. Easy as you like. The Aston, he's not going to have a look as well. Looks like that's a done deal for the number 92 entry. But we'll see if the Beamer can get back. But that Porsche, I tell you what, does not hang around in a straight line.
Well, I tell you this, it is looking pretty good for VRE on this Porsche at the moment, the number 92 core team car. And Sebastian Kunz is doing a great job catching Yuri Vislaril. Martin Svazinka, though, do not forget him in that Blackhawk car. He is charging as much as anybody else and absolutely giving it the full beans on both of these two. He wants this place as much as they want that place, and the place is very much up for grabs, all up for grabs in this almost final half hour, although there is slightly more of the race than that. I think it's more like 37 minutes in this race left to go, and the grabs all real as they are all there. And I'll tell you what though, Zenit Smart has actually dropped a second in all this to Marcel Sinicic. So is the pace going? Is the smell of coffee fading, or is he just taking a slight break and resuming the jogs later? I don't know, but Marcel Sinicic is free of traffic, and that might play a good portion in it because he's got the air free to breathe, as free as someone who's not free or stuck in traffic. He has most certainly got as much free air as he can breathe until he gets to Erol Kumartiokli.
Indeed, no, it's an interesting one to watch. Also, excuse me, and also, I'm sorry, I'm doing all sorts of gaseous at the moment, but also watching that battle again, looks like the Porsche has cleared the Beamer, but the Beamer's not out of the woods yet. He's got an Aston right up his clacker. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a look soon. It looks like that Beamer's pace not quite there with the guys around him. So I wouldn't be surprised if Martin has a little bit of a look soon. I think they're still focused on the Beamer, so they'll still be able to see that little battle on the screen.
Oh, he's got a huge toe as Martin Svazinka here. Huge toe down the front start turn here. Has he got it done before he can get? He's got it done before he can get to turn 12. But that is a preferential line for Sebastian Kunz. But it's not enough because of the speed, therefore isn't enough. They're still side by side and it isn't enough. Oh. The speed differential was too much. And it is indeed Martin Svazinka who gets through on Sebastian Kunz. The BMW goes down. And now Yuri Vislaril has got to run away from Martin Svazinka. It's run away from Poland time, as it's the Pole versus the Czech in this battle between the two cars.
And it looks like I wouldn't be surprised if they get away now. I think the Beam is not. I think Sebastian's not quite the pace of those guys there he was battling, so I think that is probably going down now, but it was a good little battle right last. Good little fight there, but yeah, a lot of traffic getting through as well. I think the Delta cover is just getting through that as well, so yeah, Smarter has got to close a little bit more by the way, but again, keeping in mind, I think traffic involved once again, so something to keep in mind. Still, that number 15 car is still in the lane. That is a lot of repairs, but I think they actually had their rear wing ripped straight off, so it's not surprising that they're in the lane for a long time. So at this point for them, it's going to be a case of trying to solve the finish, which hopefully for their sake they can. A whole bunch of guys actually beating at the same time. Brewer's in, Dirk's in, Crevin's also in, so a whole bunch of guys in the lane. Blaney's in.
Oh, Crevin has no rear wing!
In the lane for their
I know front bumper, but he's in the pits now, so he is safe. There must be some sort of incident somewhere. That is a bit of an absurd thing to happen. We may have to ask, maybe after the race, once this is all over, what happened. But yeah, lots of cars decide now is the time to pit. And Zenit Smart deciding now is the time to beat the gap. 9 seconds into Zenit 10. He's cut it down to 9.133. He is chasing down Marcel Sinicic like there is no tomorrow. And at this rate, there really is no tomorrow because there's only about 35 minutes left in this race. And he realises now, if he didn't realise before, he has got to put that foot firmly onto the throttle and start closing the time to at least drop time. 10.377 is the gap now. Is Marcel Sinicic going to edge it? Or are we going to have a battle for the lead at the end? It would be an interesting battle if we did have a battle, because Smarter versus Sinicic is a really good battle, potentially.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just noticing as well in the GTs, Dennis is pitted. He's going for the S6, so I think he's noticed with just over half an hour to go. He's obviously going to probably short fill it as well, just take out a bit of fuel. So he's thinking, why not? May as well slap on the soft tyre and have a bit of crack. in the last bit of the race. So yeah, we'll see. I doubt it's going to do anything. Ricardo, I noticed those guys actually didn't change tyre. The number 63 Corvette, he's actually going to push those mediums to the end. So he gained quite a bit of time by not pitting in that one. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Actually, is Chancellor, he hasn't pitted in this race. Chancellor's still got to pit, so he should drop back behind Dennis once he pits. And Jimmy's he's just pitting now, so yeah, but that could be interesting. I'm interested to see what sort of times Jordan can do with the fresh rubber. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of guys. Who's that? It's the Shane Burke. Oh, number 27 entry is under the front end. I didn't even notice that. Oh boy, that's interesting, because now what that does is that now gives Richard Nielsen, the number 28, the lead of P2. Oh boy.
Oh lordy lordy.
Fourth.
That might full well
Yeah,
do
he's
that.
fourth in class.
Rickard
Oh,
Nilsson,
is he-
9th, and well, yeah, Shane Burke in. What has happened with Shane Burke? He's coming out of the pits. Don't know whether it was damage or anything, but I wasn't watching. But Rickard Nilsson
Yeah,
leading
there
things,
was.
and a whole lap down is Shane Burke now. A sudden change in LMP2. And I tell you what, it could be a sudden change by the end of this race in LMP1. 8.6 seconds the gap between Smarter and Sinicic. This is really starting to become an interesting battle. And I think Smarter thinking to himself, I'm gonna get ya.
Yeah, no, it's all, yeah, it's interesting because, yeah, as I said, I saw, he definitely had damage because I saw he went on the front end there while he was just at the end of his pit stop. And I also did see a front end out of one of the corners, which may well have been Burke's. So that's a real shame. They were really nicely leading the class, and now they're down in 4th. So, yeah, it could be some interesting words after the race if there was any sort of foul play involved in terms of moves or anything like that. But, yeah, it's at least they're still going. They are still on the same lap as the car ahead, but they're quite a ways behind. So we'll see if anything goes on there. But yeah, that's a real shame, But again, as I said, it's it's the night. The night just brings out all sorts of shenanigans in endurance racing. So we'll see how this goes. But we're in the final half an hour now of this race, and it's all looking a little bit interesting towards the end. As that gap at the front continues to come down. Smarter 7.7 off now.
Yeah, and I would just like to take this time to say hello to everyone who's watching. Really glad to have you here, of course, in this final closing stages of this race. Hope you're enjoying it as much as me and Mr. Hins are, because we're enjoying it a heck of a lot, that is for certain. And if you haven't got your popcorn, grab it now, because these final half an hour sort of minutes of this race is going to be nothing short of exceptional. And that is my personal guarantee to you and me. And I'm sure Ben Schmidt agrees as well, don't you, Ben?
I do, really. It's so lovely to see the race is coming to the end. All the cars are in the race and so much battles on the track. So look, in the LMP1 class between P4 and P7, there's all available for every driver. They're so close together, and I guess some of them have to pit again near to the end.
Well, I'm looking at this gap between Zenit Small and Marcel Sinicic. It's gone all the way up to 9.9 seconds somehow. I don't know whether a mistake is being made or whether Marcel's just put the hammer down. But every single time it seems to me that if Zenit gets close and Marcel just brushes him away again. It's always like, you come close to me, I'm going to run away. You come close to me, I'm going to run away. It's the whole cheese in front of the mouse style hammer with the string on it. You know, I'm tempting you, but you're not getting it.
Yeah, indeed. No, I think it might be, again, as I mentioned, I think it's traffic. I really think a lot of it is just traffic. I think, you know, Marcel, who catch up with traffic, he has to pass them. That gives Smarter a chance to gain some time, you know, gains a second or two, close in, and then, you know, then Smarter's got to deal with, oh, apologies for the feedback there, by the way, guys. Just was trying something different with LTS. But, yeah, I think it's a lot of it's to do with the ebb and flow of the traffic. So I think that's sort of one of the reasons why the gap continues to keep moving up and down as it does, being a bit inconsistent. But yeah, it's still there. You know, if Marcel has a bad run with the traffic car, if he has a bit of an off or something, you know, it just all needs is one little thing to go wrong, and Smarter's there to pounce. So yeah, it's very much a pressure situation for both those guys right now at this late phase. So yeah, we'll see. They're both handling it well at the moment, no issues in terms of traffic. But as I said, I mean, all it takes, as we've seen already, you know, it just takes one little mistake with traffic, and it can all just go very, very, very wrong. So we'll see. But yeah, a bit of a situation to keep an eye on this last half hour.
He certainly refuses to make it easy for himself, doesn't he, Zenit Smarter? I think it was a mistake made, because he dropped suddenly 3 seconds, but as he crosses the start finish line, we're expecting the gap to come down a little bit. And it comes down by a whole 4/10. He can smell the coffee once again. It's revitalised his senses. He's hungry for the win, and he wants it more than he ever did before. He's chasing Marcel Sinicic to the win here. And if Marcel wants to win it, he's going to have to face off Zenedic Smarter, which is a very dangerous prospect because we know how good he is.
Yeah, indeed. Also, keeping in, also seeing Chancellor has he's actually putting Brotogame in, so Brotogame will bring that car home for the last half hour. Sure, we'll sprint for him. I wonder what tire on. On the medium, I haven't gone the soft. That's interesting. I'm actually going to be keeping an eye on Dennis because, as I said, he has gone the soft. So he's going for a little bit of a sprint to the end. As I said, Ricardo didn't change tyre. They stay on the same tyre. Now, Ricardo's a long way ahead, but he's going to be on pretty severely worn tyres. So we'll see. His pace won't be good, but I think he's going up to the buffer. But just something to keep an eye on in case something goes wrong there. Dennis is going to be pretty quick, so we'll see how that all goes. But yeah, this gap at the front, 7.7 now. Should be on board. Yeah, we're watching Smarter as we go. But yeah, Gustina holding on 4 laps down, a ways off. The rest of the P1s at the moment off the top 2 seem to be in a bit of a league of their own at the moment. But yeah, Gustina looking pretty solid there in third. At the moment, good gap over the 4th spot, a good lap on them. As Smarter 6.3. I wonder. Oh, it's actually. Oh no! Oh, have a look. I will quickly do this, but there's something missing, Mr. Anderson, off the front of that Deltec, and I think that's a front bumper that's gone. I don't know what's happened, but
Oh my word! Oh my word, that has gone missing. I have no idea how it's happened, but there is a front bumper missing off that car. Do you know how it happened? It was contact with, oh my word, Artius Secura, who just seems to straight line turn 12 a bit. Yeah, he completely, what he does, he wants to unlap himself for Sinicic, and oh, he misses his breaking point by a fair margin. He was turning left, he overshoots it, wow. He overshoots it by a very long way and hits Sinicic, and could this be decisive? That is interesting. He's flashing Saikula. He knows what it's cost him, and Zenedic Smarter knows what it's cost him, because here comes Smarter now, and this could be the end of the race that nobody wanted, but it might be the end that we're going to get. Zenedic Smarter is going to come through it. Oh my word, completely in a collision as well as Smarter too. Well, I tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, but Smarter is an annoyed man as well. It's all gone a little bit haywire in these last couple of minutes of this race. Bledley involved with Smarter, and then Saikula involved with Sinicic. It's all gone wrong for both prototypes. But I think now it's going to be decided in this very instance. Marcel Sinicic pulls off. He pulls to the side. He's not going to fight this very hard. He's wading into the battle with about as damn powder as he can get, flooded powder. And then here comes Zenedic Smarter through, and he gets the lead. Oh, and he's not giving up, Sinicic. He straight lines that corner almost. I think he broke a little bit too late, even. But he's missed that. He's going to have to go into the pits now to get that repaired. He has crossed over the pit exit line to get through there. He enters the pits. It's not the end of the race I think we wanted, but I feel it's the end we're going to get.
Yeah, no, they both, you can see they were both flashing. They were both frustrated with that. I think they both know how that all went. That was, I mean, as I said, I thought we'd say Turkey tonight. Apparently, it just brings out complete craziness. And that is, that's a real thing. I'm not going to obviously ask the comments booth. I didn't see that person sitting with Marcel and mine a bit laggy, so I can see what happened. But it's just a shame that that's how it's ended. But hey, it's endurance racing, and that's just how it goes sometimes. Unfortunately, it's just one of the unfortunate curses almost of endurance racing. It can all go wrong so very quickly. So yeah, bit of a shame. But then at least they should hopefully be able to still be in the race. I don't know how much time they're going to lose, but hopefully they can at least bring it back so they get it finished out of this. So at least salvage something from this fight.
Well, it wasn't even for me where I was looking, it was like Saikula actually missed his braking point by a fair point, tried to make the corner anyway, and it just collected Sinicic. That will be one for the stewards to decide on after the race. I'm not sure they'll look very kindly on it, but it was a bit, he was trying to unlock himself, and it looked like a bit of a reckless move from Saikula, in honesty, but I'm sure the stewards will look over it and decide for themselves, but that has put paid really to any hopes, barring a similar incident for Team RGPL, of a waiting for the Deltec team. Mind you, they were involved in an incident of their own right, with another one of the cars as well, missing themselves a bit and going off track, and well, bit of an interesting moment, but Smarter through by a whole lap now, putting a lap on Marcel Sinicic, and now it is advantage RGPL in this final half hour.
Indeed, it's definitely now it's the other way around. And this one, it's gonna be, as I said, I don't know how much damage they're gonna have, but it may be quite a lengthy repair. So if it is, they may actually suddenly come under threat from the Porsche behind them third. So we'll see. I think it shouldn't be that bad. Hopefully for their sake, they can at least hold on to second. So that wouldn't be the worst result we get out of that. But yeah, it's definitely not ideal. Keeping an eye as well. Ricardo's still leading there in the GTs. Again, on that medium tyre, he's been on that medium tyre since his last fuel stint. So I know his last stop before that. So his times aren't terribly huge, not too bad to be fair, considering he's on what should be pretty worn S7s. He's not doing too bad at the moment. And yeah, it's gonna be it's something. But yeah, it's P2s, as I said, P2's still Nielsen leading that by a good lap. And the GTs are still pretty stable, so it's all sort of stabilised now, hasn't it? It's a real shame. We had a real classic duel that was looking like coming, and now that Rios put paid to that. But yeah, it's a salvageable situation, and I guess now it's oh, there we go. Yeah, we got more views than you one. Ha. There you
well,
go.
we're not to brag, but if you are just joining us, this is where the action's at. We've just witnessed the most bizarre thing ever. And, well, someone who was shooting the breaking point has actually completely changed the lead of the race. Zenit Xmada has taken it from Marcel Sinicic, who's now apparently pending an open session despite being in the car.
Oh, that is a bit awkward. Yeah, bit of a weird one. Oh, who's that? Is that a... Hang on, who is that? There's a Ferrari... There's some sort of GT car that was just stopped off the track. I don't know who that is.
It's Johan Van Doren!
The guy... Yeah.
Van Doren has just stopped it. He is stopped completely. His engine is off. Something has happened to that SRVN car, and I've got no idea what.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's a bit strange why he's in escaping. If he can't move, yeah, I think he's trying to get it going again, but that is a bit interesting. Well, hopefully he's off the track. But there we go, he escaped. Oh, his engine, there you go. So he must have killed. Look at that. And I actually just saw him in retirement. It's 4 engine failures during this race for retirements. So obviously he's just blown the engine. And that's the end of his race. Real shame for those guys. But yeah, there you go. So that explains that one there. So yeah, 4 engine type failures. I'm just going to check. Are they all GT? Let me have a look. One. Yep. No, one of them's P1, but the rest of them are all GTs. Engine failures. So yeah. Yeah, and I think with the engines as well, I was told and warned. I think actually Dennis warned me about this when I was before I did my start of the race. That bump in the turn 9 is a very hefty bump right in the braking zone. You've got to be careful there, because if you're changing gear while you're braking and you rev it too hard on the bump, you can actually kill the engine. So I think a few people have had that happen to them. So I was making very sure I wasn't changing gear when I hit that bump, so I did not want the engine to die. But it'd be interesting to know if any of those guys with the time of engine failure had that happen, but I'm not sure. But yeah, 32 still going, so I still think, John, it's a fair few retirements, but not too bad really, considering things. Considering, with nearly 6 hours of racing, 32 cars still running, it's not too bad.
Yeah, can we go to 24th overall? Because Yuri Sluil has gained some serious time on Martin Swazinka here in the battle of the GTs. It's not quite high up in the GTs. I think it's for about 7th or 8th. But it's an interesting battle, or at least it was until, well, it might still be, because Martin Swazinka's going to let Michele Mole past. And Visluil might be on a catching train on Swazinka here. So let's keep an eye on him, because this could be an interesting little development if it catches up and we could see a battle in GT again.
Yeah,
about a second in as it stands.
Yeah, indeed, we should be on board with the Porsche now. And yeah, he's definitely so it's the other way around. I think earlier on, we're asking if behind the Porsche, so obviously we've switched somewhere along the line, but looking like, the Porsche just came back. As good as that, someone else off the track somewhere. I saw a pair of lights off track, I'm sure that was, but yeah, we want the night, really, what's a weird instance going on in the night, so yeah, Istanbul night, so real combat, so yeah, it's good with that. I'll tell you, so it's not top end of GT, but it's about one nice, so yeah, it is sort of pretty much in the midfield, pretty much smack bang in the midfield of GT, so it's definitely for value of points, so I think it's worth watching. With traffic coming this as well, it could be a bit of an overflow up there, but we'll keep an eye on it. Delta go back out, right now back on P2, so there you go, so at the very least, they are still in the top 3, so it's not a complete disaster for them, but yeah, it's definitely a case of what could have been. But still, at least the P2, which is top 3, at least they can get a solid result out of this, despite
Yeah, it's very much welcome to Night Vale VEC edition here. All sorts of craziness going on all around the track, and now it doesn't matter where you look, there's always something happening. And at night it all gets a little bit stranger, but nonetheless, it is very much Zenitix Smarter leading proceedings here. Although, look at this here in this well, I don't even know where I'm looking anymore, and that's how weird it's getting. But, well, must be said, still lots of interesting things that could happen this race. I mean, we have 20 minutes to go, and it is not over yet by any means. Eddie Castina, Patrick Bardin, a lap within them, probably not getting a lap between those two. But, well, Eddie Castina's actually over maybe a whole lap down on Master Senators as well. So short of an accident for the RTPL team then, they seem to have this wrapped up, signed, sealed and delivered, but there are a couple of battles that we can still look at, I guess, on track, including that GT battle we mentioned between Yuri Disrael and Martin Svizinka, except that seems to have taken a bit more of a gap.
Yeah, I think we made a mistake in the course. It was actually dropped back again in that battle, so that's kind of died down. There's a little bit of close going on. 18-2-1 and the whoopsie daisy and the 17 Porsche. It's sort of close. We're doing probably a good 10 seconds. I actually do it not bad on the 7 or 25 P1, so I wonder if that could possibly get a bit closer in these last kind of 15 minutes. I'm not sure it will. Regardless, yeah, as I said, it's also a space race again. Again, that leader, again, Ricardo quite handsomely leading at the moment, having not changed tyres that last stint, but I think he did change tyres, to be honest. But yeah, it's a bit soft, so he's doing some, I guess, some fast laps, but why not, as well. But again, we can be secure in the third, got a lap on Dion, in fourth in the GTs, and it's still that number 65, Corvette before that P5 in the GT class. And so B2 cars still running, so still a pretty good portion of the field running this phase of the race. And also still leading P2 as well, got a lap on his second place car in that category. Schoenberg still on fourth after that incident earlier on, not sure what that was, but some sort of incident which is costing the lead of P2. Yeah, it's all a bit spaced out again for the moment, which is a shame. As I said, you had that duel going on, but I guess just the nature of the beast, isn't it? It's very impressive. And he's going so well, and as I said, just that 1 split second, and all of a sudden it can go very wrong. Oh boy, it started some fun trying to get past the P1 there. Still hasn't got behind. Who is that? That's Patrick Bowden. He's trying to get past, he's having a lot of fun going past him, trying to get past, but yeah, a bit awkward, but yeah, a bit of frustration this last day, a bit fiery, I think, after that, but he's bringing it home. He's going to try and keep the cool head, sort of bring himself up there and go, look, it's done, let's bring it home, clear result out of it, and go from there pretty much, so yeah, but I think they really missed themselves out there, which, you know, I definitely wouldn't blame them at all for that, so they definitely need to win there, if it hadn't been for that Williamson, or not.
Yeah, Barnon has now been passed by Tilicic, and he's going to be feeling a little bit incensed, you think, after that incident. But, you know, with there being 16 minutes of this race left to go, it is not all over yet. Something could still happen, you know. I mean, it's kind of a bit of a hopeful in the Marcel Sinicic's case. He'll be hoping and praying something does happen and allows him to get back into it. But of course, you know, chances of that as the race time decrease also. Shane Burke has found himself in a decreasing speed as he's in the pits. He is now stopped and is in his pit box. And the number 27 car as well decreased in track position. We've gone from first in P2 to about fourth.
Yeah, it really hasn't gone well, as it is said. I think there's been, I'm assuming it's probably scheduled, but obviously they had that incident earlier on that cost them a whole bunch of time. I'm not really sure. I'll just change that real quick. There we go. Just on board, we're just looking at Richard Nielsen at the moment, I believe he's in P2 while we're talking about P2. Or Ricardo Nielsen, sorry. But yeah, as I say, it's a bit of an unfortunate one because they were leading quite nicely for quite a long time as well. Leading for quite some time in P2 and looking pretty handsome. And then I'm not sure what's happened. As I said, I didn't catch it either. I'm not really sure what incidents occurred, but they've had some sort of incident. Now they're a long way down. P4 in P2, and they may even... No, I think they should be, unless if this is a damage stop, then they might be able to throw it, but I think it's a schedule, so they should be good for P4 in class. So again, at least they'll manage to salvage something out of this race, so it's not a complete disaster, which, you know, take the positives where you can, I guess. But yeah, it's all a bit... It's been an interesting race, though, that's for sure. And yeah, a lot of battles going on. Obviously, GT with the lead battle going on in the top few for quite a long time. It's also spaced out now with various moments and things going on, but yeah, it's been definitely a very entertaining race, and yeah, as I said, the night definitely has put the craziness meter up a few notches, whether we like it or not at this point.
Yeah, well, we are in the final 15 minutes. I've just been pulled by Mercer and Link saying they also haven't stopped going to serving orders. It goes from bad to worse for them. Maybe even potentially P3 on the cards for Eddie Castina if he can catch up enough in that Dutch Connection racing car. Though it's going to be a bit of a job on that, is for certain. And he will want to do as much as he can do. He will be pushing that DCR Porsche to its absolute limits. And beyond even, perhaps, in these final closing 15 minutes of the race. And, well, it's been a strong race from DCR. They had a great result. Oh, a bit of contact with Sharon Van der Sloot there, but nothing major. And hopefully they'll be able to get through, and he does, as soon as possible. And it's going to be Castina versus Sinicic, perhaps for P2 even. So this race is not over yet. And, well, I will tell you this could be an absolute corker at the end of it.
Yeah, indeed. No, it could be an interesting one. Some of the battles a bit further back in P1s. As I said, there's a good there's actually a good 4 of them. As I think actually Burnt alluded to as well, 4th to 7th are all the same lap, and they're all a little bit close. We're sort of in the same area actually. Yeah, Brewer's closing on 6th, and I feel like 6th is slowly catching in on 5th. And then 5th is in part 1 4, so they're all coming together a little bit. And the further back in the P1 class is Nielsen Pitts as well, by the way, and that should be showing on the broadcast as well. We might just pop it on. I think we'll pop it on Brewer in a moment, because I just sense he's closing on 6th, and I reckon pretty soon, if he keeps his pace up, he might have a shot at 6th on track. As you can see, it's about, what, 15, 16 seconds, 4th to 5th, and it's about 8 seconds, 5th to 6th. It's about 5, 6 seconds, 6th to 7th, so it's a bit of a roll in the train there. But yeah, it's a bit close enough. Oh yeah, I see the battle further back. It's quite a ways down. What is that? Probably about good 10th or so in class. But P28 and P29 in GTs are quite close. I think it's 2 of the Porsches. They're having a good little battle. Santos and Bellini. So there's one we might actually pop it on. Might just pop down that real quick. But yeah, it's an interesting little battle that's going on further down the field.
Yep, battles up and down the field, even though the battle for the lead seems to have been sorted. We've got battles everywhere else on track. As we rightly say, someone is fighting someone somewhere to either run that themselves or get track position. And, well, one of the big battles that we're all looking at is the engineer R2 Sekula versus Dan Brewer. Origin Front Row versus Insped Racing. And neither car has been without incident this race, but nonetheless, it is going to be an interesting fight. Brewer can catch up to R2. I would wager myself, looking at the position of these two cars, there is about 3.5 seconds between them. And that could come down in these last 10 minutes of this race. But we are watching P8's 28 and 29. Alexandre Santos and Christian Bellini. It is very much Motorsport Italia versus Moss. Well, I don't even know what that team is. I'm not that well informed. I can't read anything at the moment. But nonetheless, we are going to see what is going on. I do believe that is actually the Blackbird's racing car, the number 986, yes, and Bellini versus Santos. Bit of a fight on between these two for track position with 10 to go. And it's Porsche versus Porsche, equal machinery. And it's all about driver skill and maybe the little bit of saddle options that they do have in these Porsches. You don't get much for your money, but you get enough, and that's what's important. A test of driver skill between these two. Both going to be pushing each other as far as they can while negotiating the traffic. German machinery pushed to its finest by an Italian and a Brazilian. It's all sorts of internationalness going on here at Turkey. And with a couple of minutes to go in this race, this could go either which way. Bellini strikes, perhaps. No, decides against it. Decides not to go strike force Bellini and decides to wait his turn. Tries not to go for it yet. He will wait his turn and find a better move for when he can go for it into one of the corners. He closes in though on Santos. Santos will start to be feeling the pressure of Bellini from behind. He'll be thinking, hang on a minute, he's going to have me here at some point if I don't put my foot down. On the foot, I'm sure, figuratively, is well and truly down on the throttle in that Santos car. But Bellini, most certainly, keeping the pressure on like a pressure cooker, cooking some potatoes. It is getting a bit hot in this battle between these two, and neither wants to give anything up to the other.
Yeah, indeed. No, it's a good little scrap here between the two Porsche machines. Down at the back end of the field, as I said, a little bit further down the GT class, but good fight nonetheless. I'm also watching, I'm going to actually go back up to that while it's getting close. Looks like Daniel Brewer has been closing in on 6th place, hand over fist.
Oh, big crash, give it to you, he's got no rear ring, and he's ground to a stop on the track there. and he's pulled off to the side, and something has happened there. Dimitero had no rear wing to begin with. He's had it for about, he'd lost his rear wing a while ago, and he's pulled off to the side of the track. He's still trying to go, but that is a damaged Orica. No front wing, no rear right wheel, the lot is on the side of the track, and I would wager that is not a very safe car to be driving at this point in time. That is the Argentina team car, and that is crabbing and going about it slowly as a snail with the turbo booster strapped on it, i.e. still not very quickly.
Yeah, just
I'm amazed personally, no code 80's been called, but it's Ben Schmidt's decision at the end of the day. But that car is not on the track, obviously. He is trying to crawl it back to the pits. I don't know how he's going to get it there. That is quite close to the track now. And, well, that is almost terminal damage, but he's determined to try and keep it going.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that collision though.
Oh, I think they might have they've stopped. I think they might have blown their engine in the attempt. They might have actually blown their engine in the attempt to get back, and that is smoke coming from that car. That is Dimittero's race over and done with. I'm just curious to know if anyone got hit by that. I hope there was no casualties involved, because it should have something that really could have been noticed had I been noticing. But that is them out because of that accident that had no rear wing anyway. And I would have thought that would have been grounds for code 80, but evidently not. Evidently they had it under well enough control until turn 11. And where was the incident? The incident was well a couple of corners back. They were okay because we hadn't even lost the front bumper. And well, they were okay until that point, but then they just lost it.
Yeah, I was trying to go back and find the origin of that crash, but wherever he's crashed, it's a long way back, and he's had to try and limp it around without a rear wing. I couldn't find where his initial crash was. It was a while back.
Sorry to interrupt you, We've got a big battle on between Brewer and Saikula for P6. Big battle on Brewer's caught right up, and this is happening right now in the final 7 minutes of this race. It's Brewer versus Saikula for 8. A great enthralling battle indeed. Both are going at it. Artio Saikula's trying to pull away, but Daniel Brewer's saying, you're not getting away from me, Sunny Jim. He's trying to get there. He's trying to go through. He's trying to make the pressure go on Artio Saikula, and this would be a great move if he can pull it off. He's down there. He's hounding the back of him like a Rottweiler, hounding the back of something, and it's Jason. And he is absolutely giving no quarters to Saikula whatsoever. Both cars absolutely charging at each other like two bulls in a charging ring shop in a China shop. I don't even know the metaphors anymore. I just know this is going to be an amazing move with Brewer can pull it off into 12. Hits the brakes, gets side by side. Saikula gets it messed up a bit. Daniel Brewer tries to pull ahead. Saikula can't do anything, but he's got through as Daniel Brewer. What a move, and Arthur Saikula helpless to stop him there. And Dan Brewer says, thank you very much, catching, wham bam, thank you man, whatever you want to say. He is through to P6, and Saikula has all the work to do with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, no, indeed. Yeah, he's got the move done. It was a little bit interesting. Kind of tried to close the door pretty authoritatively on the Porsche there in the second to last corner. Kind of just closed the door and went, yep, this is my position, and that's that. Which is probably fair enough. It is obviously the last 7 minutes. So definitely not playing keeps anymore. Yeah, good move in the end. Gets the move done. That's 6th for them. Their 5th place is just up the road. Again, Brewer's pace is pretty impressive right now at this phase of the race, but I don't know if he's quite got the time to catch up the 5th spot, because it is running out very, very fast. So, yeah, also Marcel went in the pits while we were watching that, so we'll see if that stopped there, and I think the senior also did as well, so that's them done. But, yeah, I tried to watch back that P2, but yeah, it was actually the number 15 P1 car again. They've already had that incident early on, and they were involved again here. They just had nowhere to go. So stopped with on the straight, and they've just ploughed into that P2 car at a just ridiculous rate of speed. And they're in the pits again for repairs. So the day for them just keeps getting worse. But I guess they'll try, if they can, to just repair enough so they can bring it across the line to get at least a finish out of this race. But a real shame for them.
Yeah, it is absolutely starting to heat up here. What it did with that battle is between Saikula and Brewer there. And while Artu Saikula seems to have found his limit of adhesion, he cannot catch up with anymore to Daniel Brewer. Brewer's starting to run away with it. This seems to be P6 for Origin Front Row Racing. And it is in these final 5 minutes of the race, it's all calmed down a bit for some cars. But for other cars, it's just heating up. And in the case of Daniel Brewer, the car is Erop Kumar Toglu. There is not too much in it. I would say about a few seconds between these two cars. Kumar Toglu coming around one of the corners now. Daniel Brewer, I'd say within 10 seconds of him. We're watching P26 and P27 apparently. Between that is Jimmy Hughes and Tobias Langer. Although that isn't really as close as his potential battle with Brewer in my opinion. But nonetheless, we are watching the GTs of Hughes and Langer, who are going at each other in a sense slightly and trying to catch each other. And Errol now is just going to hope that Brewer does not catch up, because it could be P5 for Origin in a short amount of time.
Yeah, indeed, we'll have to see. Again, he's got this track position, but he is having to deal with a bit of traffic, and Brewer is flying at a pretty rapid rate, a knot series on a mission and a half. But we'll see. Yeah, that battle for P26, 27, again, apologies, caught up to a little late there. Chat trying to direct us a bit there with that one, and yeah, looks like Jimmy Hughes, I'm assuming, made the move pretty recently, so again, apologies we didn't catch that. But yeah, P26, I think we'll go back.
Oh, hang on a minute, Smarter's out! Smarter's out, he's DNF, what on earth has happened there? I did not even notice that, but Zenedic Smarter, race leader, is he disconnected? Yeah, he's disconnected, Smarter's discoed, and this is Zinedic's chance! I completely missed that, but he is out of the race, temporarily at least. Zenedic will be hurrying to get back into it. Is this Marcel Zenedic's chance with 2-3 minutes to go? He's got to hurry to the finish now, but the fortunes could have turned in Deltec's favour. It's all changed for Deltec Racing Team in these final couple of minutes of the race, and Marius van Brink, team owner, will be thanking his lucky stars this has happened now and not before.
Yeah, it's I don't know if they've got enough time though. We've got what, 3 minutes to go. It depends how many laps they get. If they get enough laps, they might be able to do it. But I don't know if they've got enough laps to actually take back the lead. I'm not sure. It's going to be close because again, we don't have exact timing here on the actual in the game. Smarter's back in already. So yeah, so if he rushes in, he should be safe. But yeah,
oh, he's back in. Smarter's back, and oh well, seems the panic was for nothing after all then, because he's back in the race.
Yeah, it looks like he managed to salvage it, but gee, that was yeah, but I think he's
I thought
should be exiting soon.
I thought it might have happened.
Well, he hasn't exited yet. He's still. Oh, there we go. Now he's exiting. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, it's all safe for them. But geez, that would have been. Oh my, Smarter would have probably had a mini heart attack, or well, maybe even almost a legitimate heart attack after that. But
he almost gave me one.
I'm gonna save it. Yeah.
I almost had one. I thought we were going to have a battle for the win, and now it turns out that's not going to happen at all.
Yeah, no, but there you go. So it looks like that is that. So he will still take it with a bit of complications. I'll tell you what, this race, this last hour with the, I swear it's the night. I think it's just the night in Turkey. For some reason, everyone's just gone a bit bananas with the night side. There's all sorts of shenanigans going on. So yeah, it's a bit of an odd one, but yeah, it's quite the finish. I gotta say that.
Well, with 2 minutes to go in this race, I can say for certain, I didn't think anything would go. You see, this is why you can never do anything with endurance racing. You can never call it. I mean, Marcel Zenedic, I thought it might be a little bit. I thought this battle is only a lap between Smarter and Zenedic now, apparently, but it has cost a bit of time from Smarter to Zenedic. Although, you know, he is back in the race. He is 2 in the lead, or 1 in the lead, 2 in the lead even. He has got that lead. He is not going to lose that lead very easily. 362 of 363 minutes remaining. As soon as he crosses this line, it should be the final lap of the race for Zenedic Smarter. This will be the final lap, I assume, and Smarter will probably take the win unless a disaster like we just saw happens again. Marcel Zenedic might have been hopeful, but that hope might have just faded away like the stars in the night when it comes to daybreak as Zenedic Smarter heads to the race win.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know if it's mine under his end, but I swear I just saw a little bit of jump from him, but maybe mine though, so I'm not sure on that. But yeah, looks like it should be. There's the time ticking over now, so this should be.
Now this will be the final lap of the race.
There you go. Yeah. So yeah, just gotta bring it home now. So yeah, bit of a stopping moment.
I think he's pretty much won it anyway at this point with the gap he has to Zenedic, but it's not official till they cross the start finish for the final time. I mean, he could still technically. I think it probably has technically won it, but as I say, nothing's official till the end, and just looking for any more quick battles that we can look on. Dan Brewer has got past Errol Kubotsoglu as well, who's actually pitted on lap 208. And is coming into the pits here. Are they going to switch to Arwin Tarumak? This is disastrous if they have, because they've just given up. Artis Akula's got 6th out of it, and Dan Brewer, I don't know whether this is just a formality to get the time things on, I don't know. But Dan Brewer in P5, he has got P5 in the end. Artis Akula will take P6 in the end of it. But Zenedic Smarter, we had a scare. There was a bit of a scare. They and Deltec fought to the end, and although they're going to win by 2 laps in the end, that doesn't tell the whole story at all. But it is going to be Zenedek Sparta taking the win for Team RGPL, who get the win here in Room 2 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Marcel Sinicic will probably come home in second place after all this is gone and done. But a win for RGPL. The circumstances might not be what we as viewers want, but a win is a win at the end of the day, no matter how which way you slice a figure of cake. And well, I do feel sorry personally for Marcel Sinicic for what's happened, but let's not let that detract from their achievements. Deltec Racing Team are going to come round the final 2 corners. Again, the scoreline does not tell the whole story. They are going to get second, and I'm sure they can be very proud of that. Marcel Sinicic, it's a case of what could have been for him and Deltec, but second place is a great result nonetheless for them. Eddie Castina, third for Dutch Connection Racing. Then it will be the Black Hawk Racing car with Patrick Barden in fourth. Daniel Brewer will come home after a mammoth stint for Origin Front Row Racing. He's going to finish the race in the pits, actually. And he will finish, well, he's not. Artistic Culo's gone ahead in P5. That has changed at the end there. So Culo goes ahead. Daniel Brewer will finish 6th in the pits for Origin Front Row. And Arab Kumar Tuklu should come home in 7th for ICMO Wrestling. Let's get Brewer at the end. I think he's good. No, he hasn't got Brewer. He is home in 7th. Is Arab. Jose Casanovas in Atlantic Motorsport 8. Rickard Nilsson wins in LMP2, 9th for Sim HQ. Then Valerio Ferraris 2nd. Shane Burke brings it home for 3rd for Simtech and RGPL. DM Car Dennis Ardeno will be 12th for SINL team. Maciek Mlinek 13th for FIDA Ragnar. Michele Mole 4th for Reborn, 14th for Reborn Racers. Ricardo Di Matteo didn't make the finish but still finished 15th. Tony Creven 16th. Thomas Scrovendi 17th. Ricardo Kazari 18th, winning in GT. Dennis Jordan 19th for Fido Ragnar in GT. And then it's Alex Brodigarm on the podium for Black Hawk. Then Jimmy Dion, Jules Yu, Jerry Villasreal, Martin Swizik, Sebastian Kunze, Jimmy Hughes, Tobias Langer, Alexander Santos, Christian Bellini, Marius Nicolai, Sharon van der Sloot, Jose Alvarez, Johan van Doren. I think one of the final did not finish it, including Bauke Boma for Exclusive Racing Series, France Ola for Gilles Racing Team, and then the Olden Racing number 69, the Lambiella Racing of the number 79, the number 97 Aston Martin with Javier Galdin. John Nelson in the DR Motorsports. It was one of our first retirements as well as Eduardo Benenka in the number 98 Corvette. And that rounds out our race. Wow, what a race it was.
You know, it was definitely one to watch. Oh, that one, yeah, that was definitely a fascinating race. So I'm just sort of trying to cycle through things. Yeah, no, very, very interesting race. Yeah, had it all really, and the end, unfortunately, as we said, not quite the sort of grandstand finish we were probably hoping for, but still, you know, it's a great race either way, and certainly had it all, that's for sure. So, yeah, finishing in the night of Istanbul brought out a bit of craziness, as we saw towards the end, but yeah, no, that was great fun, and yeah, really, really good to watch, and yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed watching as well. Thanks for everyone who popped along and came to the commentary booth and did all the comments as well, always nice. And yeah, and that's pretty much it, Josh. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. And again, thanks for having me along, Josh. As always, good fun. And yeah, again, thanks to yourself, Josh, for as always doing a top-notch job with the Room 2 broadcast.
You
Really
give us too much.
amazing. I'm sure.
It was way too much praise.
I think I give enough, but yeah, no, great stuff as always. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it just as much as we did, or even more so, I'm sure. So yeah, hopefully we'll see you all for the next round, round 3, which should be just as fascinating, if not more so. I'm sure it just keeps getting better, so I'm sure it'll be even more fascinating for the next one. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed for the moment from me.
Yep, indeed. It is very much a good race from us, and unfortunately that does mark the end. If I will say one thing though, please do now go and check out the remainder of the Room 1 race with Jake Sampson and the Downforce Radio team, because that race is still going, still charging, having fun, and I'm sure I'll be going to watch it myself. But from me, Thomas Hints, and everyone who's taken part in this 6 hours of Istanbul race, it is a very warm and very cosy from my room here in England. Good night!
User left your channel. User left your channel. User was moved out of your channel.